Chapter 1326 Patient 098.
You can look at me!
Zhao Chunfei took Puyang Dinghua's hand and said softly.
If you are worried, tie my hand with a rope and hold me like a dog. I won't resist.
Puyang Dinghua looked at Zhao Chunfei's pitiful appearance. The words of rejection were on his lips, but he couldn't say them out.
I promise. I will only move within 1 meter outside the door of the isolation room.
Zhao Chunfei added.
There must be sunshine there, and I don't need to go far. In this way, you can hold the rope and stand behind the door of the isolation room. You can not only look at me, but also ensure that you will not be infected by me. I never thought you would infect me.
Puyang Dinghua hurriedly expressed his position.
Dinghua.
Zhao Chunfei looked touched.
I knew you still trusted me.
Puyang Dinghua sighed, with a trace of unbearability in his eyes. He reached out and touched Zhao Chunfei's cheek, feeling that Zhao Chunfei's cheekbones were a little tingling. Zhao Chunfei has been very thin since she became pregnant. Now that she has been detained here for 5 days, her appetite has not been good, and she is almost losing weight. Although Puyang Dinghua did not want this child, seeing Zhao Chunfei suffering so much, he felt a rare feeling of guilt. After all, he had been with Zhao Chunfei when she was 18 years old. They had been together for more than 4 years, and they had some feelings for each other.
Now that they have all gone to participate in the event, just let me out for a little while. They won't know.
Zhao Chunfei begged again.
You and I love you so much, and I definitely won't let you be scolded by those people. I'll show you half of it.
The hourly sun promises to come back when the time comes.
Puyang Dinghua glanced at the empty isolation room and still hesitated. During this period, Zhao Chunfei did behave quite cooperatively, showing no signs of trying to escape, nor cursing, nor resisting. But she would always stick to him. Zhao Chunfei has always liked to stick to him, even though she is now the
Patient 0.
She is still the little woman who is attached to and admires him. This has always been useful to him. Seeing Zhao Chunfei like this, everyone thought she probably didn't want to run away, so the number of people in the isolation room gradually decreased. It's very lively outside, and it's boring to be stuck in the isolation room all the time. More and more
security guards
will participate in some activities outside to find their own fun. However, in the past, the times would be staggered, and there would be at least 2 or 3
security guards
staying in the isolation room. Today, it is the first time that only Puyang Dinghua and Zhao Chunfei are left. I don't know who started the dance party. Many players went to the lobby on the first floor to gather. At this time,
7 security guards
left, saying they were going to find someone they could indulge in. There are 2 other
security guards
who have negotiated a deal with a player outside and exchanged goods. Now they are going to
inspect the goods and exchange goods.
These 2 people should be back in 40 minutes at most. And Zhao Chunfei proposed half an hour of sunbathing time, just enough to go back to the isolation room before the 2
security guards
of the transaction came back, which would not make it difficult for Puyang to decide on Huawei. Puyang Dinghua knew that Zhao Chunfei's request was not excessive, and he was already very considerate of him. Because of this, he hesitated and did not refuse directly. In fact, looking back,
Patient 0
was locked in an isolation room and could not complete the task. At most, he would have to do it all over again if the task failed. But his life was not in danger. Zhao Chunfei had no need to insist on winning. Chapter 1327 Patient 099. Zhao Chunfei has always believed in Puyang Dinghua. As long as she does not die, she must first focus on Puyang Dinghua. At least that's what Puyang Dinghua thinks in his heart. Puyang Dinghua had to lock up
Patient 0
to win the game, and Zhao Chunfei would not die if he failed in the game. Based on these 2 points, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that Zhao Chunfei would choose to be obedient in order to let him pass the game.
After all, Zhao Chunfei loves him so much. So, it was reasonable for him to let Zhao Chunfei go out to bask in the sun for half an hour as a little reward. After thinking again and again, Puyang Dinghua took out a rope from the storage compartment. This was a rope made from torn sheets and braided in other games a long time ago. While tying Zhao Chunfei's hands, he said to Zhao Chunfei,
I know you are sad, but there is no other way. This is the only thing I can do for you now.
Zhao Chunfei sniffed and cried.
I know. I'm very happy that you can agree to let me go and bask in the sun for a while.
Puyang Dinghua patted Zhao Chunfei on the head.
I knew you were the most sensible.
While he was talking, he had already tied Zhao Chunfei's hands.
and the length of the remaining rope was just about half a meter, which allowed him to stand behind the door and let Zhao Chunfei stand in the sunshine at the door for a while. After confirming that the length was enough, he felt even more relaxed. He patted Zhao Chunfei's butt again. "Let's go! Before those people come back. Go out and breathe some fresh air." Zhao Chunfei nodded and meekly followed Puyang Dinghua out. She held Puyang Dinghua's arm and leaned against him, looking like a little bird, very well behaved. Puyang Dinghua's macho mentality was fully taken care of, and he became more and more pleased with Zhao Chunfei. When approaching the door of the isolation room, Puyang Dinghua paused for a moment. Zhao Chunfei did not urge or take the initiative to open the door, but quietly leaned against Puyang Dinghua. Puyang Dinghua was very satisfied with Zhao Chunfei's performance, and was even more sure that Zhao Chunfei really just wanted to go out to bask in the sun. So he raised his hand to open the door. The door was slowly opened, gradually revealing the appearance of the corridor outside. Because many players went to the dance today, and it happened to be lunchtime, the players who were not attending the dance also met up to have dinner and chat. So there was no one in the corridor. Zhao Chunfei waited until Puyang Dinghua opened the door completely, then reluctantly stood up straight. She touched her belly and smiled sideways at Puyang Dinghua. "Dinghua, the child suddenly kicked me just now." Puyang Dinghua's face stiffened for a moment, but he still endured it, and did not make a face as usual when mentioning the child. He just said, "Go on. Hurry up. Bask in the sun for a while, and then come back." "Yes." Zhao Chunfei lowered his eyes, and took a step out. The two of them were standing by the door now. Puyang Dinghua was inside the door, and Zhao Chunfei stepped out of the door, but her hand was still holding Puyang Dinghua's arm. Then, Zhao Chunfei turned to Puyang Dinghua and smiled. "Dinghua, I have always loved you." Puyang Dinghua also smiled. "Well, I know. I love you too. Then can you touch my belly?" Zhao Chunfei asked cautiously. "You have never touched my belly since I was pregnant. And the baby can move now." Chapter 1328 Patient 0100. "Go and bask in the sun." Puyang Dinghua did not give a positive response, but said, as he prepared to pull his arm out of Zhao Chunfei's hand. At this moment, Zhao Chunfei suddenly pulled Puyang Dinghua towards her. Puyang Dinghua was unprepared, staggered, and rushed towards Zhao Chunfei. Soon his upper body was thrown out of the door frame of the isolation room. Zhao Chunfei took the opportunity to hug Puyang Dinghua's neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Puyang Dinghua hard. By the time Puyang Dinghua stood firm, he had been kissed by Zhao Chunfei for 2 seconds. He pushed Zhao Chunfei away hard and said angrily, "Zhao Chunfei!" His voice shook with fear, and was sharp with anger. His face was pale and his body was stiff uncontrollably. He knew very well that it was already too late. Even though he only came into contact with Zhao Chunfei for 2 seconds, his head stuck out of the isolation room, and was stained with Zhao Chunfei's saliva. "He is truly infected." Zhao Chunfei laughed loudly. She quickly pressed the moonlight shadow on her earlobe, and her body entered the invisible state. As she ran away, she said to Puyang Dinghua, "I have given you so many opportunities. You, a heartless man, only think about your own safety, and don't care about me or the children at all. You go die." Puyang Dinghua rushed to chase him, but because Zhao Chunfei had become invisible, he did not make any sound after saying that. For a while, he only heard the mixed footsteps of him and Zhao Chunfei echoing in the corridor. But it was impossible to tell where Zhao Chunfei was. There was a lot of noise outside. In one of the wards, there were 2 couples who had not participated in the dance activities. They were chatting with each other. When they heard such a loud noise, they did not realize what was happening. Instead, they came out curiously to check condition. As soon as they walked out of the ward door, they suddenly felt some water droplets being sprayed on their faces. And then, there was some crazy laughter in front of them, which made them feel a little scared. The laughter gradually faded away, and then disappeared at the stairs not far away. As soon as Puyang Dinghua came after him, he lost sight of Zhao Chunfei again. The couple looked at each other, not understanding what was going on, and asked Puyang Dinghua one after another. Puyang Dinghua was extremely anxious again, and had no intention of answering the couple's questions. He quickly chased towards the stairs to the 2nd floor. Now he is the first player to be infected. As long as he kills Zhao Chunfei, he can still live. There is still hope for him. Asterisk. She was leaning on Yi Kongqing's body to bask in the sun. The warm sunshine made her squint her eyes slightly, and she was already half asleep. Suddenly Yi Kongqing sat up straight, and he whispered to Xia Shi, "There is strange movement on the 3rd floor." Xiaoxi knew very well how good Yi Kongqing's hearing was, and she would not think that Yi Kongqing had heard wrongly. She immediately sat up and asked,
"What did you hear?" It seemed like there was a quarrel and laughter.
Yi Kongqing listened carefully.
There were footsteps approaching towards the stairs.
Xiaoxi quickly took out 2 antitoxic pills and handed one to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing understood and took the detox pill with Xiaoxi. Although there were some voices on the second floor, the overall environment was relatively quiet. On the third floor, which was slightly farther away from them, it was difficult for ordinary people to hear the quarrels. However, Yi Kongqing had always had excellent hearing, so it was normal for him to notice. Chapter 1329 Patient 0101. Although it is still unclear what happened, as long as it is involved on the third floor, we have to wonder whether it is related to the isolation room. Then we must be on guard to see if Zhao Chunfei runs out. Normally, no one should release Zhao Chunfei, but those people are not under her control, and she cannot enter the isolation room. Nor is she suitable to stay outside the isolation room door. Most people easily become slack as time goes by. Once they slack off, they give Zhao Chunfei a chance. Therefore, the possibility of Zhao Chunfei running away cannot be ruled out. No matter how low the possibility is, her detox pills are enough anyway. So there is no need to save at this time. After taking the detox pill, the two of them sat quietly, waiting for any unknown movement that might occur. After a while, the sound of thumping footsteps came from the direction of the stairs, and soon the two of them saw the figure of Puyang Dinghua running out. After Puyang Dinghua went downstairs, he looked around as if he was looking for someone. After looking around, his eyes finally caught sight of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. His eyes lit up, as if he saw hope. He ran quickly towards Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, and before he could catch his breath, he said,
Zhao Chunfei ran out. Catch her quickly.
Xiaoxi had already expected this result. She looked calm at this time, and was not surprised at all. She asked,
how could she run away when she is so good?
Puyang Dinghua's face froze. But then he put all the blame on Zhao Chunfei.
That bitch threatened me with a child in her belly. I had no choice but to listen to her. Are the other security guards here?
Xiaoxi interrupted Puyang Dinghua and asked again. She didn't really believe Puyang Dinghua's words.
At least regarding the child. He was definitely lying. She had eyes herself, so she could naturally see that Puyang Dinghua didn't care about Zhao Chunfei's child at all. In Puyang Dinghua's heart, this child was even a burden. He didn't even want the child to be born. So how could he threaten him with the child? Puyang Dinghua was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
They are all out on business. Has she infected you?
Xiaoxi asked this question again unhurriedly. Puyang Dinghua's expression suddenly changed, but he did not deny it. He just asked,
how did you tell?
Xiaoxi chuckled lightly.
When you ran down the stairs, you looked like you were going to kill someone. If you hadn't been infected, you wouldn't have been so excited.
Although she had always felt that Puyang Dinghua didn't have deep feelings for Zhao Chunfei, at least the couple would not have the thought of killing each other for no reason. In the same way, Zhao Chunfei will not be infected by Puyang Dinghua for no reason. If Zhao Chunfei wanted Puyang Dinghua to die from the beginning, there would be many opportunities before her identity was revealed. But she never did. Obviously the decision to infect Puyang Dinghua was made only this time. With Zhao Chunfei's brainlessness, she was even willing to give birth to a child for Puyang Dinghua. If the problem was not particularly serious, she would not be willing to infect Puyang Dinghua. Well, if you think about it carefully, it is probably only the matter of children that can make Zhao Chunfei recognize Puyang Dinghua's character clearly.
Since you know that I am infected, why don't you help me find her quickly?
Puyang Dinghua was very dissatisfied with Xiaoxi's slow attitude.
How long has it been, and you are still complaining? And she ran out? It will definitely infect everyone. And you will be finished by then?
Chapter 1330 Patient 0102.
I definitely want to catch him, but there is no way I can hand him over to you.
Xiaoxi glanced at Puyang Dinghua and stood up slowly.
You don't need to ask me why. You should know it very well.
Puyang Dinghua was about to question loudly, but when he heard the second half of Xiaoxi's words, he suddenly choked up. Of course he knows why. If Zhao Chunfei is handed over to him, he will definitely kill Zhao Chunfei immediately. In this way, not only will he not die, but he will also become the new
Patient Zero.
For him, it is the best result he can choose at present. But it is not what other players want to see. For other players, a new Patient Zero means nothing but trouble. After finally catching Patient Zero and then being killed,
He had to catch a new one. Who would want to do such a thankless job? Puyang Dinghua has never been very good at thinking about problems. But at this time, he had to work hard to try to win a chance for himself. Just when Yi Kongqing stood up and was about to leave with Xiaoxi, Puyang Dinghua suddenly had an idea. I can let you keep me locked up until the end of the game. Puyang Dinghua stopped in front of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing and said, as long as you let me kill Zhao Chunfei and save my life, I promise not to infect other players, actively cooperate with you, and stay in the isolation room without coming out. Do you think you believe this? Xiaoxi laughed out loud. If someone is true to his word, I have to weigh the other party's credibility on this issue. Not to mention someone like you. If you have no credibility, your guarantee is worthless. I'm really telling the truth. Puyang Dinghua became a little anxious. I just want to live. I just don't want to die. Being locked up in an isolation room will not complete the task of patient zero at most. But it won't death. I still have a chance to do it all over again. It's better than being infected and dying now. Of course you would say that now in order to survive. Xiaoxi crossed her arms and looked directly at Puyang Dinghua. But when you really become the new patient zero, your mind will change. If the person who is infected is someone she cares about and has a safe character, she is willing to help the other person become the new patient zero, so that the other person can survive. But Puyang Dinghua was just an irrelevant person to her, and she didn't care about his life or death. What's more, Puyang Dinghua's character is not very good, and the promise is of no value at all. There is no need for her to catch patient zero to him in order to keep such a person alive. In comparison, Zhao Chunfei, who is still pregnant with her child, is worth living. From a humanitarian perspective, children are always innocent. As for whether Zhao Chunfei would be punished after failing the game and survive the game, that was not a question she needed to consider. In fact, she doesn't care who lives or dies between these two people. If they fight each other, she won't care. But it is impossible for her to help. Puyang Dinghua was a little angry after what Xiaoxi said, and he couldn't help but want to curse again. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was so frightened by Yi Kongqing's look that he didn't dare to say a word. At this moment, Yi Kongqing suddenly raised his hand and reached to Xiaoxi's front and right side, grabbing the air forcefully. Then, there was an extremely angry curse in the air. Chapter 1331 Patient 0103. At the same time as the curses sounded, there was a burst of water mist spraying towards Xiaoxi's face. The next second, the familiar curse sounded again. Xiaoxi, why do you have so many antidote pills on your horse? Zhao Chunfei just felt so angry. She felt that Xiaoxi always hurt her so miserably. So she wanted to infect Xiaoxi after she escaped. But Puyang Dinghua was chasing after her, so she could only choose to walk slowly. Only in this way could she avoid Puyang Dinghua's pursuit without making obvious footsteps. So when Puyang Dinghua ran to the second floor, she was still walking slowly in the middle of the stairs. As soon as Puyang Dinghua arrived on the second floor, she felt as if she had seen a savior and asked the other party to help catch her. At that time, she instinctively guessed that it was Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. The flame of revenge burned instantly, and she quickly followed. After so many days, the detoxification pills should be almost used up. And since she ran out in such a short time, these two people should not have time to take the detoxification pills. So she was very confident in her action this time. She knew that Yi Kongqing had good ears. So in order to ensure that she could get close to Xiaoxi, she tried her best to be as tiptoe as possible. In the end, I don't know whether it was because she raised her hand too quickly that she made a slight wind sound, or whether she was too excited and her heartbeat was particularly loud. But she was discovered by Yi Kongqing. But even so, she didn't want to give up this rare opportunity to infect Xiaoxi. Therefore, she was quickly caught by Yi Kongqing and immediately spat on Xiaoxi. She thought she would definitely succeed this time. But she didn't expect that she would be reminded that 10,000 points would be deducted. She was so angry that she almost exploded. While Zhao Chunfei cursed angrily, Xiaoxi couldn't help but curse. Damn! It's so disgusting. She knew without guessing that this was definitely Zhao Chunfei's saliva. She took 2 steps back and took out a wet tissue to wipe her face. At the same time, Yi Kongqing forcefully pulled Zhao Chunfei aside, who was in the invisible state, and distanced herself from Puyang Dinghua. Zhao Chunfei was determined to try Yi Kongqing again. But before she started taking action, Xiaoxi's voice rang out. I advise you not to do anything to Qing. He also took antidote pills. Before Zhao Chunfei could react, Xiaoxi added, Of course I can't help you if you insist on trying it. But you also see that Puyang Dinghua is right in front of you. If you do anything else to make me unhappy, if you make a move, I will hand you over to him immediately.
Yi Kongqing clearly felt that the arm he held was stiff for a moment.
You should know very well what will happen if you fall into the hands of Puyang Dinghua at this time. Right.
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. If this woman dares to spray her saliva on her boyfriend's face again, she will not care whether she is pregnant or not. And she will not care about humanitarianism. Send it directly to Puyang Dinghua. Once and for all. Zhao Chunfei's overly impulsive mind finally calmed down. She subconsciously stayed away from Puyang Dinghua. And then said to Xiaoxi,
Fortunately for you, this won't infect you.
At this moment, Puyang Dinghua suddenly took out a dagger from the storage compartment, swung it, and stabbed into the air beside Yi Kongqing. Zhao Chunfei screamed in fright, struggling fiercely to escape from Yi Kongqing's grasp, while trying to hide further away to avoid being hurt by the dagger. Chapter 1332 Patient 0104. Yi Kongqing held Zhao Chunfei's arm firmly with one hand, and couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. At the same time, he kicked Puyang Dinghua's knee. He didn't use much force, but it was enough to kick Puyang Dinghua to his knees. The sudden fall to the ground left Puyang Dinghua unprepared. His knees hit the tiles hard, and the severe pain instantly made him unable to hold the dagger in his hand. Xiaoxi stepped on Puyang Dinghua's dagger and quickly bent down to pick it up. Zhao Chunfei, who was originally struggling, finally calmed down when she saw this. But then she cried out in pain again. Ouch! 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 Without waiting for anyone to ask, she took the initiative and said, My stomach hurts. You are so excited and struggling so fiercely. Of course you will have stomach pains. Xiaoxi did not show any soft-hearted look. She just said, If you continue to make such a fuss, there is a possibility of miscarriage on the spot. If my child is gone, you will all be murderers. Zhao Chunfei said viciously. If you don't want to bear the responsibility of being a murderer, don't make me angry anymore. It's better to let me go knowingly. Otherwise, you may be so angry that you may have an abortion. The first culprit to bear the brunt is yourself. Xiaoxi had retorted. If something goes wrong for you, you can't control your emotions. How can you blame others? Don't think that everything will fall on others. What's more, at this point, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Of all the players participating in the survival game, which one doesn't have human life in their hands? It's useless for you to threaten people in this way. Zhao Chunfei choked and was speechless. At this time, Puyang Dinghua's face was still a little distorted because of the pain, but he reluctantly stood up holding on to the wall. He looked at Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. She's a bitch who's so rude to you. Why are you still helping her? Wouldn't it be better to give her to me and let me live? Don't get me wrong. We are not helping her. Xiaoxi waved her hand and said impatiently, I just think you are not worth saving. So I just want to maintain the status quo. Then she said to Zhao Chunfei, Be obedient now. Even if your mission cannot be completed and the game fails, at least you will not die. Otherwise, you will have no choice but to become a victim in the hands of Puyang Dinghua. It is your choice. I don't want to die. Zhao Chunfei screamed loudly almost immediately. I will go back to the isolation room with you. Don't hand me over to Puyang Dinghua. She knew very well that if she were in the hands of Puyang Dinghua now, she would only die. She won't even have a chance to plead for mercy. And Puyang Dinghua will never show mercy. Now that she is caught by Yi Kongqing, there is absolutely no way she can escape. She cannot break free from Yi Kongqing's hands. But if she returns to the isolation room, she still has a chance. In any case, she successfully infected 3 more people today. The minimum infection mission she ran out today has been completed. And being captured will not affect the progress of her mission. After waiting, she might still have a chance to escape. Even if she couldn't escape, at least she wouldn't die. Then let's go! Of course Xiaoxi knew that Zhao Chunfei was just a temporary measure. But as long as the result was achieved, she didn't care whether Zhao Chunfei really wanted to follow her. She raised her eyes to signal Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing understood and dragged Zhao Chunfei towards the 3rd floor. Although Zhao Chunfei was reluctant, she still followed Yi Kongqing's footsteps. Chapter 1333 Patient 0105. Puyang Dinghua tried to chase, but sharp pain immediately came from his knee. He probably had a cracked kneecap, which would make even the slightest movement painful. And there was no way that his limping speed could catch up with Yi Kongqing's striding steps. He watched helplessly as his hope of living became further and further away. And he roared angrily. You are trying to kill me! Don't your consciences hurt? His voice echoed in the corridor. And there were some echoes. Those who heard the noise
and came out to check the situation saw Puyongdinghua's eyes covered with bloodshot eyes and filled with despair. But no one stood up to speak for him. Everyone seemed to be ignoring the matter. As long as their own interests are not endangered, they don't care about the life or death of others. What's more, no one who has come into contact with Puyongdinghua has a good impression of him, and no one is willing to speak for him. Xiaoshi didn't even look at Puyongdinghua, and didn't even have the desire to say another word. She quickly chased after Yi Kongqing. For people like Puyongdinghua and Zhao Chuanfei, no matter how much evil they do, they cannot see it. But as long as others do something that hurts them, they will question and resent them, without thinking that this is their retribution. So it's useless to say more. Zhao Chuanfei, who was walking in front, looked back at Puyongdinghua. She was still invisible, and no one noticed her movements. She looked at Puyongdinghua's blood-red eyes and despair, and felt very happy in her heart. She only regretted that after so many years, she could only see clearly what Puyongdinghua was like now. When she was still in the normal world, she met Puyongdinghua, admired his charm as a mature man, and wanted to marry him. She was only 18 years old at that time. After her mother found out, she disapproved of her being with a man who was 8 years older than her. She also told her that Puyongdinghua had been hanging out with a married woman. She didn't believe what her mother said at all. She just felt that her mother was deliberately belittling Puyongdinghua in order to separate her from her true love. She was so determined to marry Puyongdinghua that she even ran away from home and lived with Puyongdinghua. At that time, she was thinking that if she could get pregnant right away, her mother would not be able to separate the two of them, and she might even agree to her marrying Puyongdinghua. Looking back now, I really feel that I was ridiculous at that time. During the 4.5 years she had been with Puyongdinghua, she had almost always regarded Puyongdinghua as the world, worshipped him, and obeyed him. What did she get in exchange for it in the end? From the moment she became pregnant, Puyongdinghua's cold attitude was still vivid in her mind. He would even have affairs with other attractive women in the game in front of her. When she questioned him, he would impatiently dismiss her, saying that she had become suspicious after becoming pregnant. She should have understood at that time that this man was not reliable at all. But she had been unwilling to believe it, and even deceived herself, thinking that as long as the child was born, it would be fine. After the child was born, a man would have paternal love. When the time came, Puyongdinghua would definitely love her as before. But in fact, even if she is pregnant with Puyongdinghua's child, Puyongdinghua will still ignore her for the sake of winning his game. He was unwilling to do even her little request for him to touch her belly. This kind of man deserves to die. Chapter 1334 Patient 0106. When Yi Kongqing pulled Zhao Chuanfei to the 3rd floor, Xiaoshi told Zhao Yifeng, who was staying on the 1st floor through the friends function, and asked Zhao Yifeng to notify the security guards, who were still playing at the dance. Not to mention those security guards. All the players participating in the dance became surprised and nervous after hearing the news. The security guards were in no mood to linger and quickly ran to the 3rd floor. Other players also followed, wanting to confirm what the current situation was. Although Zhao Yifeng said that Patient Zero had been caught again, he always made them uneasy unless he confirmed it with his own eyes. Zhao Yifeng also went to the 3rd floor, but he went a little late. By the time he passed, Zhao Chuanfei had been put into the isolation room again, and the remaining 9 security guards had all entered the isolation room. The crowds outside the isolation room door were all other people. Identity player. Those players were very noisy. Some blamed the security guards for being playful and irresponsible, while others told Zhao Chuanfei not to let Zhao Chuanfei escape again. Some said that they would come here every day to inspect and urge the security guards not to neglect their duties. Probably these people had been making trouble for a while, and the security guards couldn't bear the disturbance, so they all hid in the isolation room. Among them, 2 players seemed to be more abrupt, crying all the time, with despair on their faces. Zhao Yifeng walked to Xiaoshi, pointed at the 2 players and asked, "Are they infected?" Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other reason that could make the 2 of them cry as if they were about to meet the King of Hell. "It should be." Xiaoshi nodded. "I didn't ask specifically, but when Zhao Chuanfei ran out, the only couple left upstairs besides Puyongdinghua was this couple. When she and Yi Kongqing went upstairs, the 3rd floor was still very empty, except for the couple who realized later that they were infected. There was no one else. In this case, it's obvious what's going on if you make a little guess. After this experience, the remaining security guards will probably not let down their guard." Zhao Yifeng changed the subject again. looking at the door of the isolation room. There are still 3 days of game time left. If another accident occurs, they themselves cannot afford the consequences.
Xiaoxi nodded in agreement.
Well, the lesson learned this time is big enough. I guess they won't leave the isolation room again for the rest of the time.
The security guards are also very afraid of the consequences of failing the game. In addition, there are so many people outside scolding them now, so they are even more afraid to relax. Xiao Yifeng looked at Xiaoxi's side face and suddenly wanted to ask something. But in the end, he didn't ask anything. What did he want to ask? He actually doesn't know it himself. He just thought that this round of the game was coming to an end, and he and Xiaoxi were going to part ways again. He didn't know if there would be a time to meet again. Suddenly I felt a little sad. Maybe he didn't want to ask anything, but he just felt a little reluctant about the upcoming separation. Asterisk. The 15th day of the game. At dusk. In the last few days, nothing happened again. Although Zhao Chunfei tried to run out several times, there were too many security guards guarding her, and there was no opportunity to take advantage of her, even when she was sleeping and resting at night. 9 security guards all started working in shifts, taking turns to keep watch over her. It was even more useless for her to beg for mercy and behave, as those people were not even willing to pay attention to her. Just like this, she persisted until the last moment of the game. Her mission failed, and she could only get 210,000 points for infecting 21 players. However, because she tried to infect Xiaoxi 3 times and Yi Kongqing once, who had taken detox pill, she was deducted 40,000 points, which meant that she received a total of 170,000 points. Then, she had to enter the dark room and accept the punishment of the game. Chapter 1335 Locked Game 1. After Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing entered the white room together, the system sound immediately rang. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi and player Yi Kongqing for clearing the game and each earning 1 million points. The system's voice paused for a few seconds and then said,
Player Xiaoxi and player Yi Kongqing, please wait patiently here. When the time comes, they will enter the Wasteland Escape game. You don't let us choose the difficulty level of the game?
Xiaoxi looked surprised.
There's no reminder to take a half-hour break, let alone that we can choose to buy products, or choose to enter the next game immediately.
While Xiaoxi was asking, Yi Kongqing opened the mall and took a look, and then his eyes darkened.
You can't buy anything in the mall anymore,
he said to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi immediately opened the mall. Sure enough, all the products inside had gray icons, without any exception. This is the first time in history that this has happened. Not only were all the items in the mall unavailable for purchase, but the content of the next game was decided directly without specifying the rest time or allowing them to choose the difficulty level of the game. Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly. This is never a good thing. I'm afraid it has something to do with the 18 special items collected by Su Yun. The number 18 is too close to success, and it should have triggered the reminder mechanism, coupled with the fact that she and Su Yun have always been in contact. Even if she didn't attract attention before, she will definitely attract the attention of Xiaoxin at this time. Just take a look at the chat history before and after, combined with the friends she asked Su Yun to add, and what Su Yun said to the new friends. A fool can see that she was involved in all this. I'm afraid that after knowing everything, Xiaoxin will be so angry that he wants to come over and strangle her to death himself. But the current result is that the little god did not do this, which further proves that it is due to certain conditions that prevent him from taking action directly. In other words, he can't even leave the god servant space, because he couldn't do it himself. He had to choose other ways to deal with her, like a special survival game. The notification content of the system is so abnormal. It is conceivable that the next game will be difficult to get through. If she guessed correctly, it was probably specially designed for players like her who tried to resist, so that players like them would be buried there as much as possible. Everything in the mall cannot be purchased for this purpose. When the system announces the name of the next game, no matter how stupid a player is, they will definitely notice the anomaly. In order to save themselves, they may choose to spend a lot of their points to buy items in the mall, or even use up all their points. Increasing the chance of survival may not achieve the purpose of the little god's wish for their death. So the mall cannot be opened.
Ah Qing, how many things do you have?
Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing, her expression more solemn than ever before.
Whether it's weapons, props, food, etc. Tell me everything in detail.
In the current situation, we can only first understand how much weapons and materials she and Yi Kongqing have in total, and then after entering the game,
Make reasonable arrangements based on the specific content of the game to maximize the chance of survival. Yi Kongqing also realized that danger was approaching. He opened his storage compartment and told Xia Shi about the supplies one by one. Chapter 1336 Locked Game 2. While listening to Yi Kongqing counting his supplies, Xia Shi also opened her storage compartment and checked her supplies at the same time. Because the system says, "You can enter the next game when the time comes." There is no standard for how long you need to wait. If it is slower, at least there is still time to make more arrangements and preparations. But if it's shorter than half an hour, every second now becomes precious. To save as much time as possible, she had to multitask. At this time, she couldn't even feel a trace of panic or fear. She was afraid that her thinking would be affected. Her judgment would be slowed, and her memory would be wrong. She must remain absolutely calm and rational so that her brain can function better. She can remember everything, and then make the most reasonable plan based on everything she has now. Although, she still doesn't know exactly what game she is about to face. According to the name of the game, the location should be in a wasteland, and the content of the game is probably related to inescapable combat. As time passed, Yi Kongqing had told Xia Shi all his supplies in detail, and Xia Shi also closed her storage compartment. Although she has a lot of supplies, thanks to the fact that in the second half of the game, Patient Zero, she organized her supplies again in order to give Suyin some useful things. At present, she has a general idea of the situation of her supplies. There is no need to look at them one by one. She can just look at them as a whole to deepen her impression. After finishing this, Xia Shi sat cross-legged on the ground and relaxed her brain a little. Although she didn't know how much time had passed now, it was already longer than she expected. Normally, the little god wanted her and Yi Kongqing to die quickly, so it was impossible for him to intentionally leave them such a long period of rest. If she guessed correctly, there should be other players who entered the Wasteland Escape game that the gods wanted to kill. This will also include Su Yun. But she didn't know exactly how many people there were. However, the game progress of these players is different. In order for everyone to enter the same game and solve it uniformly, the player who finishes first has to stay in the white room and wait. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense that the system does not give a clear waiting time. In addition, she believes that Xiaoshen's control of the survival game does not actually reach the point where he can do whatever he wants. In addition to the fact that he cannot personally deal with rebellious players, he should also not be able to forcibly add debuffs to players. Setting up a game like Wasteland Escape, specifically for players with a sense of resistance, and closing the entire mall to players who are about to enter Wasteland Escape, should be the ability that Xiaoshen can use to the maximum extent. If it exceeds this limit, the game will be completely unbalanced, and the game may not be able to exist. For example, the system pretended to ask her and Yi Kongqing what difficulty game to choose, and then said the name of the game. In fact, they would not know whether it was true or false. After all, the difficulty and randomness of the game were background operations of the system, and the players can't see it from the front end at all. It is very likely that players will think that they are about to enter a regular survival game. The system did not make any allusions to confuse players. It is unlikely that they are unwilling, but unable. Chapter 1337 Locked Game 3. So let's make a bold guess. After entering the game, players should not be prohibited from using purchase props. Special abilities owned by players cannot be blocked, nor can storage compartments be blocked. After all, forcing players to enter an unconventional game is already an unbalanced operation, and the mall is closed. If those players are banned again, it will be completely unbalanced. Xia Shi is quite sure of her guess, and this is good news that can make people feel more at ease at the moment. In front of the system, she directly told Yi Kongqing her guess. At this point, in fact, the relationship between them and the little god was completely broken. There was no need for her to continue playing riddles with Yi Kongqing, even if what she says now is monitored by the little god in real time. Even if she guesses it correctly, the little god can't do anything extra. The rules of the next round of the game must be biased in themselves and definitely not good for them. And the little god should try his best to make the rules of the game biased against them. But a delicate balance must be maintained. So it is impossible for the little god to make more unfavorable modifications. The most he can do is curse her to die as soon as possible. After hearing Xia Shi's speculation, Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. I think your guess is pretty close. After we enter the game, we may be separated. Xia Shi has already begun to consider various unfavorable factors that may appear in the game. When the system announces the rules of the game, we can first try to see if we can use the props. If it works, Just listen to the rules of the game and fly to the sky together.
Although it is unclear how large the wasteland is, since it can be called a wasteland, it should not be too small. When the system announces the rules of the game, it is generally not considered the official start of the game, so it cannot be determined whether props can be used during the period before the game officially starts. But they have to find each other as soon as possible, so it would be best if this little time can be used.
I know.
Yi Kongqing nodded seriously.
Let's consider other things after entering the game.
Xiaoxi rubbed her temples and tried to relax herself.
Thinking too much at the moment may lead to discrepancies with the actual situation. It's better to wait until then to deal with the specific situation.
Make plans based on the environment and game rules. She had to enter the game in the best possible condition and not overuse her brain at this time.
Okay,
Yi Kongqing said, putting his arms around Xiaoxi and letting Xiaoxi lean into his arms. Then he gently massaged the acupuncture points on Xiaoxi's brain to help her soothe her brain nerves. Xiaoxi closed her eyes and enjoyed the brief peace. Actually, with your ability, you can survive for a long time by participating in the survival game step by step. The inorganic system sound suddenly sounded without warning. Now this is the result. Not good. Its voice didn't have many ups and downs, but it still made people feel that there seemed to be regret in its words. Not questioning, not criticizing, not ridiculing, but regret. Xiaoxi felt a little suspicious. This can never be the message that the little god asked the system to convey. In other words, this is the system's own idea. She suddenly had the idea that the system was not 100% willing to do all this, regardless of other systems. At least her system, Wu, did give her such a feeling. Chapter 1338 Wasteland Escape 1. Unfortunately, the system never made any sound after that. Xiaoxi wanted to ask about the system, but when she thought that the little god behind the system should be monitoring this place at this moment, she gave up her intention to ask. Even if the system is really not 100% willing to do all this, it is impossible to admit it at this time. Otherwise, Xiaoshan may take corresponding measures against the system. The white room fell silent again. Xiaoxi leaned against Yi Kongqing's arms, keeping her eyes closed and concentrating, and occasionally changing positions. Yi Kongqing pressed the acupuncture points on Xiaoxi's head from time to time. After waiting for almost 20 hours, the system finally announced that the time was up. The next second, Xiaoxi found herself standing on a wasteland. As expected, Yi Kongqing was no longer around her. Not to mention Yi Kongqing, she didn't even see a humanoid shadow. This wasteland seemed very vast. But this time, there was no need to wait. The rules of the game were announced. What is different from the past is that this time, there is no system announcement sound, but a pop-up window pops up in front of the player, with detailed game rules scrolling on it. The moment the pop-up window popped up, Xiaoxi tried to take out the fairy wings from the storage compartment and put them on herself. Props can be taken out of the storage compartment and worn on the body, but they cannot fly. It seems that the problem is that the game has not officially started yet. Xiaoxi gave up decisively and chose to look at the rules of the game first. Welcome players to the Wasteland Escape game. This game lasts for 20 days. There are a total of 20 players in this round of the game, divided into two opposing camps. The Observer, representative sent by one camp for the Supreme Minor God. They symbolize justice and judgment. The other camp is the rebels who don't know the heights of the sky and are trying to harm the little god. There are a total of 13 players in the trial camp and 7 players in the rebel camp. Every player is now scattered in various places in the wasteland. But as soon as you meet and see each other, you will immediately know whether the other party is a friend or an enemy. The two camps are enemies of each other and are fighting each other, no matter what means or methods are used. There is only one purpose: to let their enemies die here. After the game starts, the locations of 20 players will be announced on the map in real time for 1 hour. After that, the location will be hidden for 1 hour, then displayed for another hour, and so on. The Judgment Camp is a red light spot, and the Rebel Camp is a yellow light spot. Players can choose the target they want to attack through positioning, or hide and escape during hidden positioning. Players in the Judgment Camp will receive 10 million points for each successful hunt of a rebel, as well as all the materials in the Rebel storage room. Players in the Rebel Camp will get an opportunity to create a presumptive location for every successful hunt of a judge. The fake position is valid for half an hour. After half an hour, the fake position will turn white to let all players know that it is a fake position. In addition, there are various creatures in the wasteland. Some creatures are non-toxic and harmless, while others are aggressive. Players need to make their own judgment. If you die after being attacked by a wasteland animal,
You are truly dead. And there is no chance of resurrection with points. Chapter 1339 Wasteland Escape 2. After the game time is over, the player who is still alive is the one who has passed the game. Players in the judgment camp are asked to work hard to kill. If they can successfully kill all the rebels, each judge will be rewarded with an additional 5 million points. The above are all the rules of this game. The game officially begins. The moment the scrolling subtitles disappeared, a translucent map suddenly popped up in front of Xiaoxi, with a total of 20 light spots flashing on it. There are 13 red light spots and 7 yellow light spots. The positions of each light spot are very scattered, and no two are even slightly close to each other. 2 seconds after the map appears, most of the light points begin to shift. Xiaoxi couldn't help but raise her middle finger to the sky, sending a sincere greeting to the little god who might be peeping. Then she quickly flapped her wings behind her and flew into the sky in an instant. As expected, the rules of this special game are extremely biased towards the judgment camp. Even if you kill the judge, you won't get any points or supplies. You can only get a false positioning opportunity. And you only have half an hour of false positioning time if you kill a person. Each positioning display lasts for 1 hour. But the false positioning only lasts for half an hour. Unless 2 judges are killed in a row, one side will not even have a chance to completely hide itself. The rules of this game are aimed at rebels everywhere, and at the same time attract the judges to actively hunt them. Sure enough, just as she guessed, Xiaoxin already knew what she was doing. And this game was specially designed for players like her. Then Suyun should be among those 7 rebels. In addition to her, Yi Kongqing and Suyun, there are 4 other players who are also rebels. But I don't know who they are. Xiaoxi looked around while her brain was working rapidly. She had flown very high and could see the end of one side of the wasteland. But the other side of the wasteland stretched infinitely within her sight, as if there was no end. It's not obvious on a zoomed-out map, but when you actually see the appearance of the entire wasteland, you'll know that there are only 20 players in such a vast area, and it's not easy to find each other. It was supposed to be to spread everyone out as much as possible, and make it more difficult for the rebels to get together. The purpose of simultaneous positioning is to allow the judges to find the rebels as quickly as possible, and deal with them one by one. Although positioning can also allow rebels to find their companions. There may not be many players with fairy wings, like her and Yi Kongqing among the rebels. Most players with alien intentions, even if they can reach the stage of observer candidate, will be exposed in the game of God servant space. And it will be difficult for them to become observers and leave the God servant space alive. Therefore, among the rebels who entered Wasteland Escape, there should be very few observers like her. If the player does not have enough points in the early stage and has not become an observer in the later stage, then the point accumulation speed will be very slow. When you don't have enough points, you have to buy defensive props in order to survive and work hard to pass the level. Those slowly accumulated points may not be willing to buy a fairy wing just for flying. Without wings, it would be very time-consuming to find companions on such a large map, even if you run fast. Chapter 1340 Wasteland Escape 3. Not to mention that there are wilderness creatures hiding somewhere that may suddenly attack, as well as those judges who are chasing after them based on their location. These will slow down the pace of finding companions. So if the rebels want to find companions, it will be very difficult without fairy wings. If a rebel has average strength and wants to escape from the pursuit of many judges by himself, it will be difficult to survive for more than 20 days. Players whose judges are all observers will have more points and props than ordinary players. Although these observers should have finished the last game at about the same time as the rebels, there is a certain degree of randomness, and they may not all be the most powerful observers, but they must all be qualified observers. The ones selected are not weak. I'm just afraid that none of them are easy to deal with. Even players like Xiaoxi who have many props and Yi Kongqing's strength level do not dare to underestimate the enemy at this moment. After Xiaoxi flew into the sky, she quickly took a look and saw that there was no player in sight. So she flew directly towards the other side of the wasteland, where she had not yet seen the end of the wasteland. As she flew, she looked at the translucent map in front of her. All 20 light points moved in different directions, but the 2 closest red light points were heading in her direction. When she stayed in the sky, these 2 light spots were just walking at a normal speed. But about 10 seconds after she flew out, the speed of these 2 light spots suddenly became very fast. It seems that the 2 judges deduced that her speed was abnormal in these 10 seconds, and knew that she was flying in the sky wearing fairy wings. So they also used fairy wings to chase her. Xiaoxi didn't panic. She looked back while flying forward. Sure enough, she saw two players approaching her quickly. Because the distance is too far, I can only see two black spots. And I can't even tell the gender of the other person. She quickly turned her head and flew forward faster. The three of them flew forward and flew very far in just 10 seconds. But because each other's flying speed is almost the same, the distance between them has never been able to close. And she finally saw a black spot appearing in front of her, corresponding to the location on the map, which was a yellow light spot. Although they haven't seen each other's faces yet, both sides approached each other at the fastest speed of fairy wings at the same time. As she gradually flew closer to the black spot, she saw a figure chasing after the black spot. At the corresponding position on the map, the figure is a red light spot, and it is obviously also a judge. Even though there were people on both sides chasing each other, neither she nor the other party chose to turn around, but approached each other at full speed. Soon, she saw the other party's appearance clearly. Yi Kongqing was quickly approaching Xia. His emerald green eyes were staring at Xia for a moment. They were particularly dazzling under the blue sky, as if beautiful gems reflected the most gorgeous light. After a minute, the two people finally stood face to face. Xia showed a bright smile. Let's go! We have to find Suyun as soon as possible. Okay. Yi Kongqing agreed. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Xiaxi's wrist, and fell rapidly downwards without warning. Chapter 1341 Wasteland Escape 4. Xiaxi didn't panic at all, and followed Yi Kongqing's movements and plummeted towards the ground. The three judges who were chasing after them from both sides saw Xiaxi and Yi Kongqing instantly disappear into the small mountains and rivers below before they even had time to get close. In the wasteland, there is not only endless flat land, but also small mountains, rivers and hills. It's just that compared with those big mountains, the height of these mountains, rivers and hills here is like small mounds. These small mountains and rivers are covered with various dense trees, which are most suitable for blocking the body. Although there is a positioning map, it is impossible to hide the positions of Xiaxi and Yi Kongqing. But with the obstruction of complex terrain, it will be very difficult for those who want to catch them. In an environment full of shrubs and trees, fairy wings cannot be used, and therefore cannot accelerate themselves. The judge can only rely on its own speed to move forward after landing. The most important thing is that Yi Kongqing is good at jungle combat. Even if the opponent really catches up, he will be sure to deal with it. When Xia was in the white room, she followed Yi Kongqing's instructions, and put on a pair of marten boots that were more suitable for walking in various terrains in the wasteland. Although they are far from professional jungle boots, they are much better than sports shoes. She followed Yi Kongqing through the bushes, stepping on branches, vines or low shrubs from time to time. But her steps were always steady. Yi Kongqing's speed was not very fast. He kept walking forward at an even speed, occasionally changing direction suddenly. At this time, being fast is not necessarily a good thing. If they are positioned, they will be found no matter where they are. So what they have to do is to prevent the other party from catching them, instead of running away and hiding. Even if you can really run far away now, you will still bump into judges coming from other directions. At present, it is best to keep walking at a constant speed. You can't stay in one place all the time, and you don't have to expend too much energy to escape. Yi Kongqing looked at the translucent map in front of him and chose the most suitable route based on the terrain in front of him. He was able to determine the possible direction of the red light spots on the map in a short period of time, and then continuously adjusted the most suitable route while taking a roundabout approach to the nearest yellow light spot. It was a coincidence that Yi Kongqing and Xia met here. But when they met, they both saw a yellow light spot on the map that happened to be in this mountainous area. So the moment the two people met and made eye contact, Yi Kongqing took Xia down. It is not clear where Suyun is now, but since there is a yellow light spot here, it is the best choice to first find a player of the same camp to confirm his identity. While walking, Xia did not express any opinions. She completely trusted Yi Kongqing's judgment and had no doubts. Wherever Yi Kongqing goes, she goes. While Yi Kongqing was leading the way, Xia followed Yi Kongqing and opened the friends function to try to send a message to Suyun, even if there are no coordinates. As long as Xianyan can tell her current environment, it is still possible to find her as quickly as possible. And there is a map as a reference to narrow down the area as much as possible. What Xia is most worried about now is whether the friend function can still be used. Chapter 1342 Wasteland Escape 5. Xia tried to send a message, but soon received a system prompt of, "Message cannot be sent. There is no such thing as not in the service area." It just says that it cannot be sent. This is obviously not an inability to sin under normal circumstances, but a restriction specially placed by God in this game. Xiaoxi's expression condensed slightly. This is the worst case scenario. Although she was almost 90% sure that Su Yun was also in the Wasteland Escape game. But she couldn't confirm whether Su Yun was there because she couldn't contact him. It is also impossible to confirm whether Su Yun is safe now. When she was in the last game, she sent Su Yun a fairy wing. But at the beginning of this game, Su Yun may not have thought about flying into the sky. So she didn't even look at it all the way. Except for her and Yi Kongqing. The yellow light spots moved quickly. Xiaoxi could probably guess Su Yun's psychological activities. Alone, not very strong. And in the early stages of the game, suddenly flying into the sky is tantamount to becoming the most conspicuous target. Walking in bushes, tall grass, trees, etc. At least you can stop the enemy from pursuing you. If you fly in the sky and are attacked, you won't even have a place to hide. With such thoughts, it is normal for Su Yun not to dare to use fairy wings. Su Yun probably didn't expect that she would also be in this game. She thought that she could only survive by herself now. So she naturally had to be cautious in everything. She remembered Su Yun saying that she would do her best to protect special items. Su Yun is not an impulsive and bold character. In order to prevent the special item that is about to be formed from being destroyed, she must endure and let herself survive. Perhaps Su Yun had not dared to look up at the sky until now. So she had no chance to see Xiaoxi flying by. Of course, even if Su Yun really raised his head, Su Yun would not be able to tell who the person in the sky was at the height Xiaoxi flew at that time. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel worried and uneasy. Su Yun is a cute and sensible girl. She likes this girl and hopes that this girl can live well. It was she who let Su Yun participate in her plan. And it was she who put Su Yun in such danger. She must find Su Yun as soon as possible and protect Su Yun. This is her responsibility. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and tried to calm down the negative emotions emerging from her heart. At this moment, she must not allow herself to fall into any mood swings that are not conducive to calm thinking. At this time, we need to be more rational. Only with reason can we better judge the situation and think of solutions. Slowly exhaling the turbid air in her chest, Xiaoxi felt that her mentality had become much calmer. She looked back at the translucent map in front of her. Not far behind her, there were 2 red light spots that were chasing after her, while the yellow light spots in front of her were getting closer and closer. Maybe if we walk for another half hour, we can find the location of the yellow light spot. There may be a judge still in the sky. Xiaoxi told Yi Kongqing her speculation. There are only 2 chasing us. The other one doesn't seem to be approaching us. But he is probably flying in a roundabout way. Cut us off at the end of this terrain. In the emergency situation of being chased, it is easy to ignore other situations in the outside world and only focus on the person chasing behind you. Chapter 1343 Wasteland Escape 6. At this time, if one of the people takes advantage of the chaos and walks away, it will be difficult to attract much attention. When you notice it, you will just think that this person has given up or lost track and failed to catch up. But in fact, this person took a detour and blocked the front, just in time to attack from both sides. It's okay. Yi Kongqing had obviously realized this a long time ago. He said to Xiaoxi, "We won't go out from that side." After he landed with Xiaoxi, he noticed that there were only 2 red light spots chasing behind him. The other one stayed in place for a brief 2 seconds, and then moved in the other direction at an extremely fast speed. Such a fast movement speed is definitely the acceleration effect of fairy wings. So this player must not have landed, and is still flying in the sky. The likelihood of suddenly switching hunting targets is low. So the likelihood of trying to pursue from another direction is higher. Although Yi Kongqing is not as smart as Xiaoxi, he has rich practical experience. So he can react more quickly than Xiaoxi in this regard. Okay. Xiaoxi looked at the yellow light spot on the map that was getting closer and closer. The other party also seemed to see that Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were approaching in their direction. Although they didn't know each other's identities yet. It was always safer for players in the same camp to gather together. So the other party was also visible to the naked eye, approaching Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing at a fast speed. However, not far behind this yellow light spot, there was also a red light spot chasing closely. The number of people in the 2 camps is almost doubled, which means that every rebel will inevitably have 1 or 2 chasing judges behind him. Team battles are definitely not suitable because the gap in numbers is too big. So guerrilla warfare is more suitable. Therefore, the current terrain environment is favorable to Xiaoxi and others. But the first priority is to meet this yellow light spot and confirm the identity of the other party. After all, The red light spot behind this yellow light spot is chasing closely. If it is Suyun, the situation will not be good. After determining the identity of the yellow light spot, they considered getting rid of these judges. The road ahead is a bit difficult, Yi Kongqing suddenly said, and I have to speed up. After saying that, he picked up Xiaoxi and switched it with one hand, letting Xiaoxi hang on his back. Xiaoxi felt like the world was spinning, and the next second, she was being carried on Yi Kongqing's back. Before she could fully react, Yi Kongqing was already running forward as fast as a cheetah. She subconsciously hugged Yi Kongqing's neck tightly, and clung to Yi Kongqing's body to reduce the air resistance she brought to Yi Kongqing. On the map, the two red dots behind him seemed stunned for a moment, and then they sped up to catch up. However, the terrain here is not flat, and the obstacles of various shrubs, vines and tree roots on the ground will slow down one's progress. If you are not careful, you may trip and fall, which will further affect your speed. All these circumstances caused the pursuit of the two red light spots to be stumbling. Yi Kongqing was much more flexible and agile, and even carrying Xiaoxi on his back did not affect his speed at all. After a while, they distanced themselves from the two red light spots, and got closer and closer to the yellow light spot. It was supposed to take about half an hour to encounter the yellow light spot, but it ended up taking a quarter of an hour. Chapter 1344 Wasteland Escape 7. The other party ran out from behind a big tree in a hurry, stumbling and looking nervous. When she saw Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing coming towards them, she showed an unexpected look, and then her face was full of surprise. Xiaoxi! She ran over excitedly and waved her hand. Great! I met you here! Xiaoxi knew that the other person was not Suyun after just one glance, and she couldn't help showing a bit of disappointment. But when she heard the other party call out her name accurately, Xiaoxi raised her eyes and looked at the other party a few more times. It was a young woman with a ponytail. The bangs on her forehead were blown up by the wind while running around, revealing her smooth forehead. An acquaintance indeed. Speaking of which, I have met her in 2 games before and added her as a friend, but I have never used the friend function to contact her. At this time, Yi Kongqing also recognized who the other party was. Ning Pinger. We experienced 2 survival games together, and each time we got close to Xiaoxi, so he had a better impression. Do you care? Yi Kongqing asked Xiaoxi in a low voice. Although they are all players in the same camp, their most important goal is to find Suyun. Whether the life or death of other players in the same camp should be controlled depends on what Xiaoxi thinks. If he didn't care, he would immediately turn around and chase the next yellow point of light. No matter. Xiaoxi lowered her voice and explained. She might be useful. Yi Kongqing said, yeah, without any objection. Ning Pinger was running over happily, when suddenly another figure appeared from behind the big tree. It was a young man with obvious burn marks on his face. He moved very flexibly and ran very fast. Although his running was not so smooth due to the stumbling under his feet, he was still much more agile than Ning Pinger. The moment the burn man appeared, he immediately took out a pistol and shot Ning Pinger twice in the back of the heart. Ning Pinger heard the noise when the burn man came out, but she did not look back, but accelerated her pace towards Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. Even when she heard the gunfire behind her, she controlled herself and did not let herself take a dodge position. Only in this way could she run to Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing in the shortest possible time. When the bullet was about to hit Ning Pinger, it was bounced away by a thin light curtain. The burn man didn't show any surprise. He just said, "Tisk." In the next second, he changed weapons, and the pistol in his hand became a Gatling. At the same time, Xiaoxi threw a grenade at the burn man. Before the burn man could react, the grenade exploded in front of him. But he was also wearing defensive items. The grenade did not cause any damage to the burn man, but the smoke filled the air and completely blocked his sight for a short 2 or 3 seconds. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Yi Kongqing put down Xiaoxi and ran towards the burn man. Xiaoxi took Ning Pinger's arm and took a few steps back. Ning Pinger panted heavily, and there were beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked at Xiaoxi gratefully. Thank you. She knew very well that Xiaoxi could ignore her, although there was some friendship between her and Xiaoxi. In this unfair survival game, when facing a life or death situation, she had to protect her own safety first. It was hard to say whether she could take care of others. Chapter 1345 Wasteland Escape 8. Ning Pinger knew this in her heart, so even if Xiaoxi ignored her, she would not complain. She would only feel that her fate was unlucky. Because of this, Xiaoxi was willing to help her, and she was very grateful. Xiaoxi did not greet Ning Pinger, nor did she ask why Ning Pinger appeared here. She just asked, Do you have fairy wings?
Ning Pinger shook her head.
That one is too expensive. I can't bear to buy it.
What she wanted was to save her life. So all her points were used to buy defensive items and antidote pills. She was reluctant to buy props like this that were used as icing on the cake.
Then follow closely,
Xiaoxi instructed.
If I reach out to you later, you have to catch me immediately. Okay, I understand.
Ning Pinger nodded vigorously. While the two women were talking, Yi Kongqing had already fought with the burned man several times. The burned man had obviously also strengthened his physical strength. Every time his attack failed and hit the tree trunk, a fist-sized hole would be formed. Yi Kongqing's reaction was so quick that the burned man never hit him. On the contrary, every time he struck, he was able to hit the burned man accurately. But because the burned man was protected by defensive items, Yi Kongqing was unable to injure him after several back and forths. However, the burned man's face became increasingly ugly, being hit hard by Yi Kongqing one after another. The durability of the burned man's defensive items was declining at an exaggerated speed. The props on the burned man were replaced just before entering this game, and their durability is 100. Although it can still hold up now. According to this trend, the durability will be exhausted after a short time. By that time, he might not have time to replace himself with new props, and he would be knocked to the ground. The most important thing is that he can't attack the opponent at all and has been suppressed. He didn't even make the opponent's defensive items lose any durability. The same physical strength was enhanced. But in terms of reaction speed and strength, he was not as good as the green-eyed man in front of him. In addition to using his fists, he also attacks with guns. But Gatlin was too cumbersome, and was kicked away as soon as he lifted up. Although the pistol is flexible, it is difficult to cause any damage to the opponent. The opponent does not even dodge, but directly punches him. He had to be lucky that the opponent didn't seem to have many hot weapons and had been using fists to attack. Otherwise, he might have been unable to withstand the double attack. The only thing he can hope for now is to drag the other two judges over as long as possible. On the map, the two red light spots are getting closer and closer to here. This is his greatest hope. Xiaoxi had been observing the burned man's condition, and finally saw his belt when he raised his hand to block Yi Kongqing's attack. It is a top-grade defensive item. He was blown up by a grenade once, and punched 4 or 5 times by Yi Kongqing. Even with full durability, he probably wouldn't be able to last long. Xiaoxi glanced at the map again. The two red light spots chasing her were already very close, and they would catch up in about 5 minutes. It must be resolved quickly. She took out 3 grenades at once, pulled out the safety, and threw them towards the two fighting people. Although it is unclear how much durability of high-grade defensive items Yi Kongqing's attack can consume, the effect should not be lower than that of a grenade. After a little calculation, throwing 3 more grenades is almost enough to reduce the durability of the opponent's defensive items. Used up. Chapter 1346 Wasteland Escape 9. When Xiaoxi threw the grenade, she did not avoid Yi Kongqing. She just shouted to Yi Kongqing, "Aching! I threw the grenade!" When Yi Kongqing heard this, he instantly understood Xiaoxi's intention. Instead of avoiding it, he grabbed the burned man's arm and forcefully dragged him to face the grenade explosion with him. At the same time as the grenade exploded, Yi Kongqing immediately turned the burned man's arm behind his back, and then tried to break off one of the man's little fingers. Along with the burned man's scream, his little finger folded back in a strange shape on the back of his hand. Apparently, the durability of the burned man's defensive items had been exhausted. Moreover, with Yi Kongqing controlling his arm, the burned man could not even take out new defensive items from the storage compartment. Yi Kongqing immediately took out a pistol, pointed it at the burned man's head and shot him. The strike was swift and decisive. Without any hesitation, the close-range shooting caused little blood to flow out from the burned man. The bullet penetrated his temple and sank into the weeds not far away. The burned man's face still had a look of pain. His eyes were wide open, but he was no longer breathing. At the same time, the red light spot representing the burned man on the map disappeared, turned gray, and was no longer at the replacement position. Yi Kongqing let go of his hand and dropped the person in his hand. He put away his pistol and walked quickly towards Xiaoxi. When he turned around, he saw that half of his face was splattered with blood. His expression was solemn, and the emerald green eyes and bright red blood formed a sharp contrast, as if Shura had descended into the world. Although his eyes softened when he looked at Xiaoxi, it still gave Ning Pinger a feeling of frightening fear. Xiaoxi didn't show any fear. She threw a pack of wet tissues to Yi Kongqing. "Wipe your face." Then she said to Ning Pinger, "Let's talk while walking."
Ning Pinger came to her senses and responded quickly. Okay. Okay. She also saw 2 red light spots getting closer and closer. If she continued to stay here, she would start fighting with the enemy again within 5 minutes. Yi Kongqing unpacked the wet wipes, wiped the blood on his face, and led the way. Xiaoxi and Ning Pinger followed closely behind. Why did you enter the Wasteland Escape game? It was only then that Xiaoxi asked this question. Did you know something you shouldn't know? That's right. Ning Pinger stumbled as she walked. But because she didn't want to be held back, she tried to keep her pace as fast as possible. However, it is easy to lose concentration when talking, and walking is inevitably a bit unsteady. No. She just said 3 words and almost tripped over a vine. Xiaoxi quickly supported Ning Pinger with quick eyes and hands. Ning Pinger glanced at Xiaoxi gratefully. When she spoke again, her thoughts had smoothed out and her words became much smoother. I met a player with observer status in a previous game. Her luck it's not good. I was poisoned by an NPC in the game and couldn't find the antidote in time. So I had to die slowly. Before she died, she told me everything she knew. At this point, Ning Pinger sighed heavily. Honestly, I still don't know why she told me this. And she and I also it's not that familiar. Chapter 1347 Wasteland Escape 10. But I have no chance to know why she told me this. Ning Pinger sighed again. I can only guess that she may feel that she is about to die. And she doesn't want to hide these secrets until she dies. And it just so happens that I am here when she was around. She told me. Actually, after I first listened to what the observer said, I was completely confused. I even wondered if she was too deeply poisoned and had hallucinations. So she said some nonsense. When she said this, there was still a bit of confusion on his face. I have never heard that there is an observer among the players. And I don't know what the little god is. After a pause, she added, but what the observer said about special items, I don't know why. I always feel it is very similar to that. She said that the little god asked the observer to destroy the special items. So it means that the special items must have some special effect after being collected. So I just wanted to try and collect some special items. After that, I just experienced a round of survival games. And I was suddenly forced into this Wasteland Escape game. At the end, Ning Pinger's voice was full of helplessness. I feel like this is probably the reason why I was pulled into Wasteland Escape. I really can't think of any other reasons. Everything about the observer and the little god is true. Xiaoxi said very briefly. I have experienced the observer you met and what you said. Ning Pinger was stunned for a moment before she understood. You mean, you are already an observer now? That's right. Xiaoxi nodded. I entered Wasteland Escape also because I wanted to collect special items. That's not right. Ning Pinger looked confused. That observer told me that players with this status will destroy special items as long as they touch them. If you were an observer, you shouldn't have. Is there a way to collect special items? So I have a companion who is not an observer. Xiaoxi said frankly. She should be among the rebels this time. But I'm not sure where she is. I'm still looking for her. Ah, I understand. The 2 of you approached me before to confirm whether I was your companion. Ning Pinger finally understood this. She also felt a little strange at first. After the other party's 2 yellow light spots appeared near her, they kept moving towards her. That unhesitating attitude always felt like he was not simply trying to find players of the same camp. Now she understood that they were indeed looking for someone, not trying to gather rebels. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she knew Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. Otherwise they might just leave her alone. I thought that all observers would obey the orders of that little god and wouldn't dare to do anything against them. Ning Pinger couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that there would be some rebels this time. Observers cannot resist blatantly. Otherwise they will be discovered immediately. Xiaoxi shrugged. So even if they have any intentions, it will be difficult for you to tell on the surface. Of course she and Yi Kongqing were not the only observers who resisted, but she couldn't say it directly. Otherwise the little god who peeked at the screen might guess who was suspected of resisting based on her words. Chapter 1348 Wasteland Escape 11. Xiaoxi had to prepare for the worst. If she and Yi Kongqing were unable to escape safely this time and died in the game, then at least there would be other players trying to resist, such as Jiu Xiaolin. Although I don't know how far those people can achieve it. At least there is hope. After saying that, Xiaoxi did not continue the topic and asked Ning Pinger. You should have something special on you, right? Well, Ning Pinger still trusted Xiaoxi, so she didn't hide it. It's a pity that there is only one.
After I knew the secret of Observer, I couldn't find another special item. After a pause, as if she thought of something, her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked Xiaoxi,
Do you think there will be special items in this game? The possibility is not high.
Xiaoxi attacked Ningpinger mercilessly.
If I guess correctly, this venue should be specially set up to deal with rebels like us. And it is different from the places naturally generated in ordinary survival games.
According to her understanding, special items should be products naturally generated in survival games in various worlds. This also means that special items will not appear in this specially created space.
Hey. Okay.
Although Ningpinger was a little disappointed, she just sighed and didn't complain much.
Give that special item of yours to my companion,
Xiaoxi suggested.
We have collected 18 special items, and we still have 2 to go. 10! 18!
Ningpinger stared in astonishment.
You guys are so awesome. You actually collected so many. Some of them are exchanged for supplies with other people.
Xiaoxi explained briefly and then asked,
Do you agree? Agree. Agree.
Ningpinger was very happy. And then she asked again,
Are you sure there are still 2 left to piece together a complete spherical shape? It should be,
Xiaoxi replied.
When I first had 5 special items in my hand, when I put them together, they looked like a quarter of a sphere. Based on this calculation,
a total of 20 individual. Then with this one from me, you're 1 short of 20.
Ningpinger's eyes were full of hope.
We'd better go find other rebels. Maybe they also have some.
Special items can be collected in this way.
Although they don't know what the outcome will be after gathering them together. They were drawn into this Wasteland Escape game just to collect special items. That little god obviously wants to kill everyone. Even if you can survive the game this time, there is no guarantee that you will have to face similar unfair games in the future. The situation is already so bad. But it can also be seen that that little god cares about special items. So it is the wisest choice to gather special items as soon as possible.
Of course, it would be best if it goes as you think,
Xiaoxi said, looking at the translucent map in front of her again.
But the most urgent thing is to find my companions first.
If Suyun dies, all the special items will be gone. Even if she and Yi Kongqing survive this time, everything will have to start over. The key is that it is impossible for the little god to give them a chance to start over. And then everything will be over. Chapter 1349 Wasteland Escape 12. Now there are only 2 things Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing have to do. Find Suyun and protect Ningpinger. When friend function cannot be used, special items cannot be transferred and can only be given face to face. Neither Xiaoxi nor Yi Kongqing can touch special items. So Ningpinger must live. On the map, the red dots following behind were slightly further apart. But this slight gap would be quickly caught up as long as Xiaoxi and others slowed down a little. Ningpinger was out of breath because she kept running. Xiaoxi's condition was better than that of Ningpinger. Although she was panting a little, her overall breathing was relatively stable. After all, her long-term exercise had made great progress in her physical fitness. Yi Kongqing's condition was the best. He never even panted, and was always breathing calmly. Xiaoxi pulled Ningpinger, who almost fell down, and then looked at the map again. On the map, the yellow light spot closest to the 3 of them was not in the mountains and rivers, but in a basin between the 2 mountains and rivers. At this time, the yellow light spot had reached a position close to the lake. A little further away from this yellow light point in the diagonal direction, there is a red light point that is getting closer, probably trying to intercept the yellow light spot. The yellow light spot obviously understood this. In order to avoid being caught, it kept running around in the basin irregularly.
Go a little further and fly out directly.
Yi Kongqing pointed to a big tree not far away and said to Xiaoxi,
Let's go straight to the lake.
This big tree is the tallest and thickest in the neighborhood, but it seems to be half dead. There are no leaves among the branches. It is bare, and some dead branches have fallen off, forming a small space without obstacles. As long as you step on the tree trunk and spread your wings, you can fly. The places we passed before were filled with various trees and shrubs, which were not suitable for taking off. If the 3 of them want to rush to the lake as soon as possible, they have to use fairy wings. So Yi Kongqing has been looking for a suitable place to spread his wings.
Okay,
Xiaoxi responded, and then said to Ningpinger beside her,
You will definitely be chased and intercepted later. Don't panic. Just attack appropriately with weapons and block the opponent's approach. Our main purpose is to go find a player with the same camp. Don't be too lazy to fight.
When they fly out, the 3 judges who are chasing them will definitely follow them. Normally, counterattacking directly to kill the opponent is the only option for once and for all.
But no matter how little time is spent fighting, it is still a waste of time. What's more, the fight may not be resolved in a short time without knowing the opponent's strength. No time should be wasted before Suyun is found. If Suyun is killed due to this delay, everything will be meaningless. So the best choice now is to try to avoid fighting.
Yeah, I remember.
Ning Pinger nodded quickly and asked,
Then should I take the Gatling? I've never used it in the air.
So I don't know if I can hold it securely. If your hit rate is okay, you can consider throwing grenades or bombs,
Xiaoxi suggested.
Once they try to get closer, use the smoke generated by the explosion to block the line of sight and slow down their progress.
Chapter 1350 Wasteland Escape 13.
It makes sense.
Ning Pinger agreed very much.
It's much lighter than Gatling, and I don't have any trouble holding it. Aching.
Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing.
Take her with you.
Yi Kongqing's power is much greater than hers, and it is easier to carry people around without affecting the flying speed. At this time, there is no need to consider other details. Yi Kongqing glanced at Ning Pinger and had no objection. But while walking towards the dead tree, he took out a pair of medical gloves from the storage compartment and put them on his hands. Ning Pinger was relieved when she saw this. She was actually quite afraid of Yi Kongqing, and she could feel that Yi Kongqing didn't like casual contact with the opposite sex. Wearing a pair of gloves only had the same effect, but it separated the possibility of skin contact, making her less afraid, and Yi Kongqing's inner rejection should also be less. This way both of you can relax. The three of them quickly walked to the dead tree. Yi Kongqing picked up Xiaoxi and helped Xiaoxi step on the relatively strong branch. Xiaoxi flapped her wings and quickly flew out. Yi Kongqing then picked up Ning Pinger's belt with one hand, grabbed the thick branch with the other, turned over and stood on the branch, and then flew up. Ning Pinger didn't dare to move or make a sound the whole time. Although she was frightened by Yi Kongqing's series of smooth movements and turned pale. She was afraid that she would be disliked if she spoke out. She was afraid that Yi Kongqing would throw her down if he was unhappy. So she kept her mouth shut and no sound came out. About 5 seconds after Xiaoxi and the others flew out, the two red dots chasing behind them also moved faster. Obviously, the other party knew that they had flown out again. If they didn't find a place to take off quickly, they might not be able to catch up with them. And diagonally to the side, a red light spot that had been lingering in the distance rushed toward the three of them. This is the third judge who pretended to be lost. Ning Pinger took out a grenade and stood ready to be used at any time. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing moved forward at full speed, trying to rush out before the opponent could intercept them. However, the opponent seemed determined to intercept them, not only using the fastest speed, but also flying straight towards the lake they were about to go to. It was as if the other party had anticipated that Xiaoxi and the other three would go look for the yellow light spot near the lake. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Now that the matter has come to this, it would be a waste of time to go around in a roundabout way, so it is better to go straight ahead. The two red dots behind him have been dropped. It is still a great advantage to only deal with one judge, and as long as you can cross over before the judge catches you, you don't need to stay and fight with the opponent to death. It's not a big problem. So they continued to fly along the shortest route, not shying away from the other party's interception. When they were about to approach the lake, Xiaoxi and the others were already only a few hundred meters away from the judge, who was advancing at full speed. According to the top speed of fairy wings, they would have to collide in about 2 seconds. At this moment, Xiaoxi turned around and glanced at the person chasing her. She wanted to see what level of defense items the opponent was using. If the freezing gun could be used effectively, she could directly defeat the opponent. But after seeing the other person's face, she showed an unexpected look. Chapter 1351 Wasteland Escape 14. Yi Kongqing noticed Xiaoxi's expression and looked over. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face darkened slightly. Ning Pinger noticed something was wrong with Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing's expressions, and she also turned to look at the judge. The most eye-catching thing was the short red hair, and then her eyes moved down, and she saw a very beautiful face. He was a particularly good-looking man, with an enchanting androgynous appearance. But his physique and temperament would never make anyone mistake him for a woman. Ning Pinger felt that she was a bit worthless and had become a nymphomaniac. Even though she knew the occasion was inappropriate, she was uncontrollably attracted. The moment Xiaoxi's eyes met, the red-haired man smiled, his neat white teeth shining brightly. "Beauty, you finally looked back at me," Jiao Xiaolin teased in his usual way. Because Xiaoxi's speed suddenly slowed down, Jiao Xiaolin caught up with him in the next second and walked side by side with Xiaoxi and the other three.
Jiuxian, watch your words,
Xiaoxi warned,
and then said, if you have anything to say, we'll talk about it later. I have to rush to find someone now.
As she spoke, she continued to fly forward. Yi Kongqing glanced at Jiuxian. His expression was unkind, but he didn't do anything and flew towards the lake with Ning Pinger in his arms. Jiuxian didn't stop them, and even shut up for the time being obediently. He just kept following behind a few people. Ning Pinger looked back at Jiuxian and subconsciously pinched the grenade in her hand. This situation. She shouldn't have to throw grenades. Right? Although they were from hostile camps. It seemed that this handsome man knew Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, and was not considered an enemy. Although he kept following them, he didn't make any attacks or stop them. As if you want to go with them? Ning Pinger couldn't believe her thoughts. It feels a bit fantasy no matter how you think about the idea of players from opposing camps being friendly and traveling together. I'll wait. She remembered that Xiaoxi had said before that there were other players trying to resist among the observers. Could this Jiuxian be one of them? How deep does it have to be hidden to avoid being noticed by that little god? Not only did he not become a rebel, but he could actually appear here as a judge. It's so awesome. Ning Pinger couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Jiuxian. Feeling Ning Pinger's gaze, Jiuxian raised his lips and smiled, winking at Ning Pinger. With just one glance, Ning Pinger felt like her soul was about to be taken away. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to be concentrating on checking the grenade in her hand, not daring to look at Jiuxian again. Jiuxian laughed a few times without hesitation, looking very interested. Ning Pinger's cheeks couldn't help but turn red, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing pretended not to hear anything. They looked at the lake below and immediately saw a figure stumbling across the weeds, approaching the lake. It seems that this player wants to jump into the lake and use the help of the lake to avoid the pursuing judge. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed down and quickly approached each other. While the player on the ground was running, he seemed to see several players who were very close to him on the map. He first looked around while running, but saw no one. And then he boldly looked up. One glance. Chapter 1352 Wasteland Escape 15. Xiaoxi was getting closer and closer to the ground. And when she could clearly see what the other party was wearing, the other party happened to look up. The soft short ear-length hair was a little messy in the wind, and the cute apple face became red from running all the time. The moment he saw Xiaoxi, the other party's expression quickly changed from shock to joy.
Sister Xia!
Suyun couldn't help but wave to Xiaoxi with a somewhat excited tone.
Sister Xia! You are actually here too!
Xiaoxi swooped down and stretched out her hand towards Suyun. Suyun quickly raised her hand and went over. The two grabbed each other's wrists, and Xiaoxi immediately hugged Suyun into her arms, and then flew into the sky again. Yi Kongqing followed and flew towards the distance, holding Ning Pinger's belt firmly in his hand. Jiuxian also reacted quickly and followed closely behind several people. It wasn't until the group of people flew far away that the red light spot chasing Suyun finally appeared from the other end near the lake. But he didn't have fairy wings, so he could only watch the 4 yellow light spots on the map getting farther and farther away from him. He fired several shots into the sky angrily. After venting for a while, he had to reselect the yellow light spot closest to him on the map to pursue. Behind Xiaoxi and others, the 2 red spots of light that were chasing after them still didn't give up. Especially when Xiaoxi went to fish for Suyun. She was delayed for a few seconds, which also gave the 2 red light spots a chance to close the distance. As Xiaoxi flew forward, she glanced at the small countdown above the map. There are still 15 minutes left before the positioning is completed. If you keep flying in the sky, it will be too long. And if you keep flying at the highest speed, the durability of the fairy wings will be greatly consumed. The wings on Xiaoxi's body have been used for so long, and their durability is running low. It is not certain whether they can sustain such a high intensity and long-term flight. Once her durability runs out midway, she may be caught up by the 2 people behind her during the few seconds she takes to replace her wings. Moreover, after all, they are not animals that fly in the air for a long time. If they really want to fight, they are more comfortable on the ground.
Ah Qing,
Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing beside her.
Find a place with complex terrain to go down.
Yi Kongqing responded.
Okay.
He glanced at the map and then flew towards another hill. The location he chose not only had bushes, which would make it more difficult for the enemy to pursue him, but there were also no red light spots in or near the hill. Even if other judges want to rush over, it will take some time. Without fairy wings,
They will not be able to rush over within 15 minutes. Then they only need to deal with 2 enemies, which is not difficult. Under the leadership of Yi Kongqing, the group quickly landed and began to walk deeper into the hills. Several people who had never met before introduced themselves to each other as they walked. It was only then that Ning Pinger asked Xiaoxi, "Xiaoxi, is Suyun your other companion?" When she asked this, her eyes were looking at Suyun, who was holding Xiaoxi's arm. Suyun smiled shyly at Ning Pinger. "Yes." After Xiaoxi answered Ning Pinger's words, she looked at Jiao Xiaolin, who was at the back. She asked Jiao Xiaolin, "What are your plans?" Chapter 1353 Wasteland Escape 16. Xiaoxi could ask such a question calmly now only because Jiao Xiaolin followed him all the way and did not choose to take advantage of the situation. With Jiao Xiaolin's IQ, it was impossible not to guess that this game was deliberately arranged by the little god. And it was impossible not to know that the little god was most likely watching and monitoring. But he still chose to go with them instead of taking action directly to save his life, so as to hide his secret. His behavior was risky, and he might have exposed himself. It was precisely because of his behavior that Xiaoxi was willing to ask him. "I have to first understand how far you have gone to get caught in such a game." Jiao Xiaolin licked his lips and said with a smile, "Then I can make my decision." "Say it directly?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly, indicating something. "Just say it." Jiao Xiaolin understood what Xiaoxi meant. But at this point, he felt there was no need to use his ability to communicate. Even if there were really important things that couldn't be disclosed for the time being. He believed that with Xiaoxi's mind, she would definitely know what could and could not be said in this situation. He just wanted to know their current progress. And it didn't matter if he didn't talk about other related things for the time being. "We collected 19 special items." Xiaoxi directly gave a result. Jiao Xiaolin looked surprised, and then laughed again. "I did not misjudge the person. You are indeed very powerful. You have collected so many special items in such a short period of time." Then he looked at Suyun. "Is she your storage device?" Observer definitely cannot put special items on themselves. To collect this, they can only rely on trustworthy partners. Coupled with how much Xiaoxi cherished Suyun just now, it is not difficult to guess how crucial Suyun's role is. Xiaoxi did not deny it, but just asked, "What's your decision? Can I take a look first?" Jiao Xiaolin asked without answering. "I have never seen so many special items." "Okay," Xiaoxi said happily. She turned to look at Yi Kongqing. "Aching, control him." Although she didn't have much suspicion about Jiao Xiaolin, she still had to be cautious. You can show him things, but only under the premise that his actions are completely controlled by them. In case Jiao Xiaolin changed his mind and wanted to gain the trust of the little god by destroying all the special items, it would be too hasty to show it to him without any defense. Yi Kongqing didn't say anything. He took a few steps towards Jiao Xiaolin, grabbed Jiao Xiaolin's hands, and held them behind him. Just like this, he held Jiao Xiaolin and continued to move forward. "Beauty is really cautious." Jiao Xiaolin was not angry and still maintained the smile on his face. "But I like it." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the strength on his wrist suddenly increase. The pain made him frown. He glanced at Yi Kongqing's murderous emerald green eyes, and knew clearly that his words had offended the other party. But he still said without fear of death, "You are so beautiful. I have always liked her so much." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a crisp click sound coming from his wrist. 2 seconds later, he felt pain belatedly. Immediately afterwards, the other wrist was also forcibly dislocated with a click sound. Even if Yi Kongqing didn't grab Jiao Xiaolin's wrist, Jiao Xiaolin's hands would not be able to move normally. Chapter 1354 Wasteland Escape 17. Jiao Xiaolin gritted his teeth and endured it, not letting himself cry out because of the pain. "I told you to watch your words a long time ago." Xiaoxi didn't sympathize with Jiao Xiaolin at all, and even said rudely, "You deserve it." Jiao Xiaolin showed a helpless expression. "I was just joking. Who knew your boyfriend was so fussy about everything? Don't do what Green Arrow did with me." Xiaoxi immediately stopped. "Otherwise you won't have a chance to speak again later." She could tell that Jiao Xiaolin was deliberately trying to make Yi Kongqing angry. With such bad taste, Yi Kongqing deserved to have both of his wrists dislocated. Jiao Xiaolin is a man who is used to being promiscuous and can't control his mouth that likes to tease others. Even if Yi Kongqing doesn't do something, if she continues to listen, she will definitely take action against Jiao Xiaolin. Okay, I was wrong." Jiao Xiaolin was very aware of current affairs and immediately apologized to prevent things from getting worse. Yi Kongqing snorted coldly and raised his hand to hold Jiao Xiaolin's shoulders
to exert pressure to ensure that Jiao Xiaolin would not suddenly run out of his suppression range. Xiaoxi then said to Su Yun,
Su Yun, take out the special items and show them to Jiao Xiaolin. You don't have to get them in front of him. Just let him see them. Oh, okay.
Su Yun nodded obediently. She took out a spherical object from the storage compartment. There was only a small gap on the spherical surface. Jiao Xiaolin suddenly forgot about the pain in his wrist. He stared at the sphere and couldn't help but admire.
I didn't expect that I would finally see the light of day.
When he said these words, he was completely different from his usual informal appearance, and actually looked a little bit vicissitudes of life. As soon as one hears it, one can feel that he has probably experienced something.
But this gap doesn't look like there is just a special item missing.
Soon, Jiao Xiaolin returned to his normal appearance and even raised his doubts.
I only have 18 here.
Su Yun walked forward and explained for Xiaoxi.
Sister Xia just said there are 19. She may have made a mistake accidentally. I have another one here.
Ning Pinger recovered from the excitement of seeing the special item sphere. She took out her special item and handed it to Su Yun.
This makes 19.
Su Yun glanced at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi nodded slightly. Su Yun immediately showed a happy smile.
That's great.
She took the special item from Ning Pinger's hand and pieced it together with the ball in her other hand. This time, the gap in the spherical object is smaller.
Put it away,
Xiaoxi reminded.
Yeah.
Su Yun agreed obediently and put the special items back into his storage compartment.
I see.
Jiao Xiaolin had already understood.
Are you planning to find another special item from the rebels this time?
The rebels who can be caught here must have touched the bottom line of the little god, which means that as long as the rebel is not an observer, the probability of having special items in his hand will be very high. There are 7 rebels in total. In addition to the 4 in front of them, there are 3 other players. It is impossible for the remaining 3 to all be observers. Even if there is only one ordinary player, there is a high chance of getting special items. Chapter 1355 Wasteland Escape 18.
This is indeed the plan. It depends on luck.
Xiaoxi spread her hands. Jiao Xiaolin turned to look at Yi Kongqing.
Brother, please connect your wrist.
Yi Kongqing didn't even look at Jiao Xiaolin, and continued to lead Jiao Xiaolin forward without looking away.
At least we are all on the same boat now. You have completely dislocated both hands. If you encounter an enemy who is chasing you, I will not be able to help you.
Jiao Xiaolin's steps are still steady, and there is no feeling dissatisfied because of Yi Kongqing's ignorance. Both of his hands were dislocated, and it was a bit difficult to position himself properly. He had no choice but to ask Yi Kongqing, the instigator, to help.
What? Are you planning to side with us?
Xiaoxi looked back at Jiao Xiaolin and raised her eyebrows slightly.
Yes.
Jiao Xiaolin winked at Xiaoxi.
You are one step away from success now. I think there is still a lot of hope. Then you have completely exposed yourself.
When Xiaoxi said this, she glanced up.
If we fail, you will probably be killed as a rebel in the next round of the game. Chased.
She wasn't looking at anything in particular. She was just alluding to the peeping little god.
So you have to find a few other rebels as soon as possible and try to get the last special item together. Don't let me die.
Jiao Xiaolin laughed. With a relaxed tone. He seemed to have great confidence in Xiaoxi and others, and was not worried about his own fate at all. Xiaoxi didn't speak anymore, just glanced at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing understood and neatly attached both wrists to Jiao Xiaolin. His movements were not gentle at all. After pretending to be Jiao Xiaolin's wrist, he strode forward and returned to Xiaoxi's side. Jiao Xiaolin rubbed his still aching wrist and looked at Yi Kongqing's back a few more times. This man is really very narrow-minded. It's a pity that there is some difference in strength. It's better to try not to offend him in the future. Seeing that Jiao Xiaolin had made his position clear, and Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing also accepted Jiao Xiaolin's appearance, Ning Pinger and Su Yun both relaxed a little. It was only then that Su Yun spoke to Xiaoxi.
Sister Xia, if you are also in this game, then I feel that Brother Zhan Yu may be too. Let's find him as soon as possible. I'm afraid he will be killed by the judges.
Killed? Zhan Yu?
Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, and a face that looked upright and sincere appeared in her mind.
The one who cries when there's a fight? Ah. This.
Su Yun subconsciously covered her mouth and whispered.
Sister Xia, it's not good for you to say this directly. Brother Zhan Yu is very concerned about others knowing about this. Don't worry. He's not here and can't hear you.
Xiaoxi also lowered her voice and said with a smile. Then she asked Su Yun,
since you also know that he cries when he fights, you should be familiar with him. Right? Also, why do you think he will be here?
Did you tell him the matter? In her impression, Soo-yoon and Jeonyu had met once before, in a chess game. But Jeonyu had never fought or shed any tears at that time. Since Soo-yoon knew this characteristic of Jeonyu, he probably met Jeonyu again in subsequent games. Chapter 1356 Wasteland Escape 19. Soo-yoon answered truthfully. Brother Jeonyu and I met each other for the first time in a chess game, and we often ran into each other in the same game. She looked at Xiaoxi and continued. Later, Sister Xia asked me to help collect special items. I almost ran into danger once, but it was Brother Jeonyu who saved me. After that, as long as we are in the same game, he will be with me. I form a team to protect my safety. Then she explained seriously. But I didn't tell him the purpose of collecting special items. Nor did I tell him that it was Sister Xia who gave me the task. He didn't ask any more questions, but he always helped me. It seems that Jeonyu is indeed in this game. Xiaoxi crossed a flexible rattan on the ground and turned to remind everyone. Be careful here. Don't get tripped. Although Jeonyu may not know much about the inside story, his behavior has always been to help Soo-yoon. This alone is enough to make him a rebel. However, I have to say that Soo-yoon's luck is really good. She remembered that Jeonyu had the special ability of physical enhancement, which meant that Jeonyu had no bound abilities. Soo-yoon has never participated in a single-player game and cannot have the ability to bind. Two people who are not bound to each other can often enter the same game. Most people don't have this kind of luck. Judging from the characteristics of Jeonyu and Soo-yoon, she is more inclined to think that this is the effect of Soo-yoon's buff. As expected of a girl with a good luck buff, she can still often meet such a reliable companion without the blessing of a binding ability. This is a very powerful skill. Speaking of which, Jeonyu is indeed a very good candidate to help Soo-yoon. After getting to know Jeonyu to a certain extent at Xiangli Academy, Xiaoxi knew that Jeonyu is a kind and decent person. He has innate sympathy and softness for the weak, and will not bully the weak. The bad thing is that he can easily be taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives. However, he is not the kind of mindlessly kind person, and he knows when his kindness is worth giving. The good thing is that when facing a simple and hard-working girl like Xiaoxian, his presence will be a great help. From a certain perspective, Soo-yoon and Jeonyu are quite compatible as partners. Although one is not strong enough, he works hard to make progress and does not hold back the people around him. The other is strong and has a tolerant heart, willing to give the other person a chance to grow, and is willing to release his goodwill. It was precisely because of this compatibility that she couldn't help but sigh that Soo-yoon's good luck buff was really powerful. Not only did it have a binding effect, but the target was such a suitable person. Yes, Sister Xia. Soo-yoon frowned slightly. I'm a little worried about Brother Jeonyu's safety. Should we go find him first? She wanted to find Jeonyu. Jeonyu had given her a lot of help before, and she couldn't abandon it at this time. But with her own ability, even if she finds Jeonyu, she may not be able to help her much. Only by asking Sister Xia for help can she ensure that Jeonyu can be rescued safely. But if Sister Xia is unwilling, she has no position to force it. She can ask Sister Xia what she thinks, but she cannot ask Sister Xia to save people. If Sister Xia doesn't want to go, she planned to hand over the special items in her hand to Ning Pinger and go alone. Chapter 1357 Wasteland Escape 20. Since Ning Pinger also has special items in her hand, it means that she is definitely not an observer. Soo-yoon thought that if she handed the special item to Ning Pinger, it would not delay Sister Xia and the others in finding other rebels to collect the last special item. At the same time, he can also rescue Jeonyu without any delay on either side. If Sister Xia is not willing to spend time looking for Jeonyu, this is the only way she can think of to have both ends. What are you thinking about in your little head? Xiaoxi tapped Soo-yoon's head lightly. I haven't said anything yet, and you seem to be thinking a lot. Although Soo-yoon didn't say too much, Xiaoxi could guess what Soo-yoon was thinking at a glance from her anxious look and rolling eyes. Soo-yoon came back to her senses. She lowered her head in embarrassment and carefully walked forward while looking at the vines on the ground. Sister Xia, does that person named Jeonyu have anything special on him? Jiao Xiaolin suddenly asked. Soo-yoon was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He doesn't have it. After confirming that Jeonyu wanted to team up with her, she asked Jeonyu if he had any special items. Jeonyu is not a person who can lie. If he says no, he definitely means no. Then there's no need to save him, Jiao Xiaolin said nonchalantly. Now it's not a question of whether it's necessary. Xiaoxi glanced at Jiao Xiaolin. We were originally going to find the remaining 3 rebels, but it just happened that one of the 3 rebels was Jeonyu. And we don't know who Jeonyu is among the remaining 3 yellow light spots. Whether we are looking for Jeonyu or someone else, We have to find them one by one.
If the person you find happens to be Jean Yu, saving him along the way can be regarded as repaying him for helping Su-yun for so long. After all, helping Su-yun is also helping her. If the person you find is not Jean Yu, then first ask if this person has any special items, and then go to the location of the next yellow light spot. In any case, there was no need for Su-yun to separate from them in order to save Jean Yu. It was impossible for her to deliberately avoid the situation and find the other two people. The key to how to do it depends on who you meet first.
Don't blame me for not reminding you.
Jiao Xiaolin's usually cynical tone had a touch of cruelty.
Among the three rebels, Jean Yu, who has been identified, does not have special items. So the hope of special items is it can only be on the two remaining players.
He deliberately paused for a few seconds to give the few people present who were not quick enough to understand something some time to digest. Then he continued,
if we don't seize the time to find people, but waste time rescuing irrelevant people, causing two other players to be chased and killed by the judge during this period, then we will completely lose the opportunity to obtain special items. Chance! Whether it is more important to collect special items or to save a player, you should know in your mind. Right.
He glanced at everyone, and then said with a smile,
my suggestion is to fly at low altitude. If you can clearly see the other person's appearance. If it's Jean Yu, just go directly to the location of the next yellow light spot. Don't stop, let alone waste time by going to save people. Isn't this a bit too ruthless?
Ning Pinger couldn't help but interjected.
Jean Yu is someone who has helped Su-yun many times, no matter how inappropriate he is.
Chapter 1358 Wasteland Escape 21. Although Ning Pinger was not familiar with Jean Yu, she still remembered this young and energetic boy. They met in the game, under the same roof. Just now she saw Su-yun showing sadness after listening to Jiao Xiaolin's words. And Ning Pinger couldn't help but want to say something fair.
Although his words are cruel, they are indeed true.
Xiaoshi spoke first before everyone started arguing. She was not angry because of Jiao Xiaolin's words. In fact, she had considered what Jiao Xiaolin said, so she had a plan in mind. But she had been hesitant to say it out. The remaining three rebels, even if their own strength is not bad, will fall into a hard fight when faced with the encirclement and suppression of too many judges. One of the advantages of the judges is their large number of people, and it is impossible for them not to take advantage of this. Therefore, the longer time passes, the easier it will be for the judges to form alliances with each other and form an encirclement and suppression trend. And the more dangerous the situation of the lonely rebels will be. Finding the remaining rebels as quickly as possible is the wisest choice. Now that someone else had brought up the idea, she just revealed her inner plan.
So we can choose to split up.
Everyone was stunned, as if they didn't expect that she would actually say such things as separation.
We can't be too separated, otherwise the risk will be higher. So I tend to divide into two groups.
She has already begun to make the plan detailed and specific.
In this way, we can find two of the remaining three yellow light spots at the same time, increasing the probability of finding players with special items,
and also increasing the probability of finding Jean Yu, so as to avoid being killed before we find them. Situations happen, but we finally found each other, and now we have to be separated. It doesn't seem good.
Ning Pinger hesitated. Speaking of which, her situation is the most embarrassing. Except for Xiaoshi and Yi Qing. She was not familiar with anyone else. But she only dared to get close to Xiaoshi, and Yi Qing would never dare to get close. If they really separated, she would definitely want to be with Xiaoshi. But Su-yun probably thought so too. Su-yun seemed to be more attached to Xiaoshi than she was. And Yi Qing will definitely not separate from Xiaoshi. It was impossible for Jiao Xiaolin to act alone and separately from everyone else. But if Jiao Xiaolin were to be paired with her, she was afraid that she would be thrown away halfway. After all, she has no special items in her hand now. According to Jiao Xiaolin, she is a useless character. So she didn't dare to act with Jiao Xiaolin. Hey, why does such a good-looking man say such cruel things? The charming thoughts she had towards him at the beginning had completely dissipated. And she was even a little afraid that she would become a burden that would be disliked.
It's different.
Xiaoshi patiently explained to Ning Pinger.
Now we can at least discuss clearly which direction to go and agree on a time and place to meet. It's different from the previous situation where we were blind and had no idea which light was coming. It's different which player the dot represents.
After a pause, she added,
and after determining the approximate position, during the positioning display period, we can see each other's trajectory on the map, and we can determine where each other is. I have no objection to the grouping.
Yi Qing, who had never spoken before, was the first to express his stance. He looked at Xiaoxi and said very seriously,
But I will not separate from you.
Chapter 1359 Wasteland Escape 22.
I also think grouping is the most appropriate choice at the moment.
Suyun said softly.
No matter where I am assigned, it will be fine.
Although she really wanted to be in the same group as Sister Xia, she knew that the best choice at this time was to follow the arrangements instead of making willful requests. She believes that the grouping pattern arranged by Sister Xia is the most appropriate, and she only needs to follow Sister Xia's arrangement.
I don't object, but my identity is different from yours. The other party will probably run away when they see my red light spot approaching. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to trust me.
Jiu Xiaolin shrugged and said matter-of-factly,
Here we go. At that time, whether it is encountering that exhibition or players with special items, communication will not be smooth. At that time, just rely on the people traveling with you to communicate.
Xiaoxi turned to look at Ning Pinger.
I hope you can act with Jiu Xiaolin. You also know Zhan Yu, and he is also a rebel. Identity. If you meet Zhan Yu, it will be easier to convince the other party.
Then she looked at Jiu Xiaolin.
If the person you meet is not Zhan Yu, and there is no way to convince him, then just knock him out, tie him up, and take him away.
If Jiu Xiaolin met Zhan Yu, he would still be 90% sure that he could communicate. But if it weren't for Zhan Yu, she couldn't guarantee whether she could communicate with him. If you really can't communicate, instead of wasting time where you are, it's better to pack it up and take it away. Let's meet when we meet. After seeing so many rebels, we should let go of our guard. Communication will be easier then.
Me?
Ning Pinger glanced at Jiu Xiaolin hesitantly. In fact, Jiu Xiaolin's appearance is very good-looking. If she were alone with such a good-looking man, she would probably get into trouble. But after listening to Jiu Xiaolin's remarks, she is now always worried that she will be left behind. The deer couldn't hit it anymore, and was even worried about its own safety. But she was a little embarrassed to say that if she doubted the other person face to face, it would easily make the situation tense, and it would be even more awkward to be alone together. And no one made any requests. She was the only one who made them,
which made her look extra pretentious. Although Ning Pinger didn't say anything, Xiaoxi still saw Ning Pinger's concerns. Xiaoxi comforted Ning Pinger.
Don't worry. Although Jiu Xiaolin is an average character, he is still very trustworthy. He will definitely do what he promises, unless he doesn't agree. And whether he finds Zhan Yu or if you find other rebels, you will need your help to convince them. He cannot do it on his own.
After saying that, she asked Jiu Xiaolin,
I will leave Ning Pinger to you. Can you promise not to abandon her halfway? Ensure her personal safety, and ensure that she is safely delivered to us later? I think my character is pretty good.
Jiu Xiaolin did not answer Xiaoxi's question immediately, but defended himself. There was a smile on his lips, and he didn't seem to be unhappy because of Xiaoxi's evaluation. His defense seemed more like self-mockery. Xiaoxi didn't refute, but just asked,
Then you should be able to do what I just wanted you to promise. Right.
Jiu Xiaolin turned his head and glanced at Ning Pinger. Ning Pinger swallowed nervously. Then she twitched the corners of her mouth, trying her best to show a friendly smile. Chapter 1360 Wasteland Escape 23.
Of course.
Jiu Xiaolin looked at Ning Pinger, but said to Xiaoxi,
I promise you that I will ensure her safety and will not abandon her halfway.
He responded in detail. From this point of view alone, it makes people feel that he was not perfunctory. Ning Pinger felt a little relieved and smiled at Jiu Xiaolin a little more sincerely.
Then I will act as a team with Ah Qing and Su Yun.
Xiaoxi did not hide her purpose. She said frankly,
If our group can find the players with special items first, then with Su Yun by my side, we can directly piece together a complete spherical shape. And what effect it will have after that, I really hope to see with my own eyes.
Su Yun nodded repeatedly and said seriously,
I will obey Sister Xia's arrangements.
Xiaoxi glanced at the light spots on the map again, and then said,
It seems that the two red light spots that have been following us have given up for the time being.
Behind them, the two red light spots that were chasing after them were quickly moving away to other places. Xiaoxi was not surprised by this situation. They now have a total of 4 rebels gathered together, while the other side only has 2 judges. In terms of numbers alone, the other side has no advantage. They didn't give up at first and chased after them. They probably saw a red dot among them and thought they were fighting each other, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie. But after the initial excitement subsided, they should soon be able to find that the trajectory of the red light dot representing Jiu Xiaolin was a bit strange. If they were fighting each other, there would have been a chase or a scuffle. But Jiu Xiaolin's red light spot
had been moving steadily forward with the yellow light spots of the four of them. It was neither a chase nor a close fight. Like a melee situation. As long as those two people weren't too stupid, they would have noticed something was wrong after walking such a long distance. Even if they couldn't guess that Xiaoxiaolin chose to rebel, they would understand that something was wrong with the current situation. If the two of them came over, they would have little chance of winning. It is wise to choose to turn around at this time. I just don't know whether they are planning to find other judges to act together later, or whether they are planning to attack the three scattered and independent rebels first. Xiaoxiaolin also took a look at the map, and then asked Xiaoxi, "Shall we start group operations now?" "Wait a little longer," Xiaoxi replied. "When the positioning time is over, we will note the last position of the yellow light spot and then go again. As long as you wait less than 10 minutes, the first positioning will be over. Judging from the current situation on the map, the three rebels should not be caught within these 10 minutes. And if they wait until the positioning time is over before taking action, the judges will be confused about their movements, and the action will be more advantageous. Use fairy wings to fly over at the highest speed, and you can reach the farthest yellow light spot in a few minutes." In a few minutes? The rebels couldn't hide far even if they hid, so they were still easy to find. When unable to see the location, most judges will think that the rebel will try to hide themselves during the time without location, gain time to rest, and avoid being caught. With this idea in mind, they are likely to choose to rest and wait until positioning is turned on before taking action. Chapter 1361 Wasteland Escape 24. In fact, even if the judges can guess that the rebels will take the opportunity to gather, they will probably wait until the positioning is turned on before taking action. For the judges, there is no need to race against time to hunt down the rebels. The game lasts for 20 days, and positioning is on for 12 hours every day. The judge has enough time and many opportunities. There is no need to act in a hurry when the positioning is not activated. The longer the time goes on, the greater the psychological pressure, mental pressure and physical exertion of the rebels will be, coupled with the difference in numbers between the judges and the rebels. Even if all the rebels gathered together, they would still be at a huge disadvantage in team battles. Therefore, the judge can act when the situation is most beneficial to him and maximize his advantage. But this is based on the premise that the judge does not know the actions of the rebels. If Xiaoxi and others start taking action within the set time, there is no guarantee that the judges will not change their plans. For example, intercept them midway. Then a fierce battle cannot be avoided. "Okay." Xiaoxiaolin stopped walking. "Let's discuss the next plan now." He glanced at the three remaining yellow dots on the map, and then said, "I will take Ningpinger later to find someone in the Y-shaped river." There is a yellow light spot walking along the Y-shaped river. There is an oasis near the river. If you guess correctly, the player should enter the oasis to hide after the position disappears. And this yellow light spot is the closest to where they are now. Xiaoxi also took a look at her map and nodded. "Okay. Then Qing and Suyun will go to the ruins to have a look." The map can be zoomed in or out appropriately. The location of the second yellow light spot looks like an unremarkable plain terrain at first glance. But after you zoom in, you will find that there is a ruins over there. It once seemed to be a huge building complex. I can't see clearly what it looked like on the map. But what is certain is that these are definitely not products of nature. There must be traces of civilization here. She chose the one closest to where they were now. Anyway, if you don't know who these three yellow light spots represent, then just choose the one that is close to you, so that you can reach your destination in a shorter time and find the person faster. By the way, just in case, you all should take an antidote pill, Xiaoxi reminded. Although I haven't encountered any yet, it doesn't mean there are no poisonous animals in this wasteland. Along the way, they actually encountered a lot of insects and small animals. But because they were moving very fast and making a lot of noise, most of the animals were frightened and ran around before they got close, which actually made them safe. However, you won't always be so lucky. I ate it when the game just started. Xiaoxiaolin winked at Ningpinger. I must be smart. Ningpinger's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head subconsciously, not daring to look at Xiaoxiaolin. Xiaoxi. This flower butterfly really does not care about the occasion or timing, exuding its charm anytime and anywhere. But forget it. It's not to her anyway. She has no position to say it. I also took antidote pills at the beginning of the game. Suyun showed a cute smile to Xiaoxi. I saw that the rules of the game said there were various animals, and I was worried about whether there would be poisonous animals. So I took an antidote pill immediately. Chapter 1362 Wasteland Escape 25. Xiaoxi praised Suyun without hesitation. Suyun is indeed a clever little cutie.
Suyun's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were sparkling, as if Xiaoxi's compliments were the most beautiful words in the world to her.
I'm eaten too.
Yi Kongqing also spoke.
It seems that everyone is very aware of the crisis.
Xiaoxi smiled happily.
I feel relieved.
At the beginning of the game, when she was flapping her wings and taking off, she took an antidote pill and ate it. Something happened every minute and every second after that, and she forgot to remind the people around her for a while. But now it seems that even without her reminder, everyone still knows to protect themselves.
Me,
Ningpinger said weakly at this time. She looked at her feet, not daring to look at anyone.
I don't have antidote pills.
She never expected that she would suddenly enter such an unfair game. Before entering the game, all the items in the mall could not be purchased, and she bought 2 antidote pills and used them up in the last round of the game. Now she has none. Xiaoxi directly took out one of her antidote pills and handed it over.
Take it.
Ningpinger suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiaoxi. She was a little surprised, as if she didn't expect that Xiaoxi would be willing to give her such an expensive item. Then her eyes showed emotion and embarrassment.
There will be a lot of things that need your help later.
Xiaoxi put the detox pill directly into Ningpinger's hand and said with a smile,
This is your reward. You have to remember to work hard.
Ningpinger was amused by Xiaoxi's statement, and the embarrassment in her heart was relieved a lot because of Xiaoxi's thoughtfulness. She nodded and solemnly promised,
Don't worry. Whether I meet Zhang Yu or other rebels later, I will do my best to persuade them to act with us.
This is the best reward she can give Xiaoxi now. Next, everyone discussed the time and place to meet. When the positioning appears for the second time, it is the latest time for everyone to meet up. In other words, during the hour when the location disappears, you must find the person and convince the other person to follow you. The meeting point was chosen as a middle point to facilitate the 2 groups of people to gather as quickly as possible. After discussing these details, everyone ate something and drank some water to prepare for the physical exertion later.
There is something I think I must remind you of,
Zhou Xiaolin said to everyone with half a minute left in the countdown.
Before I entered this game, the system informed me of the special nature of this game in advance and reminded me I need to prepare more props that may be useful. If nothing else, the situation of other judges should be the same as mine.
He drank the mineral water in his hand before saying,
So, unless they don't have any points themselves, they will have some extra points. Buy some props. Don't rule out the possibility of buying mini bows and arrows. You have to be careful.
Mini bow and arrow is the only item in the mall that can directly destroy the best defensive items. But this prop sells for 100 million, and it is a disposable item. Generally speaking, most people will not buy it unless it has an outrageous number of points. Chapter 1363 Wasteland Escape 26. However, if it is the situation mentioned by Zhou Xiaolin and the system has given a special reminder before entering the game, then it is indeed very likely that the player will choose to purchase this item if he has enough points. Although, mini bow and arrow is only a one-time item, it can be fatal to most players when used at critical moments. For example, when there is only the last top-quality defense item left. I thought I could still be protected for a while and resist many attacks, but was instantly destroyed by the mini bow and arrow. The psychological defense can easily collapse in an instant. Even someone like Xiaoxi, who has a lot of defensive props, may be attacked at every opportunity during the short few seconds when the props are destroyed and new ones are taken out and put on. You really need to take precautions.
Thank you. We understand.
Xiaoxi politely thanked Zhou Xiaolin. At the same time, the countdown ends and the location disappears from the map. The 2 groups of people were already standing at a suitable place for takeoff, and as soon as their positions disappeared, they flew out together. Zhou Xiaolin carried Ningpinger, who had no wings, and flew towards the Y-shaped river, while Xiaoxi and the 3 of them each used fairy wings to fly towards the ruins together. The 2 groups flew at the highest speed, and in just a few minutes, they reached the location of the last yellow light spot displayed on the map. However, the players represented by the 2 yellow light spots did not stay where they were, and the 2 groups of people could not see the figures immediately. Zhou Xiaolin took Ningpinger and walked along the road in the direction of the oasis. On Xiaoxi's side, she was also walking towards the depths of the ruins.
Just before the location disappeared, I saw that there were about 5 red light spots in 2s and 3s not far away from the ruins.
As she walked, Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing and Suyun,
It is not ruled out that they will also choose to look at the ruins. Be careful when taking a break.
Those judges may not come here specifically to search for people.
But it does not prevent them from coming here with a wait-and-see attitude. It's already close, so it won't take much trouble to get here. If you happen to bump into a rebel, you'll make a lot of money. If you don't bump into a rebel, it's also a good thing to gather with the judges of the same camp. Therefore, the possibility of these 5 red light spots reaching the ruins is quite high. But no matter what, Xiaoxi and others arrived at the ruins safely without being stopped on the way. Their goal was achieved. Whether you can find the rebels next, and whether you will run into the judge depends on luck. Yeah, Sister Xia, I will definitely pay attention to my surroundings. Suyun nodded obediently. Let's divide the work. Yi Kongqing glanced at Suyun, and then said to Xiaoxi, You walk side by side with me in front. Suyun walks in the back. I am responsible for the front and left side. You are responsible for the right side. And Suyun is responsible for rear. Then can I hold Sister Xia's sleeve? Suyun asked Yi Kongqing cautiously. This way I feel safer. She was afraid that if someone suddenly snatched her from behind, she wouldn't even be able to call for help. That's how it's done on TV. But as long as she holds Sister Xia's hand, Sister Xia can feel it even if she is suddenly pulled away. Yi Kongqing was silent for 2 seconds, then said one word. Whatever. Xiaoxi couldn't help laughing. She leaned forward and kissed Yi Kongqing's cheek, and then said with a smile, Aching is so cute. Yi Kongqing looked a little awkward, as if he was jealous. It was so interesting. Chapter 1364 Wasteland Escape 27. The tips of Yi Kongqing's ears turned red instantly. Don't use this word to describe me. His tone was fierce. But the red tips of his ears had already exposed his innermost feelings. Suyun watched from the side, covering her mouth quietly and snickering. Although she was a little afraid of Yi Kongqing, the interaction between Sister Xia and Yi Kongqing was very loving, and she felt happy watching it. She was happy that Sister Xia had found a boyfriend that she liked. Xiaoxi stretched out her hand towards Suyun. Let's go! Let's line up according to the formation A Qing said. You grab my sleeve. Suyun showed a happy expression, but she still raised her head and glanced at Yi Kongqing. Seeing that Yi Kongqing had no special reaction, she carefully pulled a corner of Xiaoxi's sleeve. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing stood side by side, walking in front. Suyun walked behind Xiaoxi, stretching her arms forward and gently grabbing Xiaoxi's sleeves. The 3 of them walked deeper into the ruins in this formation while always paying attention to the movements around them. The background of this game is probably the season of late spring and early summer, when the plants are growing lush and lush. All kinds of weeds grew everywhere in the crevices of the ruins, some even as tall as a person. There are also various unknown small wildflowers, small in appearance and with a faint fragrance. Suyun walked and looked at it, but she felt that there was a different kind of beauty here. It is the kind of beauty that is full of vitality in the midst of decadence. She actually felt that her mood had become quite good. It's a pity that after walking for a long time, I haven't encountered the rebels hiding nearby, because they were looking for someone. They didn't walk very fast, and they would walk over to every place where someone might be hiding to check carefully before continuing to move forward. So after walking for almost half an hour, they hadn't gone far yet. Asterisk. The other side. Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pingu were already looking for someone in the oasis. This Y-shaped river is relatively long and runs through the entire oasis. The sand on the river bank is soft, and when someone walks by, it will leave obvious footprints. Even if the footprints are erased, people will see unnatural traces. The color and tightness of the sand will be different from other places. Based on this characteristic, Jiu Xiaolin basically easily found the direction in which the yellow light spot left. Ning Pinger didn't have to do anything mental during the whole process. She just had to follow Jiu Xiaolin. Entering the oasis, there were all kinds of vegetation blocking them. In addition, the rebels seemed to be quite clever and created a lot of illusions. There were some footprints in every direction, which added a lot of trouble to them in finding the correct route. Fortunately, time is limited, and the conditions are limited. The fake footprints created by the other party are not too far away. You can determine which direction is the right direction by walking for a while. After walking like this for more than half an hour, they finally found the player squatting on a juju tree. When approaching, both Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pinger tried to move as gently as possible. The rebels, who had their backs turned to them, could not see them approaching in time. When they finally turned around to check the situation behind them, they had already reached the foot of the Eliagnus tree. The other party obviously did not expect that he would be found so soon. So when he saw Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pinger, he did not react immediately, but was stunned. Their eyes met, instantly confirming each other's identities. The moment they see each other, The other person will suddenly turn into a beam of red or yellow light in their eyes, and then return to normal. Chapter 1365 Wasteland Escape 28. The man squatting on the tree was a young man, thin in build, upright in appearance, and somewhat honest, making him seem easy to deceive. It is undoubtedly Zhan Yu himself. Ning Pinger hurriedly spoke before Zhan Yu could react. Zhan Yu, you should still know me, right? Zhan Yu looked at Jiao Xiaolin warily, and was about to jump off the tree from the other side to escape when he heard Ning Pinger's words. He took a closer look at Ning Pinger's face. It seemed a little familiar. He must have met her in a game before. But the impression was not very deep. I probably only encountered it once. And it was quite far away from now. Seeing Zhan Yu looking like he was thinking and reminiscing, Ning Pinger took the initiative and said, I'm Ning Pinger. We met in a game, under the same roof. At that time, there were Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. Zhan Yu's impression was deepened, and he nodded. So it was that time. Then he looked at the man next to Ning Pinger again. Ning Pinger's identity is a rebel, but the other enchanting-looking man's identity is a judge. Zhan Yu is a little confused as to why these two people come together, and it didn't look like Ning Pinger was being held hostage at all. He remembered that he saw a red light spot and several yellow light spots together on the map before. Could it be the man in front of him? Seeing Zhan Yu looking at him, Jiao Xiaolin comforted him. Don't worry. I'm not here to kill you. Zhan Yu. It doesn't sound very convincing. What he said is true. Ning Pinger immediately supported. We came to you just to save you. Zhan Yu looked confused. Did he hear it correctly? A judge? Working with a rebel. To save another rebel? Thank you. But I think it's better to hide if you act alone. Out of caution, Zhan Yu politely refused. I don't need to be saved. You can choose to save others. No. Ning Pinger quickly organized her words and spoke again. You must know Xiaoxi and Suyun. Right. Even if you trust us, you should also trust them. Right. Zhan Yu didn't speak, but his expression softened obviously. Apparently, mentioning those two names had an effect on him. Ning Pinger kept up her efforts. We were together with Xiaoxi and Suyun just now. It was Suyun who told us that you might also be in the Wasteland Escape game. And she also told us that you were in several previous games. Li Du gave her a lot of help. She wanted to repay you, so she was ready to come to you. In order to find you as soon as possible, our troops divided into two groups, and each group went to the location of a yellow light spot. After talking for a long time, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva to relieve her dry throat. She continued, We will never harm you. As long as you follow us, you can meet Suyun and Xiaoxi. Then you will know that what I said is true. How dare you go with a judge? Zhan Yu suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Ning Pinger glanced at Jiao Xiaolin and said to Zhan Yu sternly, I followed Xiaoxi's arrangement to form a team with him. He promised Xiaoxi that he would ensure my safety. I believe Xiaoxi, so trust him too. Jiao Xiaolin winked at Ning Pinger and said teasingly, I thought it was my beauty that made you think I was trustworthy. Chapter 1366 Wasteland Escape 29. Ning Pinger felt that her face felt a little warm instantly. She rubbed her cheeks hard and secretly told herself to hold on tight and not let her chain fall at this moment. Then she looked at Zhan Yu again and said seriously, I had a special item in my hand before, and now I have given it to Suyun. She now has 19 special items. Do you know what this means? Zhan Yu's expression finally relaxed completely. If he had been a little skeptical before, now, he completely believed Ning Pinger's words. His appearance in Wasteland Escape means that Suyun is likely to be in this game as well. So when Ning Pinger said she met Suyun, he somewhat believed her. But because there was a judge beside Ning Pinger, he was not sure whether Ning Pinger was threatened by the judge and deliberately came to trap other rebels. So he had doubts about Ning Pinger's purpose. However, not many people know that Suyun is collecting special items. And Suyun is not the kind of person who talks nonsense. Since Ning Pinger knows, it must be Suyun who said it. In addition, Ning Pinger actually knew the exact number of special items collected by Suyun. So it was obvious that Suyun must have great trust in Ning Pinger. Otherwise she would not have informed her. In this way, Zhan Yu had a little more trust in Ning Pinger. Although, he didn't know what it meant to collect 19 special items. He originally decided to team up with Suyun and help Suyun collect special items. But he felt that Suyun needed help. And Suyun was a person worthy of help. But he didn't take the initiative to ask Suyun why he was so anxious to collect those special items. He only heard Suyun talk about the number of special items he already owned. He knew that the more special items there were, the better. After all, special items could save lives at critical moments. As for the rest, He didn't know. In the flash of lightning, John Yu seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at Ning Pinger and asked in a slightly surprised tone. What do you mean? Do you mean that Suyun is almost here? He knows the functions of special items. It's just that he never paid much attention to the pieces of building blocks put together into a complete spherical shape. He felt that it was too difficult to achieve. Special items are inherently difficult to find. Even if they are found, they may be used at some point to save their lives. It is difficult to collect enough of them, no matter how hard you think. Until now, he had never thought about it. But just now Ning Pinger specifically mentioned such a number, and asked him if he knew its meaning. So the only thing he could think of was this. Yes! Ning Pinger's tone became excited. So we divided our troops into 2 groups, not only to find you, but also to find the other 2 rebels. As long as there is a special item among them. That is Suyun's special item. It can be pieced together into a spherical shape. Ning Pinger's performance was very real, and John Yu's doubts were completely dispelled. He jumped down from the tree branch and asked Ning Pinger, Where is Suyun now? Let's go meet them. We have agreed on a meeting place. Ning Pinger breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that John Yu was finally willing to come down and did not run away. Since we have found you now, we can go to the meeting place first and wait until we arrive. In time, they will join us. Chapter 1367 Wasteland Escape 30. I don't know if Xiaoxi and the others have found the rebels over there. Ning Pinger took the initiative to explain a few more words to reassure Zhan Yu. Because there is no way to contact each other, and we don't know how much it will cost to find someone. So we made an appointment at the rendezvous point, and made an appointment to meet at the rendezvous point no later than the next location display. That's fine. Zhan Yu is a reasonable person and expressed his understanding of Ning Pinger's words. He has dispelled his doubts about Ning Ping, so he will not doubt her easily again. By the way, do you have fairy wings? Ning Pinger suddenly remembered this and asked again. No. Zhan Yu was confused. What's wrong? It's like this. The meeting point we chose is in the middle of the 2 sets of routes. Ning Pinger explained in detail. If we walk there, half an hour will definitely not be enough. If we fly there at the highest speed, we can get there in 1 or 2 minutes. Zhan Yu showed an embarrassed look. But I don't have fairy wings. I really can't afford such an expensive prop. That's a bit difficult to handle. Ning Pinger turned to look at Jiu Xiaolin. Among us, only Jiu Xiaolin has fairy wings. Don't worry. I can still carry 2 people. Jiu Xiaolin immediately guessed what Ning Pinger was thinking. He comforted with a smile. It only takes a few minutes to fly there. Even if I don't have enough strength, it will only take a few minutes. Able to hold on. After a pause, he showed a frivolous smile and said meaningfully, Besides, my physical strength is quite good, so there is no problem in taking 2 people with me. Ning Pinger. Is she dirty? Why does she feel that Jiu Xiaolin is driving? No. She needs to calm down. She must not be fooled by beauty. Ning Pinger cheered herself up in her heart for a long time, before she could barely control her face from getting hot. She coughed dryly and said, Then let's go to the meeting point and wait for them. Jiu Xiaolin did not continue teasing. He took out his wings and prepared to put them on. Well, Zhan Yu suddenly asked at this time, Have you ever strengthened your physical strength? Jiu Xiaolin's hand moved for a moment, and he asked instead, Why do you ask this? Zhan Yu explained, It's like this. I have been physically strengthened. If you haven't been physically strengthened, you can actually let me take you too. It will be easier. After saying that, he added, Of course, if you don't agree, I won't force it. He knew that the fairy wings were very expensive, and since they were complete strangers, it was normal for them to have no trust in him. He made this suggestion simply to consider whether his arm strength could bear it, and nothing else. If the other party is worried, he will not force it. Okay. Jiu Xiaolin happily threw the fairy wings in his hand to Zhan Yu. After he experienced his first single-player game, he chose the binding ability between the 2 abilities. Unfortunately, the bound object died in the subsequent game. Compared with ordinary people, his physical fitness is still very good, but he has not been physically strengthened, and his strength is indeed far behind those of people with enhanced physical abilities. Since someone is willing to do hard work, he is happy and relaxed. Zhan Yu subconsciously caught it, but there was a dazed look on his face. Chapter 1368 Wasteland Escape 31. Zhan Yu looked at the fairy wings in his hand. A little unbelievable that Jiu Xiaolin had thrown such a valuable prop to him so easily. He was mentally prepared to be rejected. This result is really unexpected. Don't look at me like I'm stupid. Jiao Xiaolin raised his hand and pointed at the fairy wings in Zhan Yu's hand.
Hurry and leave. This guy seems careless at first glance, compared with a wealthy man like him. He is very easy to handle. He could see through this kid's mind at a glance. And it was clear that this kid didn't have any crooked ideas. In this case, if someone is willing to take the initiative to do hard work, he will certainly be happy to see it happen. Zhan Yu came back to his senses, quickly put on his wings, grabbed a person with one hand, and flew to the destination according to Jiao Xiaolin's instructions. It only took a few minutes for a few people to arrive at the meeting point. This place has exceeded the place where the Y-shaped river is located, and it happens to be the most desolate location in the entire wasteland. Apart from stones and some drought-tolerant vegetation, there is only a layer of sand and dust floating on the surface. But to be able to grow vegetation, there should be underground rivers. Judging from the direction, it is almost below where the Y-shaped river disappears, and extending over is the underground river. After landing, several people were choked by the dust kicked up. After coughing a few times, Zhan Yu immediately returned the prop to Jiao Xiaolin. Then he asked,
"What do we do in the next period of time?"
Waiting for someone. Jiao Xiaolin put away the fairy wings and put on a mask while saying,
"When the second round of positioning starts, they will definitely come over, and everyone will be able to know each other's exact location by then."
Just as he was talking, Ning Pinger suddenly took a breath of air. She pointed behind Jiao Xiaolin and stammered,
"Lizard! Lizard!"
Jiao Xiaolin turned around and looked over. It was a lizard that was larger than a human being, and it was walking towards them leisurely. Its vertical pupils were staring at the three humans for an instant.
Is it going to attack us?"
Ning Pinger asked nervously. Although she has top-notch defense tools, and the lizard's attack shouldn't hurt her, she still feels uncomfortable when such a huge creature approaches. Especially lizards. This kind of hairless one has granular scales all over her body. Just looking at her makes her skin crawl.
Seeing as it moves so slowly, it might just be passing by.
Jiao Xiaolin's expression was natural, and his limbs were relaxed. In the entire wilderness, no matter what kind of animal attacks, he will not take it seriously. Even if poisonous animals appear, he is not afraid. He takes antidote pills. So he didn't even make a defensive gesture, as if the lizard wasn't even close to him. For him, the greatest role of these animals is interference. For example, when two hostile parties are fighting, the sudden appearance of an animal may interfere with the normal fighting, and may cause one to make mistakes, which may give the other party an opportunity to take advantage. But now that they are not fighting with anyone else, there is no need to worry about this.
When it saw that we found it, it didn't hide or suddenly speed up. It was probably just passing by.
Zhan Yu agreed with Jiao Xiaolin's guess.
Maybe it wanted to go to the river to drink water.
Chapter 1369 Wasteland Escape 32.
If it wants to drink water, it doesn't have to come to us.
Ning Pinger was still a little worried.
It can go anywhere on such a wide road. Moreover, it is an ordinary animal. If you don't have the intention to attack, you'll usually choose to take a detour.
Although she didn't know much about the habits of animals, she still knew one thing. The instinct of most animals in nature is that when encountering other unknown creatures, for safety reasons, they will give priority to keeping a distance and observing quietly, rather than approaching easily. This is a wasteland, and there must be no humans and these animals coexisting. Even if humans like them had come to participate in the survival game, they would have appeared and disappeared for a short period of time. And not all the animals here would have felt familiar with humans. This lizard's behavior is somewhat inconsistent with animal instincts. In other words, this lizard may not be an ordinary animal. But if it's not ordinary, it's probably offensive. Seeing the lizard getting closer, Ning Pinger subconsciously took a step back.
I always feel that we should be more careful.
As soon as she finished speaking, the lizard that was already close at hand suddenly accelerated and rushed over. The lizard was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, so fast that no one present had time to react. At the same time, a rustling sound came from behind the three people, and they rushed over at the same speed. Several light curtains lit up and disappeared. Although the three people were caught off guard by this sudden attack, they were protected by defensive props and were not injured. Ning Pinger subconsciously grabbed Jiao Xiaolin's arm next to her and shrank her neck.
This lizard is not normal. Its mouth is full of sharp teeth.
Ordinary lizards have teeth themselves, but the teeth of these lizards are completely different from ordinary lizards. These lizards not only have sharp teeth, but they also fill their mouths. When they open their mouths and try to bite them, you can clearly see 3 rows of fangs in their mouths. This is definitely not a physiological characteristic of an ordinary lizard.
It's probably a bit mutated. Jiao Xiaolan's reaction was still very calm. He took out his pistol, installed the silencer, pointed it at the open mouth of one of the lizards, and put the bullet into the lizard's belly. The lizard hissed, fell to the ground, rolled and struggled, and soon stopped moving. It seems that these lizards are not difficult to deal with. John saw the situation and took out his pistol and silencer and began to deal with these lizards. They can't make too much noise. If there is a judge not far away, the sound of gunfire may attract the judge to come over and check the situation. Then it will be easy to be attacked by surprise. Jiao Xiaolan and John, you quickly dealt with several besieging lizards. They thought everything was fine. But they didn't expect more rustling sounds coming from the side and in front. One lizard after another sprang out. They seemed to want to avenge the lizards that had been killed before, and they attacked fiercely without flinching. Ning Pinger quickly took out her pistol and silencer. Her accuracy wasn't very good, and she didn't have Jiao Xiaolan's ability to kill with one shot. Most of the time, the bullets hit the lizard's skin, causing only some superficial injuries at most. You can imagine how strong the scales of these lizards are. Chapter 1370 Wasteland Escape 33. In order not to make a big fuss, Jiao Xiaolan and the others could only choose to use pistols to deal with the lizards one by one, instead of using bombs or grenades directly. While dealing with countless lizards here, she was still moving forward in a normal formation. It's been 40 minutes. Suyun showed a disappointed look. The rebel hiding here must have been too well hidden, but he has never been found. Maybe the other party also has wings and flew to other places after the location disappeared. Xiaoshi thought for a while, and then said, maybe the other party has invisibility tools. As long as they don't make any noise, they won't be discovered. The effective use time of the invisibility prop is exactly 1 hour, which can ensure absolute safety during the hour when the positioning is turned off, and you can completely relax and rest. However, if the opponent is not a player with a lot of items, it would be unwise to start using invisibility items so early. Moreover, even if the other party uses invisibility items, the other party can still see them, and should know that they are all rebels. At this time, the disadvantages of fighting alone are greater than those of uniting. As long as the other party has a little bit of brains, they should take the initiative to talk to them, instead of pretending to be a ball of air. In short, from her way of thinking, the possibility of using invisibility props is not very high. But if you use fairy wings to fly away, where can you fly to? You shouldn't be flying around aimlessly. After all, there are judges from the hostile camp everywhere. If you accidentally encounter them, you will find a dead end for yourself. There is no communication tool available. Even if there is someone the player knows in the game, the player will not know about it. Even if he can guess it, he will not be able to contact the other person. If you can't contact anyone, you can't determine which of those yellow light spots is the person you're looking for. Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't take the risk of running around looking for someone. If this player is not a brain with a normal brain circuit, then it is a different matter. Actually, there is another possibility, Xiaoshi said to Suyun. Maybe the opponent has been slowly moving deeper into the ruins and never stopped. In this way, the distance between us and this player has always been if it has not been shortened. It will not be able to detect the other party. It is indeed possible. When Suyun heard this third possibility, he immediately nodded in agreement. I think this is the highest possibility. Then she made a serious suggestion. Maybe we are walking in tandem with each other right now. If we change the route and speed up, we might encounter each other. Xiaoshi looked at Suyun. It makes sense. Let's run. It's faster. Before she could finish her words, a slight sound of braking through the air suddenly came from the right side. Yi Kongqing was the first to react. He only glanced in the direction of the sound of braking through the air, and saw that what was coming was the mini bow and arrow that few people would buy. Mini bow and arrow is extremely fast, and no props or weapons can slow it down or stop it from rushing over. The mini bow and arrow shot can only end when it breaks the defensive shield and completes its mission. Yi Kongqing rushed over with a single stride, and when the tip of the arrow was about to hit Xiaoshi, he blocked the way. Chapter 1371 Wasteland Escape 34. Xiaoshi was responsible for observing the situation on the right side. But when she looked at Suyun, the attack on the right side appeared. It was obvious that the person hiding in the dark had been observing for a long time before finding an opportunity to strike. Otherwise, the people in the dark would not know the scope of Xiaoshi's responsibility, and they would not attack immediately when Xiaoshi turned around. Because of this, people in the dark knew that Xiaoshi and the others had top-notch defense items. So they chose to use mini bows and arrows for a sneak attack. Xiaoshi had already figured this out in the flash of lightning. At this moment,
The mini bow and arrow was about to hit her, and Yi Kongqing immediately rushed over and blocked away. Xiaoxi's reaction was not slow. The moment she saw Yi Kongqing rushing over, she immediately took out a silver bracelet from the storage compartment. At the same time, mini bow and arrow pierced Yi Kongqing's defensive barrier. Just as the light curtain shattered, another gunshot was heard from the right. Xiaoxi quickly took Yi Kongqing's hand and put the defensive bracelet on Yi Kongqing's wrist. Almost as soon as he put on the new defensive equipment, the bullet came and was deflected by the light screen. It was only then that Xiaoxi relaxed slightly. And then she felt her heart beating extremely fast. Yi Kongqing held Xiaoxi in one arm and took a few steps back. At the same time, he took out a grenade and threw it towards the right. When the bullet hit, he could already clearly see the exact location of the attack. In just a few seconds, the opponent will definitely not have time to move far away. The coverage of a grenade is enough. As soon as the grenade was thrown, two hack sounds came from behind the ruined stone wall on the right, followed by a man dressed as a hippie and a woman wearing black stockings running out together. Su Yun on the side was so frightened by this series of changes that she dared not say a word. But after seeing the actions of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, she still pinched her palms to try to stay calm. She kept turning her head to check the situation in other directions, just in case there were people ambushed elsewhere, so that she could alert Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing in time if they were attacked again. The grenade exploded, and a large piece of the stone wall was blown into pieces. The rubble flew everywhere, and the small insects around were frightened and fled in all directions. Players in the 5 survival games were protected by defensive props and stood firmly in the smoke and rocks without being affected by the explosion. As soon as the woman in black stockings came out, she took out a Gatling gun and shot at Xiaoxi and the others.
Can you be more careful?
The hippie looked unhappy.
Can't you see that all 3 of them have top-notch defensive items? How useful can Gatling be? Of course you calm down.
The woman in black stockings rolled her eyes at the hippie angrily.
That mini bow and arrow just now is not yours. You won't feel bad.
She took back the Gatling in her hand, took out 2 more grenades, and threw them at Xiaoxi and the others.
Isn't this sneak attack plan made with your consent?
The hippie replied.
It was going smoothly at first. Who knew that these 2 people reacted very quickly and had backup defense tools? The result was not good, even if it's satisfactory. It's not what I want to see.
After saying that, he also threw a grenade towards Xiaoxi and the others. Although the 2 people were scolding each other, they had the same idea. Now that he has been forced to expose himself and the mini bow and arrow has been used up, he can only use grenades to consume the durability of the opponent's defense items before delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 1372 Wasteland Escape 35. After throwing the 3 grenades, the location where Xiaoxi and the others were standing was completely covered by smoke and dust, making it impossible to see the figures. At this moment, amid the heavy smoke, a bomb was suddenly thrown out, and the detonator was pressed in midair. The hippie and the woman in black stockings had no time to dodge, and were immediately affected by the airflow of the explosion. The durability of the top-quality defensive items they wore was instantly reduced by 10.
Damn it!
The hippie suddenly cursed.
We just threw some grenades, but you actually threw bombs. You don't have martial ethics. During your sneak attack, you didn't even mention martial ethics.
Xiaoxi replied, throwing out 2 more bombs at the same time. This time, the hippie and the woman in black stockings were mentally prepared and immediately moved away from each other. It's just that he didn't dodge fast enough, and he was still affected by the explosive airflow. However, it was not at the center of the explosion, so the damage to the defensive items was slightly less, and the durability was only reduced by 7 points. As the hippie dodged aside, he also took out a bomb and threw it at Xiaoxi and the others, shouting at the same time,
"Come on! Throw bombs at each other! Make it seem like you are the only one with the bomb!"
Xiaoxi responded unceremoniously with another bomb. At the same time, Yi Kongqing also took out a bomb and threw it at the woman in black stockings, who was hiding on the other side.
"You're crazy!"
The woman in black stockings hid a little further away and cursed angrily.
"I didn't provoke you. Just throw him away. Why did you throw bombs at me?"
Of course Yi Kongqing would not reply. He continued to throw bombs at the woman in black stockings. His strength was greater than Xiaoxi's, and his accuracy was also higher. In just a few seconds, the woman in black stockings could not hide far away, or even avoid the center of the explosion. After 3 consecutive attempts, the durability of the black stocking woman's defensive items dropped another 30 points. Things weren't much better on the hippie side.
Although Xiaoxi does not have the strength and hit rate as Yi Kongqing. Many times, the hippies are only affected by the explosion airflow, but are not at the center of the explosion. But they cannot withstand the bombs being thrown one after another. The durability of the hippies' defense items dropped by another 25 points. Whether they are hippies or women in black stockings, their faces are getting worse and worse. Although at the same time, both of them threw bombs to fight back. Neither Xiaoxi nor Yi Kongqing escaped. The durability of the defensive items must have dropped by 10 points. But they were the first to be hit by the bomb at the beginning, which meant that it was very likely that they would be the first to be destroyed by the defensive props. The opponent obviously understood this, so he had no intention of avoiding the attack and just attacked them blindly. If this continues, the moment their defensive props are destroyed, the opponent's attack will follow closely before they can put on new defensive props. Moreover, there are only 2 people on the other side currently attacking, and the other one has not moved yet. Maybe he is going to attack them at the moment when their defense items are destroyed. The current situation is not good for them. The hippie and the woman in black stockings looked at each other, and almost at the same time took out the silver moon-shaped earrings from the storage compartment and put them on themselves. The next second, the ability of Moonlight Shadow was activated, and both of them entered the invisible state. Chapter 1373 Wasteland Escape 36. Even at the moment of entering the invisible state, the hippie and the woman in black stockings were still damaged by 10 points of durability from the new round of explosions. But after the invisibility state was turned on, both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now is a good opportunity for them to make a sneak attack. The 2 of them moved as quietly as possible without making any noise. They planned to surround Xiaoxi and the others on the left and right, and throw bombs at the same time. The huge airflow caused by the explosion of several bombs could instantly significantly reduce the durability of the opponent's defense items. When Xiaoxi saw the other party's figure disappear, she knew that the other party must have used an invisibility tool. She glanced at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing shook his head slightly. His ears were constantly buzzing from the successive close-range explosions, and it was a bit difficult to hear people speaking normally, let alone distinguish small sounds. Xiaoxi understood what Yi Kongqing meant, but she did not feel disappointed and immediately put on the fairy wings. Since we can't figure out where the other party is exactly, and we don't know when the other party will launch an attack, it's better to go to a place where these people can't attack. Yi Kongqing understood and put on the fairy wings. The 2 people immediately flew towards the sky. Before Xiaoxi took off, she hugged Suyun, who had been watching closely behind her to see if there were any new attackers. She and Yi Kongqing put on fairy wings at almost the same time. Even if the 2 invisible judges couldn't react at first, they would definitely be able to react now. Therefore, during the short 2 seconds it took for Suyun to put on her wings again, it was very likely that she would be attacked first. What's more, now everyone's ears are not working well. Communication is not smooth, and even more time is wasted. Instead of waiting for Suyun to turn around and see her putting on the fairy wings before putting them on herself, she might as well take Suyun to the sky first, and then let Suyun slowly put on the wings. Sure enough, just as Xiaoxi's feet lifted off the ground, the explosion followed immediately. Although Xiaoxi and Suyun were still affected by the explosive airflow, due to their quick avoidance, the durability of the defensive props was only reduced by 5 points this time. After flying high, Xiaoxi motioned Suyun to put on her wings. Suyun reacted and quickly took out the wings and put them on herself. Xiaoxi then let go of her hand, and then began to throw more than 20 bombs downwards. Each bomb was thrown in a different position, but they were close to each other, covering the maximum range that the hippie and the woman in black stockings could possibly walk in these 10 seconds. The ruins, which were originally broken walls, were completely blown to pieces. There was almost no large stone in the nearby area. Dust and smoke filled the air, and even the sky here became gray. Suyun swallowed her saliva and asked Xiaoxi in a low voice, "Are they dead?" Her voice was too soft. Xiaoxi's ears were still buzzing from the impact of the explosion, and she didn't hear her words. Her own ears were buzzing, and knowing that Xiaoxi probably didn't hear her, she didn't ask again. After thinking about it, she turned her head again and began to be alert to the situation around her. If someone shows up again, she can remind Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing immediately. At this moment, a bomb suddenly flew from another direction. Suyun quickly pulled Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing's sleeves and pointed at the bomb approaching them rapidly to remind them. Chapter 1374 Wasteland Escape 37. The bomb was extremely fast and could fly high into the air. It was obvious that the opponent's arm strength was extremely strong, and he must have been physically strengthened. Yi Kongqing reacted immediately. holding Xiaoxi's waist with one hand and Su Yun's arm with the other, and at the same time took the two of them flying towards the distance. Thanks to the speed bonus of their wings, when the explosion sounded, they just avoided the impact of the explosion. Although none of spoke, everyone knew very well that it was not the hippies and women in black stockings who launched the attack at this time, but another group of people. Judging from the angle at which the bomb appeared, the person who threw the bomb should be far away from the hippies and the woman in black stockings. Unless the hippie and the woman in black stockings used teleportation props, it would be impossible for them to appear that far away in such a short time. Normally, if it were really hippies and women in black stockings using teleportation props, they wouldn't have moved that far. These two people are still invisible, and their positioning is still turned off, which is the best time for a sneak attack. As long as you teleport to the edge of the bomb, you can ensure that your defensive props will not be destroyed instantly. Xiaoxi and the others mistakenly thought that the two judges had been killed, and they would land again after they were sure they were safe. After all, when positioning is not turned on, flying in the sky makes you more likely to become a target. When Xiaoxi and the other three landed, the hippies and the women in black stockings would have many opportunities to make sneak attacks. The impact of the explosion caused all hearing loss, and even if something was accidentally made during a sneak attack, it would not be easily noticed. This is more likely to win than throwing a bomb into the air from a distance. Now that it is certain that the bomb throwers were not hippies or women in black stockings, it is even more inappropriate to fly in the air now. The three of them have undoubtedly become the most conspicuous targets. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing and Suyun and pointed in another direction. That was the rendezvous point we had agreed with Jiu Xiaolin and others. This ruin is no longer suitable to stay, because it is not sure whether the hippies and the women in black stockings are dead or not, and they can't stay in the sky without moving. Otherwise more attacks will gather. In addition, there were only 5 minutes left before the positioning started, so it was time for them to meet up with Jiu Xiaolin and Ningping. Although it was a bit regretful that we were unable to find the rebel hiding in the ruins. There was such a big commotion in the ruins that it was impossible for the rebel not to notice it. He might have run away long ago to protect himself. I'm afraid I won't find anyone if I continue to stay here. It's better to meet up with the others first. Make sure that Jiu Xiaolin has found anyone, and then discuss the next plan. Yi Kongqing and Suyun both understood what Xiaoxi meant and nodded. At this moment, another wave of bombs was thrown towards them. This time two at once. Xiaoxi and the other two didn't hesitate any longer, and instantly flew towards the meeting point at the highest speed. Before the two bombs even had time to explode, they were already out of the explosion range. But as soon as the three of them flew some distance away, a group of small birds suddenly appeared in front of them. These flying birds were probably only about the size of a palm, but they flew extremely fast. When they saw Xiaoxi and the others, they rushed towards them, as if they wanted to pierce their bodies with their hard and sharp beaks. Chapter 1375 Wasteland Escape 38. The bird's beak does not do much damage to the best defensive items, but it cannot hold these flying birds without fear of death, and there are too many of them. It is like a sandstorm. Countless sand grains hit the body, which is enough to make people scream in pain. Of course, it was impossible for Xiaoxi and the other three people to really scream in pain when they were protected by defensive items. But the durability of the defensive items was decreasing little by little along with the constantly lighting up defensive barrier. They were even unable to move because too many birds were attacking them. Whether it is moving forward, retreating, flying right or left, or swooping down, it is difficult to move any distance. Seeing that the destination is not far away but unable to get there will make anyone's face look bad. In particular, the durability of defensive items continues to decrease. If it continues like this, it will be exhausted sooner or later. Xiaoxi struggled several times and found that it was difficult for her to break through Asuka's encirclement. So she took out a gas tank from the storage compartment, opened the gas valve directly, and then took out a lighter and lit it a fist away from the gas tank. An area immediately burned in front of Xiaoxi and spread along the drifting gas, burning nearby birds as well. Although the bird's attack still did not slow down, because the flames around it formed a vacuum zone. Any bird that came close was engulfed by the fire, turned into a small piece of black coal, and fell straight into the ground. Seeing that this method was effective, Xiaoxi immediately threw a gas can and a lighter to Yi Kongqing and Suyun respectively. In this case, it would be safer to light the bird on fire with gas than to throw a bomb. The flames will be blocked by defensive items, so it will not cause burns. At most, it will just feel that the surrounding temperature is a bit high. Moreover, flames have a low impact on the durability of defensive props, and the durability decreases very slowly if a bomb is used at close range. Although it can kill a large number of nearby birds, the durability of its own defense items will also decrease at a rate of 10 points. This flying bird that can't be seen to the end. A bomb will definitely not be able to deal with it. Don't wait until the end, before Asuka has finished blowing up. The durability of his own defensive items has been exhausted first, during the brief 1 or 2 seconds when they put on their new defensive props. Swarms of flying birds could easily take the opportunity to stab their bodies with their beaks. Not to mention that if the bomb causes the durability to decrease too quickly, you may end up injuring yourself. Yi Kongqing and Suyun understood, and immediately followed Xia Shi's method to create a vacuum zone around themselves. In this way, several people slowly flew forward, and finally were able to approach the meeting point little by little. The capacity of the small gas tank was not large, and the gas inside had been used up before it flew very far. The birds once again pounced on the defensive shields of Xia Shi and the others. Xia Shi quickly took out 3 more gas cans, and handed 2 of them to Yi Kongqing and Suyun. After a vacuum zone was formed around the 3 of them, Xia Shi simply gave each of Yi Kongqing and Suyun 5 gas tanks, so that they could replace them in time when the second gas tank was used up later. Seeing that the 3 of them were almost reaching the meeting point, their heads were suddenly shrouded in shadow. The 3 of them subconsciously looked up at the sky and saw a huge crimson bird swooping straight down towards them. In comparison, those small birds looked as small as bees. Chapter 1376 Wasteland Escape 39. The crimson flying bird was extremely fast, and knocked away many small flying birds along the way. However, those small flying birds did not give way, and still tried to attack Xia Shi and the others. Yi Kongqing immediately took out a bomb, accurately projected it from the gaps between many small birds onto the wings of the crimson birds, and then pressed the detonator. There was an explosion sound, and one wing of the red bird was instantly injured. Its body lost its balance, and tilted uncontrollably. It spun several times in midair, and knocked away many small birds. Finally, it staggered and fell, taking advantage of the opportunity when the crimson bird fell and knocked away many small birds. Xia Shi and the other 3 followed the barrier-free passage created by the crimson bird and landed towards the ground together. This time it finally landed successfully. After landing, the little birds did not chase after them. Instead, they seemed to be unable to find the target. They hovered in the sky for a moment, and then flew away. Huh? Suyun exhaled a long breath. I thought these birds would fly down and continue to attack us. It's good that he didn't follow me. Otherwise the flying bird would be beaten endlessly, and I don't know how long it would take before it was all over. Those flying birds did not make any sound when they attacked, which gave Xia Shi and the others a chance to buffer their ears. By this time, their hearing had recovered a lot. After hearing Suyun's words, Xia Shi said, "This may not be a good thing." "Oh?" Suyun blinked, not knowing why. Xia Shi looked around at the situation and explained to Suyun. The birds didn't chase us. There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the sky is their habitat. When we are in the sky, they think that their habitat has been encroached upon, so they attacked us. And now that we have landed, they think they have driven away the intruders, so they will naturally stop pursuing them. This should be the most desolate place in this wasteland. Apart from rocks and some drought-tolerant vegetation, there is only a layer of sand floating on the surface. But Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pinger were not seen within sight. The meeting place where they met was only an approximate location. There were no coordinates on the map, and there was no specifically identified geographical location name, so it was impossible to be precise to a specific point. This is also the reason why Xia Shi proposed to meet at the beginning of the next round of positioning. At that time, through positioning on the map, they can probably determine each other's location, making it easier to find each other, even if Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pinger didn't arrive at the meeting area in time. As long as they saw which red light spot and yellow light spot on the map were in a state of peaceful coexistence, it would definitely be the 2 of them. There is still 1 minute left before the positioning starts. If you wait a little, you will know where Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pinger are. However, during this minute, it would be difficult for them to stand here without making mistakes. While Yi Kongqing listened to Xia Shi's words, he also paid attention to the safety around him. The second possibility, Xia Shi continued, this place belongs to the territory of other animals, and this animal is probably more dangerous than the birds. The birds know that they are no match, so naturally they don't dare to come here to grab prey. Having said this, she looked at Suyun. Which one do you think is more likely? Suyun instantly understood what Xia Shi meant. She looked around nervously. I feel like the second one is more likely. Chapter 1377 Wasteland Escape 40. Although the first possibility sounds reasonable and logical, judging from the cruel nature of this survival game, the second possibility is obviously higher. Especially the scene just now is still vivid in my mind. When the crimson flying bird attacked them, it didn't care about the lives of other small flying birds at all, and killed countless small flying birds along the way. This also proves that the animals in this game do attack each other, and the stronger ones will kill the weaker ones. Thinking about it this way, the second possibility becomes even higher. After having this understanding, Suyun couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Those little birds are already in trouble. If more powerful animals come again, I don't know what species it will be. Just when Suyun was thinking this, several gray-white wolves suddenly jumped out from behind the willow bushes in the distance. The evil wolf is twice as big as an ordinary wolf. It has blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, and saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. It seems that it has seen delicious prey and can't help drooling. Suyun couldn't help but tremble. The way the ferocious beast drools is really terrifying. Those gray-white wolves went straight towards Xiaoxi and the others, their roars filling the sky. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing took out several bombs from their respective storage compartments at almost the same time, and threw them one after another at the running wolves. Positioning is about to start, and now there is no need to worry about whether the noise from the explosion will attract other people's attention. Anyway, after positioning is turned on, other people will be able to see that there is someone here. When Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing were throwing bombs, Suyun subconsciously started vigilance and turned to look behind her. Then she whispered and quickly reminded Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, "There are wolves behind us too!" Yi Kongqing immediately turned around and accurately threw the bomb in his hand at a wolf that was not close yet. Amidst the explosions one after another, a minute finally passed, and the positioning was turned on again. Xiaoxi glanced at the map while throwing the bomb. Not far from them, there were 3 red and 2 yellow light spots that were moving slightly. The red light dots and yellow light dots do not look like they are in conflict, and they coexist peacefully. It seems that Ning Pinger and Jiuxiaolin have reached the rendezvous location, and they have also found another rebel. I just don't know who I found. She glanced at the other light spots on the map, and soon discovered that at the end of the ruins she had walked before, there was a dim light spot that turned gray. She counted again and determined that there were only 6 yellow spots left. It seems that the rebel who was hiding in the ruins was killed. In fact, she had guessed this possibility when she was attacked by hippies and women in black stockings. It was just that the situation was urgent, and she didn't say anything. Now when I see this gray spot of light, there is a high probability that the rebel was killed by a hippie or a woman in black stockings. Before the location disappeared, the 2 people should have been near the ruins. It was very possible to come over to rest and try their luck to see if they could catch anyone. The rebel's luck was obviously not very good. He probably bumped into the 2 judges not long after his position disappeared. 1 against 2. No opponent. Died at the hands of the hippie and the woman in black stockings. This can also explain why Xiaoxi and others searched in the ruins for more than 40 minutes, but could not find the rebels. Chapter 1378 Wasteland Escape 41. The current situation is very bad. After a rebel dies, if it's Zhan Yu, they have 2 more chances to get the last special item. But if it is not Zhan Yu, it means that they only have 1 chance to get special items. Once this last chance is gone, everything is lost. We must meet up with Jiuxiaolin and others as soon as possible to determine who the rebel Jiuxiaolin found. Before Xiaoxi could remind Yi Kongqing and Suyun, a familiar voice suddenly came from above. "Hello fellow Wasteland Escape players." A variety of male tones overlap together. It's hard to describe whether they sound good or bad, but it just sounds a little uncomfortable. Next, I want to announce a special edition. Game rules. Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the voice of the little god. Sure enough, the little god has been paying attention to the situation here. His voice can actually be heard directly from the sky. Does it mean that Servant of God's Space and Wasteland Escape are very close? Otherwise, in so many survival games in the past, there has never been a situation where the little god directly spoke out, let alone a situation where the game rules were interfered with in the middle of the game. In addition, she had always speculated that the world of Wasteland Escape was not created naturally, but was created by man specifically to clean up the rebels. Based on the previous clues, she was almost certain that the little god could not leave the god servant space. This means that if the little god wants to control a game in real time like now, or even add special rules according to the situation, he will probably have to get very close to do it. If it's too far, I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaoxi thought of this the moment Xiaoshan spoke. But Xiaoshen's voice continued. This is a benefit for all judges. The little god said with a cruel tone. I will specially mark a rebel on the map. When the positioning is turned on, you can see the rebel's light spots and other rebels are different. He paused deliberately for a second, and then spoke in a longer tone. Next, whoever of you can kill this rebel, who has been specially marked by me today, will get an additional 1 billion points. The judges scattered across the map all showed expressions of astonishment when they heard what the little god said. 1 billion. In previous games, you could get up to 50 million points by clearing the game. If there is a chance to get points during the game, then after clearing the game, you can get 100 million points, which is a lifetime of good luck. But this time, the little god actually said that he would give 1 billion points. This is not the points for clearing the game. Just by killing one of the rebels, you can get 1 billion. What is the concept of 1 billion? Except for players with high initial points. Most ordinary players have no chance of having 1 billion points. Only after becoming an observer can you start to have a surplus of points. But even so, you won't be able to accumulate 1 billion points quickly. This kind of good thing is so rare. The expressions of all the rebels, except Jiu Xiaolin, changed from shocked to eager to try. Everyone is gearing up to compete for huge points. At the same time, Xiaoshen once again said, the light point mark has been completed. I wish everyone good luck. Chapter 1379 Wasteland Escape 42. As soon as Xiaoshen finished speaking, a yellow light spot flashed on the map, and the frequency was extremely high, and it was immediately distinguished from other yellow light spots. According to the location on the map, she could tell at a glance that it was the light spot representing Suyun. Xiaoshen chose Suyun, and there were almost no unexpected results. If the little god chooses a rebel they haven't found yet, it undoubtedly proves that the rebel must have special items. Otherwise he would not be in a hurry to get rid of them. At the same time, it will also allow Xia and others to figure out which rebel they should go to next. The little god is absolutely unwilling to give them any hint. So no matter whether there are special items among the two remaining rebels, the little god cannot show it. In addition, Suyun has too many special items. Solving Suyun is the real solution to his major problem. Anyone else who wants to piece together a sufficient number of special items has to start from scratch. Without the bonus of Suyun's good luck buff, it would be impossible to get so many special items in the year of the monkey and the horse. Only Suyun's life is worthy of 1 billion points. She even guessed why the little god didn't give such a special rule until now instead of having this rule at the beginning. It should be that the little god is not willing to give players too many points. Even if most of the observers are chess pieces in his hand. If there are too many chess pieces, it is easy to become less obedient. In survival games, the higher the points, the less difficult it will be to clear the level, and players will have more energy to think about issues other than life and death, such as freedom. So at this time of last resort, the little god offered such generous terms to attract the judges to attack Suyun. But from this perspective, at least one of the remaining two rebels that she has not yet encountered should have special items. Otherwise, Xiaoshen does not have to let the judge get rid of Suyun today. While she was trying to figure out all this in the midst of lightning and flint, the red light spots from all directions were approaching Suyun's direction as fast as they could. The ones that are far away and have no wings are the slowest. So don't worry about it for now. But those winged judges are approaching at an extremely fast speed. It only takes a few minutes to reach Suyun's location. She quickly thought about the countermeasures, and then said to Yikamqing and Suyun, after they arrive near here, we will teleport back to the ruins, right where we stood when we last left the ruins. One glance at the map will tell you that neither the hippies nor the women in black stockings on the other side of the ruins are dead. But in such a series of explosions, even if the two people used teleportation props, it was impossible for them to be completely uninjured. The short time they wore the teleportation props was enough to destroy their defensive props and cause them to be injured by the explosive airflow. When dealing with two injured people, it is easier to find flaws than with intact people. More importantly, the ruins are the place with the smallest number of judges. During the hour when the positioning was turned off, 7 of the judges gathered and entered the hills where Xia and others were before. Obviously the 7 judges were heading towards them, probably because they thought there were more targets and more points to gain. Chapter 1380 Wasteland Escape 43. It's just that the 7 judges didn't know that Xia and others had left long ago and spent an hour looking for solitude in the hills. In addition, there are 3 judges who are resting in place. They neither look for players in the same camp nor move quietly during the hour when positioning is turned off to ambush and attack. These 3 judges are scattered in different places, but they are not too close to the ruins. So there are only hippies and women in black stockings in the ruins. For Xiaoxi and the others, it would not be difficult to deal with these two people even if they teleported over and met them immediately. There were 5 red light spots moving at high speed at this time. Even if Xiaoxi and the others flew out now, they would not be able to avoid being chased and intercepted. Coupled with the positioning, it is impossible to get rid of these people. Teleporting away became the best choice. And you must wait until these 5 people get close to here before teleporting over. When the 5 people reacted, changed direction and flew towards the ruins. They had several minutes of free time. Even among all the judges, there were people who had teleportation tools. But Xiaoxi remembered that apart from the dead rebel, only hippies and women in black stockings had set foot in the ruins. It is impossible for others to teleport over, thus avoiding the trouble of immediately encountering unknown enemies. In this way, Xiaoxi and the others could get 3 or 4 minutes of breathing space. Although the time was short, it was enough for her to complete her next plan. Yi Kongqing and Suyun didn't ask any further questions. According to Xiaoxi's wishes, they first put on golden sun-shaped brooches for themselves. Xiaoxi also put on a brooch for herself. Then she took out the announcement horn, worth 10,000 points. You can initiate a voice announcement to all players within the game. The talk is 10 minutes long and can be used in segments. Current time remaining, 5 minutes. Xiaoxi pressed the speaker switch and started talking. Jiu Xiaolin, if you don't find the person I need or Zhan Yu, please use your body movement to draw a circle on the map. She kept looking at the map moving towards her. There was a red light spot, but the voice was still calm, and there was no trace of nervousness at all. If it's the person I need, just draw a triangle. She didn't know who the yellow speck of light in the ruins was. This means that the remaining 2 yellow light spots may be Zhan Yu and a Du Miaomiu, who may have special items. It could also be 2 players who don't know each other at all, but maybe only one of them has a special item. When being hunted, every second is extremely precious. She can't completely figure it out on her own. So the best choice is to first find out who the person Jiu Xiaolin found there is. If Jiu Xiaolin and the others found someone with special items, then it would be the best choice to break out of the encirclement and fly to Jiu Xiaolin to join them. But if Jiu Xiaolin finds Zhan Yu, or another person without special items, then her next goal will be very clear. We must rush to the yellow light spot that has not been found by anyone as soon as possible. That should be the last hope. Announcement speaker cannot selectively issue voice announcements. So if it is issued, all players will hear it. But except for her own insiders, no one else would understand the specific meaning of what Xiaoxi said. And it didn't matter even if those people heard it. Chapter 1381 Wasteland Escape 44. The moment Xiaoxi spoke, all the red light spots obviously paused. But they quickly continued to move closer, without wasting time because Xiaoxi spoke. After Xiaoxi finished all her words, the 5 red light spots flying from the same direction had already arrived in the sky above her. Xiaoxi looked up and saw several figures swooping down from the sky. No birds appeared to block the whole process. It is obvious that the birds in the sky and the wolves on the ground are prepared for the rebels, and will not attack the judges at all. Xiaoxi raised her hand to make a gesture and disappeared instantly. Yi Kongqing and Suyun had been paying attention to Xiaoxi's movements, and at this time, they also activated the teleportation props. The 5 players were about to land, but they watched as their targets disappeared. The next second, a flashing yellow light spot representing 1 billion points appeared in another place. The 5 players couldn't help but curse, and then flew into the sky again, flying towards the ruins. Other players without wings also changed the direction of pursuit. After reappearing behind the ruins, Xiaoxi immediately looked at the red dot on the map representing Jiu Xiaolin. After zooming in on that area, you can clearly see that Jiu Xiaolin's red light spots are moving continuously and regularly. Yi Kongqing first glanced at where the hippie and the woman in black stockings were. When he saw the 2 people approaching, he took out 2 bombs and reminded Suyun to stand between him and Xiaoxi. The invisibility time of the hippie and the woman in black stockings has not passed yet, although they are positioned so that they can clearly know their location. Their movements cannot be seen. This also means that it is impossible to see what these 2 people have in their hands, and when and what kind of attack they will launch. The best option is to attack these 2 people first when they get close. Suyun obediently stood between Yi Kongqing and Xiaoxi, and also took out 2 bombs, preparing to follow Yi Kongqing's actions later. At this moment, Xiaoxi finally saw Jiu Xiaolin draw a complete circle on the map with his own red light spot. It seems that the rebels found by Jiu Xiaolin and Ning Pinger did not have special items. Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing and Suyun beside her. Now we need to go to the yellow light that has not been found before.
Click around. This is our last hope.
After saying that, she looked at the lone yellow light spot on the map. The location of the yellow light spot happened to be the area where Suyun was staying at the beginning. That is, a basin with a lake. But the yellow light spot is still a little far away from the lake now. This means that except for Suyun and the judge who was chasing Suyun before, no other player should have been to that place yet. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing have never been to that area and cannot teleport there. It would be too risky for Suyun to teleport there alone. So it's best for 3 people to fly there together. But you still have to consider the measures that have to be taken in an emergency. Xiaoxi turned to look at Suyun and said seriously,
Suyun, you need a new teleportation prop. If I let you go in the middle, you will immediately teleport to the location of the yellow light spot. Only if you have been there, you can find this rebel the fastest. Chapter 1382 Wasteland Escape 45. Suyun was stunned, not expecting that Xiaoxi would want to act separately from him. But how tight time is at this moment? Even if Xiaoxi doesn't say it, Suyun knows it in her heart. Suyun took a deep breath and suppressed all the uneasiness and tension in her heart. She didn't ask anything. And while replacing herself with a new one, she assured Xiaoxi,
I remember Sister Xia, and I will follow your arrangements. 9 times out of 10. This rebel has something special on him,
Xiaoxi said as she looked at the red light spots getting closer and closer.
If he denies it, don't give up easily, and try every means to get rid of him.
He got it in his hand. Okay, I understand.
Suyun agreed obediently again. Xiaoxi took out the announcement speaker again and turned on the switch.
Jiao Xiaolin, I need your help.
She didn't say more, but she believed Jiao Xiaolin could understand what she meant. There were a total of 5 judges flying over, plus the hippies and the women in black stockings who were still in the ruins. There were 7 enemies in total. There were only 3 people on Xiaoxi's side, and the disparity in numbers was too large. If Jiao Xiaolin and Ning Pinger could come to help, they could at least share the pressure of the number of people. As soon as Xiaoxi finished speaking, 2 red light spots representing hippies and women in black stockings appeared not far away. Yi Kongqing had been paying attention to the situation of these 2 people. Almost as soon as the 2 people came within the attack range, he threw the bomb in his hand. Seeing this, Suyun quickly threw the bomb in his hand. It's a pity that she didn't have enough strength to throw it not far enough. And it didn't hit those 2 people just right. But it was also within the explosion coverage, enough to affect those 2 people. The screams of the hippie and the woman in black stockings soon came over there. Obviously, neither of them expected that Yi Kongqing and Suyun would directly throw bombs, and they didn't even have time to observe the enemy's situation before taking action. Xiaoxi bought herself a new fairy wing. The old fairy wings only have 3 durability points left. In order to prevent the durability from running out midway and exposing big flaws, replacing it with new fairy wings is the best choice. At the same time, the 5 flying judges were already very close to the ruins area. Then 2 light spots, 1 red and 1 yellow, representing Jiao Xiaolin and Ning Pinger, also began to fly towards the ruins. It seemed that the rebel found by Jiao Xiaolin also came with him. Fly, Xia, she said to the 2 people around her at this time. The 3 of them flew into the sky at the same time. Before leaving the ruins, Xiaoxi dropped 10 more bombs in succession at the location of the hippies and the woman in black stockings below the ruins. Amidst the huge explosion, the voices of any hippies or women in black stockings could not be heard at all. However, when Xiaoxi and the other 3 flew towards the basin, the red light spots representing the hippies and the women in black stockings finally turned gray. It seems that this time, the 2 people were unable to use teleportation props to avoid the explosion. Finally, 2 potential threats were solved. But Xiaoxi and the others did not feel much relaxed. When the 5 flying judges saw Xiaoxi and the others trying to fly away in a detour, they all sped up and flew over, trying to intercept them halfway. Originally, Xiaoxi and the other 3 could get past the interception of the 5 judges. But at this moment, several huge crimson birds rushed over and blocked their way. Chapter 1383 Wasteland Escape 46. Attacking from the front and back. Although Xiaoxi and the others quickly killed the red birds with bombs, they were successfully intercepted by the 5 judges within 10 seconds of delay. As soon as they met, Xiaoxi discovered that there was an acquaintance among the 5 judges, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, extremely white skin, and thin lips. He exudes the temperament of a frail scholar. But even though the expression on his face looks very gentle, no one can ignore his seemingly innate sense of alienation.
Jun Nanju looked at Xiaoxi without hesitation.
and then glanced at Yi Kongqing. Then, he sighed softly, seeming a little regretful. I didn't expect that we would still face a hostile situation. The moment Yi Kongqing looked at Jun Nanju, his whole body tensed up. Although he didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, he actually mobilized every muscle in his body, and was ready to take action at any time in an excellent combat preparation posture. The other 4 judges were originally sizing up Xiaoxi and the others, wondering whether they should test their opponent's strength first. But they did not act rashly. After hearing Jun Nanju's words, they all looked at Jun Nanju. Do you know them? A man with a middle-parted hair, who looked very cunning, asked Jun Nanju. How well do you know them? If you can know the opponent's strength without testing, you can skip the testing process and take action without any scruples. Jun Nanju did not answer the question of the treacherous split. Instead, he looked at Xiaoxi and asked, I'm a little curious as to why you got yourself into what you are now. Since he became an observer, there has never been a situation like this. This completely unfair game rule and one-sided killing pattern are obviously going to kill all the rebels. And the so-called rebels actually have observers. If the rebel was someone else, he might not think much about it. But if the rebel was Xiaoxi, he had to think about what the reason for this so-called rebellion was. If I tell you the reason, will you let us go? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. She was a little surprised by Jun Nanju's appearance. But only a little. What surprised her was that in this wasteland escape, she actually knew 2 of the players, who were judges. The coincidence surprised her. But when I thought about it, it wasn't that surprising. There is no doubt about Jun Nanju's strength. So as long as the time period when his last round of the game ended coincides with hers, it is very logical to enter this game. The possibility is not high. And even if I agree, they will not agree, Jun Nanju said calmly. But I still want to hear your side of the story first. Although he and Xiaoxi had known each other for a while, they did not have any deep revolutionary friendship. He admired this woman's intelligence and ability, and also tried to mark her, wanting her to become an observer. But when there is such an obvious antagonistic relationship and conflict of interest, he will still choose the side that is beneficial to him. The relationship between him and her was far from good enough to make him violate the rules of the game. 1 billion points is quite tempting and very attractive to him. He couldn't give up without enough reasons. Chapter 1384 Wasteland Escape 47. After hearing Jun Nanju's words, the other 4 judges' expressions were indescribably complicated, somewhat relaxing and some regretful. Jun Nanju did not choose to switch sides, letting them breathe a sigh of relief. Although they don't know each other, it can be seen that Jun Nanju's strength is not weak. If Jun Nanju changes sides, the situation will be difficult to predict. But Jun Nanju did not agree to let these rebels go, which meant that they had to compete with each other for 1 billion points. The addition of a strong competitor also put some pressure on them. Xiaoxi was not surprised by Jun Nanju's statement. In fact, she had considered using the announcement speaker to tell all the players about the special items. But she gave up the idea almost the next second. Among all judges, beings like Jiu Xiaolin are rare species. She had no idea what thoughts and mentality the other judges had in participating in this survival game. It is undeniable that some players will enjoy the superior status of observers after becoming observers. There are also some players who will worship the little god and therefore obey the little god very much. Once these 2 types of people know about special items, and know that collecting special items may be detrimental to the little god, they will think that all the advantages and privileges they have now are likely to be in vain. In this case, they are likely to not only not stop chasing, but will try to destroy special items while chasing. Once one of these judges has the ability to find objects, they can just find a way to get close to Suyun and activate the ability to directly take away the special items. Once the observer touches a special item, the special item will immediately disappear, even if the protection of the defensive items prevented them from killing Suyun immediately. At least they could destroy the special items easily. Xiaoxi couldn't gamble with Suyun's life and the special item in Suyun's hand, so she couldn't say anything. Since you won't let us go, why should I tell you? As soon as Xiaoxi finished speaking, a bomb suddenly appeared in her hand, and she threw it directly at Jun Nanju. Upon seeing this, the other 4 judges immediately flew away. Jun Nanju did not dodge, but flew towards the bomb, approaching Xiaoxi. At the same time, the judges who dispersed saw the opportunity and rushed towards Suyun. Before he could get closer, Yi Kongqing rushed forward. He grabbed one of the judges with one hand and threw them out with all his strength. He also accurately threw the 2 people towards the other 2 judges, who were trying to rush over. The two thrown judges quickly stabilized their bodies in midair to avoid colliding with the other two people. But the other two people flew to the side in order to avoid the two judges who were throwing them at them. And the distance between them and Soo-yoon actually lengthened. At this moment, Jun Nanju's hand was about to grab Xiaoxi's wrist. But the next second it touched a cold object. Xiaoxi had a stun gun in her hand, and she turned it on the moment Jun Nanju touched it. Although protected by top-notch defensive items, Jun Nanju was not injured. But with the stun gun as a barrier, he was unable to grab Xiaoxi's wrist. Xiaoxi took advantage of these few seconds to immediately step back a distance. Chapter 1385 Wasteland Escape 48. At this time, Jiao Xiaolin and others finally arrived. When she saw Jiao Xiaolin and Ning Ping'er being held by Zhan Yu, Xiaoxi instantly understood the situation of these three people. Only Jiao Xiaolin has fairy wings, so only 3 people can share one wing. Only Zhan Yu has physical strength enhancement, so it is Zhan Yu who does the hard work. But the appearance of these 3 people in this form was of no help at all. Xiaoxi shouted to Zhan Yu, "Zhan Yu! Rush over!" Zhan Yu saw Soo-yoon as soon as he flew over. Only when he really saw Soo-yoon here did he completely believe what Ning Ping'er said at that time. At this time, Soo-yoon was busy throwing bombs at the judges who were trying to get closer, and he didn't even have time to look at them. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Zhan Yu immediately withdrew his gaze and rushed over in one go. The 4 judges wanted to attack Soo-yoon, but they did not pay much attention to Zhan Yu. The 3 conjoined twins. Soo-yoon was protected by Yi Kongqin, and he had been working hard to output, so there was no risk of being caught for a while. Jun Nanju was the only one on Xiaoxi's side. But Jun Nanju didn't stop Zhan Yu from approaching. He just watched. So Zhan Yu, Jiao Xiaolin and Ning Ping'er flew to Xiaoxi's side very smoothly. Xiaoxi immediately took out 2 spare fairy wings from her storage compartment and threw them to Jiao Xiaolin and Ning Ping'er. "Put them on quickly. She needs help, not a burden." At this time, she was the only one with extra fairy wings, and she could only provide them. Jiao Xiaolin put the wings on himself and glanced at Jun Nanju, who was flying not far away. "It's really strange that he didn't take the opportunity to attack us." Then he looked at Xiaoxi again. "Beauty, could this be another peach blossom you got from somewhere?" Although Xiaoxi and the other party did not have any verbal communication when he came over, he knew at a glance that the 2 people knew each other. Ning Ping'er also quickly put on wings for herself, but her eyes unconsciously turned to Jun Nanju. She also felt a little strange. When Zhan Yu rushed over, she was prepared for the possibility of being attacked. She grabbed 2 grenades in her hands and was ready to pull out the tab at any time. But he didn't expect that it was a false alarm, and the other party actually had no intention of stopping him. But this man is also very good looking, and he was the kind of gentle person. Plus he always had a gentle expression, which made her feel that if he were not in a hostile camp, he would be a very easy person to get along with. "At this time, you are still in the mood to talk about such useless things." Xiaoxi gave Jiao Xiaolin a roll of her eyes unceremoniously. "I see that you are not worried at all about whether you can leave alive. You are also a judge," Jun Nanju suddenly said. He looked at Jiao Xiaolin. His eyes were sizing up, and his words were testing. "Why did you choose to side with the rebels?" The map clearly showed that the opponent's location was a red light spot. In other words, when entering this game, the opponent is also divided into the camp of the judge. This at least proves that the little god does not think that this observer has any rebellious intentions. So what is the reason for this judge to choose to side with the rebels? It is impossible for the other party to not know the consequences of such a choice. Chapter 1386 Wasteland Escape 49. "Of course I have my reasons." Jiao Xiaolin had no intention of explaining anything. Although he didn't know Jun Nanju's purpose, he knew very well that if he could tell it, Xiaoxi would definitely say that it was not his turn to talk. "Why didn't you attack?" Xiaoxi looked at Jun Nanju and asked. "Just now you could have chosen to stop Zhan Yu, or you could have chosen to take the opportunity to attack me. But you did nothing." Jun Nanju pursed his lips, and then showed a polite smile. "My 6th sense tells me that your choice may be the right one." Although he didn't know exactly what Xiaoxi's choice was, or why he felt this way, he rarely had the so-called 6th sense. But this time the feeling was particularly strong. So strong that he couldn't ignore it. Coupled with the several previous contacts with Xiaoxi, he at least understood that Xiaoxi would not do evil intentionally. Deep down in his heart, he had always had some doubts about everything about the little god. But he had no one to discuss with, and he had never found any other way to explore. That's why he never expressed his doubts to anyone. But when he saw that Xiaoxi, who was already an observer, had actually become a so-called rebel,
The doubts in his heart became even more intense. In the past, he had not had much interest in learning the truth. For him, as long as he can live a good life, he can live in any form. But now, he suddenly wanted to know. He really wanted to know if the doubts in his heart could be answered, and if his guesses were related to the truth. He also wanted to know whether Xia Shi's choice would be better than his.
I also think my choice is correct.
While talking to Jun Nanju, Xia Shi motioned to Jiu Xiaolin and Zhan Yu to help Yi Kongqing. Zhan Yu didn't understand Xia Shi's meaning yet, but Jiu Xiaolin already understood Xia Shi's eyes. Jiu Xiaolin immediately pulled Zhan Yu and flew towards Yi Kongqing. With the addition of these two people, Yi Kongqing's pressure has been reduced a lot. The four judges became even more difficult to approach Su Yun, and each of them looked unhappy. Xia Shi took a look at the situation at Yi Kongqing's side and determined that the situation was temporarily stable. Then she continued to say to Jun Nanju,
I don't have time to explain too much to you now. If you don't want to fight with me, just stand aside.
While watching,
she didn't expect Jun Nanju to help her like Jiu Xiaolin. But as long as Jun Nanju didn't get involved and was a neutral bystander, it would alleviate a lot of pressure for her. Jun Nanju stared at Xia Shi, neither retreating, nor charging forward to attack again. Ning Pinger on the side held two grenades in her hands and stared at Jun Nanju nervously. After a long while, Jun Nanju said,
If I don't attack you, I will choose your camp. So?
Xia Shi looked at Yi Kongqing again and asked Jun Nanju,
Are you still going to attack me?
Yi Kongqing's side was in a 4 versus 4 situation. There was no problem in dealing with the 4 judges for the time being, but it was difficult to break through the encirclement and fly away.
Those 4 judges not only have fairy wings, but each of them is wearing top-notch defensive items. This means that the freezing gun is useless against them. If the freezing gun is useful, it can at least delay it for a while, enough for them to find the last rebel. But if the freeze gun is useless, they have no chance to get rid of these people. Chapter 1387 Wasteland Escape 50. When positioning is turned on, the invisibility props also lose their effect. Although you can make the other party unclear about what small movements you are doing, you cannot quietly change direction and sneak away. No matter how you move, there is nothing to hide in positioning mode. The only option now is. Xia Shi raised her voice and shouted to Su Yun.
Su Yun, go quickly.
Su Yun immediately understood what Xia Shi meant. Her little face was tense and her eyes were nervous. But she nodded quickly and activated the teleportation tool. The next second, Su Yun disappeared in front of everyone. On the map, a new yellow light spot appeared not far from the yellow light spot in the basin area. Almost instantly, everyone understood Xia Shi's intention. When the 4 judges saw this, they couldn't help cursing, and then immediately wanted to turn around and chase him. Yi Kongqing and others took action to stop him. Yi Kongqing forcibly held down 2 judges by himself, while Zhan Yu and Jiu Xiaolin controlled one by themselves. The situation suddenly changed, and the person who originally intercepted became the target of interception. The hunting target that the judges were fighting for was no longer there, but was hindered by others, and was delayed in pursuing it. Of the 5 judges who had fairy wings and could chase after them at high speed, 4 of them were stopped, and one seemed not to intend to continue taking action. The other 4 judges without fairy wings are all located some distance away from the basin where Su Yun went, and it is impossible to arrive within a few minutes. In a short period of time, Su Yun was safe.
The most you can do is delay for a little while, but you can't change the outcome at all.
The violent muscular man who was dragged by Zhan Yu struggled and cursed angrily.
That little girl will definitely die in my hands in the end. You are like this now. It just prolongs her fear time.
Everyone present had the highest level of defense props. The freeze gun could not be used on anyone, and bombs could not destroy the best defense props at once. This resulted in everyone having to use the most primitive method to restrain each other. The violent muscular man has obviously been physically strengthened and is extremely powerful. If he struggled with such strength, an ordinary person would probably be thrown far away. Fortunately, Zhan Yu also had enhanced physical strength, although it was a bit difficult to deal with it. He did not let the opponent break free. No one present responded to the grumpy muscular man's words, because these 4 judges were quickly controlled. They didn't even have the chance to use white judgment and teleport away. Of course, they may not have a white horse moment, but no matter what, holding on tight and not letting go is the wisest choice now. Xia Shi saw that the remaining 4 red light spots on the map had teleported. However, although they were closer to the basin, no one immediately appeared near Su Yun's location. Obviously the person who had been chasing Su Yun before was not among the 4 red light spots.
None of the 4 judges had fairy wings, so they could not rely on the wing props to speed up the pursuit. It would take a lot of time to find Suyun, who was walking just by relying on his own footsteps. After confirming that Suyun was safe for a short period of time, Xiaoxi looked at Jun Nanju again. Thank you. No matter what Jun Nanju's thoughts were, as long as he didn't take action again, he would have done her a great favor. Chapter 1388 Wasteland Escape 51. Without waiting for Jun Nanju's response, Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing. Qing, I'll leave this to you. I'll do it as soon as possible. Yi Kongqing said, yeah. Don't worry. You do what you should do. Xiaoxi took out a new, by Ju Yishu, and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Immediately after, there was an additional yellow light spot at the lake in the basin. This is the location where she took Suyun away when she found Suyun before. It is also the closest place to Suyun that she can teleport to. Xiaoxi suddenly disappeared, and Ning Pinger picked her fingers in embarrassment. She looked at Jun Nanju and smiled stiffly. You? You won't fight me. Right. Her tone was vain and without any confidence. If he really wanted to fight, she would definitely not be able to beat him. Although she had never tried it, she knew she was no match just by looking at the opponent's aura. Although she could tell that the other party wanted to betray him, she was not sure whether he wanted to betray the entire rebel camp or just Xiaoxi. After all, according to what Jiao Xiaolin said just now, this polite man may be Xiaoxi's love interest. And it is also very possible that he will only give Xiaoxi some trouble. Jun Nanju, who had no idea that Ning Pinger was thinking wrongly, smiled politely. If you don't take action, I have no plans to attack you for the time being. Hearing this, Ning Pinger was half relieved. After thinking about it, she felt that she couldn't stand here and watch all the time. After all, she was not neutral. So she flew to Yi Kongqing and asked, is there anything I can do to help? Now the 4 judges here are all suppressed, and no one can break away from the other. And it is even difficult to make an unnecessary movement. But in order to contain these 4 judges, Yi Kongqing and the others could not make too many moves. Otherwise, if they relaxed, they might give the other party a chance to break free. For a time, the 7 people were almost in a semi-stationary state, unable to even fly out. Yi Kongqing glanced at Ning Pinger and asked in a deep voice, is there a rope? It's very time-consuming to kill these people now. So the best way is to tie them up, even if the other party will untie them soon after being tied up. As long as they can hold these people back for a few minutes, it will be enough for them to get out of here first. He doesn't want to fight now. He just wants to get this place done as soon as possible and then join Xiaoxi. I don't have a rope, Ning Pinger said a little embarrassedly. But I can cut off my clothes, skirts, etc. and twist them into ropes. Do you think it will work? At this time, she just hoped that she could be of help, and she couldn't care too much about consuming her own clothes. Okay, Yi Kongqing responded quickly. The cloth strips are soaked in water. Okay, Ning Pinger agreed, quickly took out the scissors and her own clothes and started cutting. Treacherous Zhong, who was tightly held by Yi Kongqing, listened to the conversation between Yi Kongqing and Ning Pinger separately, and his expression was not very good. Zhong Fan shouted towards Jun Nanju. You are in the same camp as us, but you are helping them. Do you think it is appropriate? Jun Nanju didn't panic, just smiled and said, I didn't help anyone. He didn't take action, so he couldn't help anyone. Zhong Fan immediately understood what Jun Nanju meant. He asked angrily, if you didn't take action, wouldn't it mean that you were helping them? Aren't you afraid that if you do this, you will end up miserable in the future? Chapter 1389 Wasteland Escape 52. You can actually ask this question to the red-haired man not far away from you. Jun Nanju asked separately without answering. He looked at Jiao Xiaolin lightly. Compared with him, I think my behavior is not good. Good. In fact, he knew that in the eyes of Xiaoshen, his behavior was no different from that of Jiao Xiaolin. As long as he doesn't take action, it's tantamount to betrayal, and his end will not be good. But this should not be thought deeply about. He was afraid that he would regret it if he thought deeply about it, and would be unable to help but take action to protect himself. He hoped that this time he could follow his inner sixth sense and stick to his choice. So he didn't want to think too deeply about the consequences of failure. Jiao Xiaolin, who was cute, laughed unbridled. I also think my behavior is not bad. Middle part. Dot. It's okay for God to step on the horse. There must be something wrong with these 2 people. I don't want to get a billion points. I don't cherish the opportunity to get points and materials comfortably. But I want to go against the little god. At this time, Ning Pinger had already cut out a piece of clothing. and the strips of cloth were soaked in water. Yi Kongqing said to Ningpinger, "Tie the middle part first." The most nonsense, and the most annoying to watch. Ningpinger said, twice, twisted the cloth, and flew closer. "How should I tie it?" Yi Kongqing patiently began to guide. Asterisk. The other side. After Xia, she teleported to the sky above the lake. She flew over according to the location of the two yellow light spots on the map. It wasn't until she flew directly above the yellow light spot that she folded her wings and landed. At this time, Suyun has found the last rebel, and is trying to communicate with this rebel. But this rebel didn't know whether he was overly frightened or something else. He couldn't listen to her words, and couldn't communicate at all. They even had to run away. As if they couldn't figure out that they were in the same camp. Suyun chased after the rebels anxiously. When he saw Xiaoxi rushing over, he felt confident and supported. "Sister Xia!" Suyun grabbed the rebel and said to Xiaoxi, "He doesn't seem to be able to listen to what I say. No matter what I say, he ignores me and keeps running around." Xiaoxi walked to Suyun's side and glanced at the man who was still struggling after being caught by Suyun. This is a man who looks a little thin, with a sallow complexion and skinny muscles. He looks like he is not having an easy time in the survival game. However, he was still much stronger than Suyun. After struggling for a moment, he broke free from Suyun's hands. Seeing that the man was about to run away again, Xiaoxi took out the freezing gun and shot the man. When the man was struggling, Xiaoxi saw the belt around the man's waist. It was a high-grade defensive item and could not prevent the effect of the freezing gun. After the man was frozen, his eyes widened and he looked at Xiaoxi and Suyun with horror on his face. It seemed that he didn't really notice the two people in front of him until this moment. "Look at the color of the light spots on the map. Our color is the same as yours." Xiaoxi's voice was steady, avoiding the ups and downs in the tone that would make the man more nervous. "We are players from the same camp, and there is no way we can hurt you. Why are you running?" The man's eyes were a little dull, and he seemed to have no idea what Xiaoxi was saying for a while. "Don't you know how to read a map?" Xiaoxi asked tentatively. "Can't you tell which light spot represents which player?" Chapter 1390 Wasteland Escape 53. The man finally reacted and murmured, "Yellow. You are also yellow. It seems that you have seen it." Xiaoxi kept her tone relaxed. "Now you should believe that we are in the same camp." "Right." The man swallowed hard and nodded reluctantly. Xiaoxi stopped talking nonsense and asked directly, "Do you have any special items on you? If so, I can exchange them with you for other items. I hope you can give us the special items." The man showed that dull expression again, as if it was difficult to digest what Xiaoxi said. Xiaoxi. Could this person be born with mental retardation? If she is really mentally retarded, it will be very troublesome to communicate. She doesn't know how long it will take for the other party to understand what she means. If her status as observer hadn't allowed her to touch special items at all, she would have wanted to use purchase detection and retrieval to forcibly take things away from this man's storage compartment. Finding objects couldn't be used, so she could only ask the other party to hand over the things on their own initiative. Xiaoxi glanced at the 4 red dots on the map that were getting closer, and estimated how long it would take them to get here. At the same time, she asked Suyun, "Has he always had this stupid expression?" Suyun scratched his head, a little confused. "He has always been very nervous before, and he didn't look stupid." Now the man was a little quieter, so it was the first time she saw this man look a little dazed after he calmed down. Then she carefully asked Xiaoxi in a low voice, "Sister Xia, isn't he really a little bit mentally ill?" Xiaoxi raised the man's chin and looked at him, and replied to Suyun, "I'm not sure. It stands to reason that when a survival game first begins, everyone without distinction will be forced to become a player. But many people will have difficulty passing the level in the first game. For example, children who are too young, old people who are too old, or people with low intelligence and disabled limbs. It will be more difficult for these people to pass the game than for young adults. Therefore, after experiencing many survival games, the frequency of seeing the elderly, children and disabled people will be much reduced. Survival of the fittest is cruel. But in this life and death game, no one can escape this cruel result. If this man is truly mentally retarded, it would be surprising that he could survive for so long. But he also entered this Wasteland Escape game. Any rebel who enters here must be someone that the little god considers to be a certain threat. If this is really a fool, the little god should not regard it as a threat. From this point of view, this man should not be a fool. But now this man's reaction is so abnormal. Even if he is scared, he can't distinguish between friend and foe. and he can't even give a normal response. Xiaoxi patiently said to the man, "Don't be afraid. We are your companions, and will never hurt you." The man had some reaction to this sentence. Probably because the yellow light spot's words just now gave him a little sense of trust in Xiaoxi and Suyun. Seeing this, Xiaoxi continued, "You should know about special items, right?" The man didn't speak, but nodded. Xiaoxi kept up her efforts. "Then do you have any special items?" Chapter 1391 Wasteland Escape 54. The man couldn't move his whole body. Only his eyes moved slowly. After waiting for about half a minute, he said, Suyun looked nervously at the red dots on the map that were approaching towards her, feeling very anxious. This man was too slow to answer questions and react very slowly. If this continued, it was very likely that they would not get the special item from the man before these red light spots arrived here. That's too bad. After you get the special items, you still need to find an angle to make them blend together. It's not just a matter of placing them casually. The fusion process takes about 2 to 3 seconds to finalize. She is really afraid of not having enough time. But at this time, she didn't dare to urge her at all. She felt that this man could not be stimulated. And now she was finally comforted by Sister Xia. If he was stimulated because of her interjection, he might become the same again, and it would be even more difficult to communicate. After receiving a positive answer, Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed the excitement in her heart, patiently maintained a gentle and calm tone, and said to the man, "Can you give me the special item?" The man's eyes became dull again, as if he was distracted and couldn't focus on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was not angry, but was persuasive. "You should know the function of special items, right? Do you also want to collect special items?" The man reacted for a few seconds before saying, "Yeah," again, but his eyes were always looking down at him, not looking at Xiaoxi. "We are also collecting special items." Xiaoxi glanced at the several red dots that were getting closer on the map, and said without any unnecessary fluctuations in her tone, "And there is only one that can be collected. Are you willing to help us?" She didn't speak too fast, trying to ensure that the man could receive every word. After seeing the man's eyes slowly turn to her face, Xiaoxi said again, "We are companions in the same camp, and our purpose is the same. We all want to collect special items." Although the man looked at Xiaoxi, his eyes did not change much, and he still looked a little dull. Xiaoxi had to be patient and wait for the man to slowly understand what she meant. She probably guessed that this man might have a condition similar to autism. Although most people with autism have low intelligence, there are also a small number who are special cases and have extremely high IQs, just because of the characteristics of autism. Communication difficulties make it difficult to respond normally to external things. Sometimes when stimulated, the reaction will be excessive and the behavior will be extremely abnormal. At first glance, this type of person may seem difficult to communicate with, and may even seem like a fool who cannot understand what others are saying. But in fact, he just receives signals from the outside world slower than ordinary people. This man may belong to a small group of people. He must have a high IQ, so he can survive in the survival game until now. The reason why Xiaoxin put this man into the Wasteland Escape game was probably because this man also realized the importance of special items, and Xiaoxin felt a crisis. This man has difficulty communicating with others, and is not easy to tell what he knows. However, the characteristics of autism allow him to concentrate on what he wants to do, and is not easily distracted or disturbed. Chapter 1392 Wasteland Escape 55. This means that as long as this man can survive, it will be a matter of time before he collects enough special items. And this man is an autistic patient with a high IQ. So the possibility of being able to pass the game and survive increases. And he poses a greater threat to the little god. Thinking about it this way, it is understandable that this man became a rebel, suddenly entering such a survival game that was full of dangers and had no fair rules at all. This man was so excited that it was understandable. However, judging from this man's current performance, his parents should have carried out therapeutic intervention on him. He can at least pay attention to outside sounds and respond to what others say. You just have to be patient when communicating. Once you rush or become impatient, you may accidentally irritate him. This time the man thought for a lot longer and still didn't respond for a minute. She saw that one of the red dots on the map was very close. She turned around and looked in that direction, and saw a fair and fat woman walking into her sight panting. "Suyun, tell him!" She didn't wait for the fat white woman to get close, and directly threw 2 bombs at her. At the same time, she told Suyun, "Stay steady. Don't panic. Be patient as much as possible. and let him take out the bombs on his own initiative. Special items. She considered flying away with the autistic man, which could delay the time for these judges without fairy wings to find them, and ensure the safety of the three of her own. But judging from the man's previous reaction, forcing him to fly would probably irritate him. Once he loses control, he doesn't know how long it will take to calm down again. It will take longer then, and all the time spent delaying the flight may be in vain. Now that he has finally stabilized the man's emotions, he can't let his success fall by the wayside. Suyun swallowed nervously, but still said to Xiaoxi, "I know, Sister Xia. I will work hard. Don't leave my side." After Xiaoxi said to Suyun, she saw the fat white woman walking out of the smoke and dust of the explosion. The fat white woman's body was unscathed, and the sapphire ring on her hand was still well worn and had not been damaged. Xiaoxi was not surprised. She just threw 3 bombs at the fat white woman again. Just as the fat white woman was about to rush over, the bomb blocked her path and blocked her side again. Her entire expression became a little angry. While the fat white woman was still far away, Xiaoxi said to Suyun, "Suyun, no matter what happens later, don't worry about it. Just concentrate on getting the pieces of the building blocks and putting them together." After a pause, she emphasized again, "No matter what happens, don't worry about it. I will do my best to protect your safety." Suyun nodded solemnly. "I remember." She tried her best to discard all distracting thoughts, showed a friendly smile to the man, and comforted him in a gentle voice. "Don't be afraid. We are helping you fight the bad guys." I don't know if her comfort worked or her good luck buff started working again. But this time, the man quickly reacted to her words. The man who originally showed a frightened expression due to the explosion quickly regained his composure, thinking of Xiaoxi's tone and attitude just now. Suyun imitated and said to the man, "We need to help each other to get out of trouble now. If you help us, we are also helping you." Chapter 1393 Wasteland Escape 56. "Give me your special item, and let's escape from this terrible encounter together." "Okay." Suyun showed a pleading look. "I really need it." The man looked at Suyun blankly, a little confused by the expression on Suyun's face. Suyun did not rush, and followed Xiaoxi's example, looking at the man patiently, waiting for his reaction. At the same time, Xiaoxi had already thrown out 6 more bombs, directly blasting the top-notch defense items on the fat white woman's body, because there were too many bombs, and they were constantly being thrown around the fat white woman. Even though the fat white woman was ready to replace them with new defensive items, she was still unable to completely avoid the risk of being injured by bombs. In the brief half-second when her ring shattered and she put on a new ring, the blast of air enveloped the gravel and pieces of wood, mercilessly cutting her thighs and arms. By the time she put on the new ring, blood was flowing out of her legs and arms. She took a breath. Her fat face twisted in pain. She glared at Suyun, who was standing behind Xiaoxi, but did not dare to get closer. Originally, she had given up all hope. Those judges with wing props were destined to grab 1 billion points before her. When she saw those fast-moving red light spots, she immediately gave up her plan to grab points. She was the closest to the basin, and there happened to be a yellow light spot here. So she walked towards it. She thought that even if she couldn't get 1 billion, she would at least get 10 million points and all the supplies in the opponent's storage room. Who knew that not long after, 1 billion would suddenly appear in this basin? Looking at the yellow light that kept flashing, she felt that her heartbeat was just like this light. Fast and fast, she became the judge closest to 1 billion. This is simply a piece of fat. She worked hard and ran all the way, dragging her somewhat fat and inflexible body, and finally became the first judge to get close to 1 billion. But I didn't expect that it was all so close before my eyes. But I could only see it, not touch it. This feeling is so uncomfortable. She never expected that there would be a player among the rebels who had so many props. The bombs were thrown as if they cost nothing, without any intention of using them. In just 1 minute, she destroyed one of her best defense items and even injured her. Judging from the opponent's posture, I'm afraid the inventory of bombs goes far beyond just throwing them out. The only best defense item she had was the sapphire ring she wore on her finger. If she forced her way in, she wouldn't just be injured. She will die. No matter how tempting the points and materials are, they become worthless in the face of death. She has not been an observer for a long time and has not accumulated many points. Apart from 2 top-quality defense items, she does not have many guns and ammunition to buy with her remaining points. The opponent is also wearing the best defensive items. The durability reduction caused by ordinary guns is really limited, and only bombs have the greatest effect. but she only has 20 bombs, and can only destroy 2 of the opponent's best defense items at most. But looking at the opponent's pair of shiny, fairy wings, and the boldness that she didn't need to plan when throwing bombs, I'm afraid the opponent also has more defensive items than she does. Chapter 1394 Wasteland Escape 57. The fat white woman is not very powerful, but she is very discerning. This vision allowed her to avoid risks many times in the survival game, and she was able to survive until now. So seeing that she could throw more than 10 bombs in 1 minute, and had fairy wings and top-notch defensive items, she knew that the opponent's point reserves were definitely higher than hers. That means the reserves of defensive items are likely to be greater than hers. With the same defense level, she had no confidence in successfully counterattacking, but asked her to give up. The fat white woman looked reluctantly at Su-Yun, who didn't know what she was talking about. She was really unwilling, but she dared to act rashly now, so she could only wait, and see if she has a chance to fish in troubled waters. Just as the fat white woman was thinking this, a man with fancy rainbow-colored hair jumped out from the other side. As soon as the man came out, he threw a bomb directly towards she without any hesitation. She did not dodge, but directly blocked the bomb with her body, and at the same time threw 10 bombs in the direction of the man, with she's cover. The impact of the bomb on the durability of Su-Yun and the autistic man's defense props was slightly weakened. After she threw the bomb, she used the flying dust and gravel to block the opponent's sight, and took the opportunity to change herself into a new defensive bracelet. She had been hit by a lot of grenades and bombs today, and the old defense bracelet only had 11 points of durability left, and could only withstand 1 more bomb attack at most. Rather than changing the defensive bracelet when it can no longer hold up, and possibly getting injured, it is better to replace it now. At this time, the effect of the freezing gun on the autistic man had disappeared for half a minute. He did not run away in excitement and panic, but kept staring at Su-Yun. Su-Yun looked at the autistic man with sincere eyes and asked again, "Can you please give me the things?" The autistic man finally took action. There was a white quill in his hand, and he handed it to Su-Yun. "Help each other." He didn't speak smoothly, but his tone was firm. Su-Yun showed an expression of joy, and even felt like crying. But she sniffed and endured it. She knew very well that every second now was earned by she for her, and she absolutely couldn't waste any time. She quickly took the quill, and after confirming that it was a special item, she thanked the autistic man repeatedly, took out the spherical special item from her storage compartment, and began to look for matching points to piece it together. At this moment, 2 small arrows suddenly shot straight towards Su-Yun, and she from behind. The arrow feathers were extremely fast. Su-Yun was concentrating on piecing together special items. She was wary of the rainbow head in the smoke, and the fat white woman on the other side. She was also distracted by checking the other 2 red light spots on the map that were about to approach. Neither of them noticed the existence of arrow feathers at the first time. The next second, she heard the sound of breaking through the sky. When she turned her head to look over, she saw that the tip of one of the arrow feathers was about to pierce Su-Yun's lid defensive barrier, while the other arrow feather was heading straight towards her face. She quickly turned around and approached Su-Yun. At the same time, 2 bombs were thrown from a distance. She grabbed Su-Yun's wrist, took out a new defensive bracelet from the storage compartment very quickly, and put it on Su-Yun the moment Su-Yun's defensive bracelet shattered. Chapter 1395 Wasteland Escape 58. At the same time, the defensive bracelet on she's wrist was destroyed by mini bow and arrow, and shattered. The moment she kicked the autistic man away, 2 bombs exploded. The severe pain made her vision go dark. She felt as if her body was pierced by thousands of swords in an instant. The huge pain made her lose her vision. She could only smell the strong smell of gunpowder and traces of mixed food on her body, mixed with the smell of blood. Her body was blown to pieces, and when she fell to the ground, she was almost unrecognizable. "Xiaoxi!" Suddenly Yi Kongqing's heartbreaking roar came from the sky. He finally asked Ning Pinger to tie up the 4 judges and tie them to a nearby tree, and then flew over at full speed. Unexpectedly, what he saw was the scene of she being blown to death. At that moment, his mind was buzzing and his heart seemed empty. Seeing the rainbow head not far away trying to fish in troubled waters, taking out a bomb and throwing it in Xiaoxi's direction, Yi Kongqing immediately used the special ability of Swimmer to forcefully suck the rainbow head into his own body. Around, he seemed to be a ferocious beast that had lost all reason, and all his actions were based on his own murderous instinct. Apart from killing, he has completely lost the ability to think. He just wanted to kill everyone here and bury Xiaoxi with him. Rainbow Head was unprepared and his body tilted over. The bomb was not held firmly, and fell on the fat white woman. The fat white woman was startled. Fortunately, the detonator was not pressed, so she avoided the risk of being blown up. She quickly took a few steps back, giving up even the idea of a sneak attack. Rainbow Head was grabbed by Yi Kongqing and found that he couldn't break free. What's even more frightening is that the murderous aura surging in Yi Kongqing's emerald green eyes seems to be able to kill him by Ling Qi. Immediately afterwards, he saw a bright defensive light curtain erupting from his arm grasped by Yi Kongqing. Even with the protection of defensive items, he could feel the strong pressure. With the defensive light curtain turned on, Yi Kongqing's hand was never bounced away, and he still firmly grasped Rainbow Head's arm. Rainbow Head saw that the durability of his defensive items was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rainbow Head was frightened and struggled even more fiercely. At this moment, he did not dare to use weapons such as bombs. Instead of damaging the opponent's defense props, he would blow up his own. At that time, with the opponent's strength, his arm will be destroyed immediately. In the distance, the two judges who shot many bows and arrows at the same time took advantage of the chaos and jumped out, approaching Su Yun while trying to attack Su Yun. Jiao Xiaolin and Zhan Yu arrived just in time, and can stop the two people. Clamp mode is on again. When there was chaos over there, the autistic man who was kicked and rolled to the side was already frightened. He curled up in a ball and lay on the ground holding his head, talking to himself constantly. But no one could understand what he said. The defensive items on his body had been blown to pieces. But because he was kicked away in time and lay on the ground again, the damage caused to him by the explosion was minimized. There were many injuries on his body, including his right arm and leg, which were somewhat bloody but not life-threatening. Su Yun stood there with a look of horror on her face, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 1396 Wasteland Escape 59. Just now, Su Yun didn't notice the arrow feathers flying over at all, let alone take any countermeasures. By the time she reacted, the bomb had already exploded. She knew that she was able to escape unscathed entirely because She gave her the opportunity to wear new defensive items. Her ears were ringing, and she couldn't hear anything, but she seemed to be able to hear her own violent heartbeat. Her hands holding the broken blocks couldn't stop shaking. He was hit by a bomb at close range and was not protected by defensive items. Who can survive? Sister Xia. She is so scared. Su Yun wanted to take a look at Xiaoxi's condition, but just when she was about to turn her head, her mind suddenly recalled what Xiaoxi had said not long ago. No matter what happens, don't worry. I will try my best to keep you safe. She knew that the reason why she had reached this point was so that she could complete the final piece of the special items. And every second she wastes is wasting the time she bought for her. If the judge succeeded, she would be even more sorry for Xiaoxi's sacrifice. Su Yun couldn't help but sob. She held back her tears and forced herself to press the broken blocks in her hands onto the ball while trembling. She lowered her head, not daring to move her eyes randomly, just staring at the blocks in her hand. After several trials, there was finally a fusion reaction between the building blocks. During the few seconds when the blocks slowly fused, a soft light blue light suddenly appeared from Xiaoxi's bloody body. The light gradually spread throughout the body until it completely enveloped Xiaoxi. Su Yun noticed a light shining in the corner of her eyes. She tightly grasped the blocks in her hand and turned her head to look over. Xiaoxi's body peeled off in the light blue light group at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin and flesh that had been blown open seemed to fall off like old tree bark, revealing that the inside was intact and smooth. White skin. Su Yun was first shocked by Xiaoxi's situation, and then noticed that it looked like she was reborn. She remembered that when she was in the sea game, she gave the fruits she had grown to Xiaoxi. After that fruit is planted in the body, it can save one life. If Xiaoxi has never used it, it should come in handy this time. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt relieved. Then she realized that all the clothes on Xiaoxi's body had been blown up. She quickly took out a long and spacious sweatshirt from her storage compartment and put it on Xiaoxi. She was wearing a knee-length sweater jacket, which just covered Xiaoxi's thighs. But fortunately, everything that should be covered can be covered. Yi Kongqing, who had just destroyed Rainbow Head's defensive items and tore off one of the opponent's arms, finally noticed Xiaoxi's situation on the ground. He regained his consciousness slightly, threw the Rainbow Head away like trash, and then rushed straight down to Xiaoxi's side. As soon as he came to Xiaoxi's side, he saw Xiaoxi open her eyes. Xiaoxi! His voice was hoarse and cautious, as if he was afraid that if he spoke louder, Xiaoxi's eyes would close again. Aching! Xiaoxi's voice was as clear and crisp as usual, even full of energy. She seemed not to be affected by the explosion at all. I'm fine. Yi Kongqing gently touched Xiaoxi's cheek, and the warm body temperature came to him, making him sure that Xiaoxi was alive. Chapter 1397 The Summoning of the Building Block Ball. Yi Kongqing felt that his cold heart finally warmed up, and he seemed to have survived from the edge of crazy death. He hugged Xiaoxi and hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to melt Xiaoxi into his own flesh and blood. Xiaoxi reached out and touched Yi Kongqing's head, as if coaxing an injured beast. I'm fine. Suyun planted a fruit for me a long time ago, which can save my life once. Although the incident happened suddenly, she made a judgment on the situation in an instant and knew what choice would maximize her advantage. When both she and Suyun lost the protection of defensive items, they had to ensure that Suyun had new items. Once Suyun has no defensive items, but is killed by a bomb, the effect of the special item will be activated. Although this could save Suyun's life, the opportunity to collect special items was completely lost in this game. And she has the fruit planted by Suyun, and she will not really die even if she is bombed. She can afford the gamble. The only thing I didn't expect was that she would have to be killed by the explosion before the fruit's effect would be triggered. That was really painful. Physically speaking, she had indeed died once. Xiaoxi had always forgotten to tell Yi Kongqing about the fruit growing inside her body. In addition, Yi Kongqing was not around just now, so she didn't have to worry so much. Unexpectedly, Yi Kongqing happened to see it. Xiaoxi rubbed Yi Kongqing's hair vigorously and kissed Yi Kongqing's lips. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's my fault for not telling you earlier. I have a secret weapon. Yi Kongqing didn't blame him, but said in a dull voice, as long as you're fine. Several people were immersed in the joy of Xiaoxi's resurrection and never noticed that the building blocks in Suyun's hand had already been fused to form a complete spherical shape. As the sphere took shape, the sky gradually darkened. It wasn't until it was half dark that everyone finally noticed something was wrong and looked up at the sky. The next second, the sky suddenly turned from gray and semi-dark to completely black. The sudden change in light caught everyone off guard. But before everyone could react, the building block ball in Suyun's hand burst out with an extremely bright white light. The penetrating power of this beam of light was extremely strong, soaring straight into the sky, as if it had poked a huge hole in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the sky gradually became brighter again, even bringing with it a sense of crisp autumn air. Suyun? Xiaoxi reminded Suyun. Are there any explanations on the building blocks? No. Suyun didn't know what to do for a moment. What is it going to do? She held the building block ball and didn't feel any discomfort. It didn't burn or sting her hands, but she didn't see any instructions for use. The building block ball seemed to turn into a ball of light, so bright that she couldn't even look directly at it. Before a few people could figure out the reason, the building block ball suddenly flew towards the hole in the sky. Almost 2 seconds later, came from the direction of the hole. The voice could not distinguish between male and female, but it contained a hint of coercion. It was completely different from Xiaoxin's uncomfortable voice. Apart from a slight sense of oppression, this voice sounded more comfortable. The voice from deep in the cave sounded again. So, it was you two little things who summoned me. Before they finished speaking, Suyun and Xiaoxi's bodies suddenly floated upward. Chapter 1398 The Summoning of the Building Block Ball 2. Yi Kongqing had quick eyes and quick hands and grabbed Xiaoxi's wrist. Xiaoxi's floating body paused, and her upward trend came to a sudden halt. The voice said, without any anger. In that case, you should also come with me. The next second, Yi Kongqing's body floated uncontrollably. In the distance, one of the judges was grasping Zhan's situation, and he shouted anxiously, Suyun! Don't worry. The voice soothed so calmly that no one could detect any hostility. I won't hurt them. Suyun was floating in midair without struggling. She looked at Zhan Yu on the ground and said loudly, Brother Zhan Yu, I'm fine. Don't worry. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing didn't struggle either. Although passively floating always makes people feel insecure, they can inexplicably feel that the owner of the voice does not mean to harm them. It was an indescribable feeling coming from the bottom of their hearts, but it made them almost certain that they were not in danger. Zhan saw Suyun's expression of no fear. Although he was still worried, he didn't say anything else, mainly because he didn't dare to let go, fearing that the judge would take the opportunity to hunt down Suyun. Just like that, everyone watched helplessly as Xiaoxi, Yi Kongqing, and Suyun flew into the cave and disappeared. As the hole slowly closed, a majestic voice sounded again. The game here ends here. You don't need to continue the game. Just wait quietly. Then, the world became completely quiet, and even the holes completely disappeared. It's like everything before was an illusion. Everyone looked at each other, not letting go of their guard against each other. But they were not as tit-for-tat as before. At this time, Jun Nanju slowly flew over. He looked at the group of people on the ground and said as he landed, I also heard what the voice just said. I think what he said should be true. This time, the game should have been forced to pause. The best proof is that until now, the little god has never appeared. Normally, even if the little god cannot show up to stop it, he should still speak out to stop it. But the little god seemed to have no idea what was happening here, and he didn't react at all. But judging from the previous situation, this game is obviously under the close attention of the little god. The little god can even add special rules temporarily, and the little god personally announces the addition of the rules. So it's impossible that the little god didn't notice such a big movement. Then, there are two possibilities for the little god not responding. Either the owner of the voice just now was more powerful than the little god, and the little god did not dare to speak out. Or maybe the appearance of the vision just now cut off the little god's control over this place. And the little god has no way of knowing what's going on here. No matter which possibility it is, it at least proves that there is really no need to continue the game this time. I agree. Jiao Xiaolin's tone was relaxed. He looked at the judge who was caught by him. The billion you want to hunt has gone. With such a big change, the little god can't even if there is no presiding situation. Even if you kill the rebels at this time, I'm afraid you won't get the points and supplies according to the rules. The judges looked a little confused. This was the first time such an incident had happened since entering the survival game, and they really didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Chapter 1399 The Summoning of the Building Block Ball 3. These judges have always done things according to the wishes of the little god, and they have become accustomed to this pattern for so long. Now that sudden changes have occurred, they seem to be able to act according to their own will. But suddenly they don't know what to do. It's like a person who has been accustomed to obeying suddenly has to make decisions for himself and is at a loss as to what to do. Continue to fight? Or not? According to what the voice just said, there was really no need for them to continue fighting. But who knows whether what that voice said is true? You have to try it to be sure. Right? And with 3 rebels gone at once, their advantage as judges will be much greater. It should not be that difficult to deal with the remaining few people. But if you kill the rebels, but don't get points or supplies, it's really not worth it. Ning Pinger appeared behind Jun Nanju. Seeing that everyone was silent, she reminded her in a low voice. Didn't you notice? The translucent map in front of us has disappeared. The judges came back to their senses. Their attention finally returned to reality, and they looked in front of them. Indeed, the translucent map that had always been in front of him was gone. And the red and yellow light dots that represented the location of each player were all gone. They were all distracted by what had just happened. And for a moment, they didn't realize that the map was gone. Since the map is gone, let's not fight, the fat white woman said while looking at the other judges. In fact, she had no intention of fighting for a long time. Although her body was only slightly injured, she felt that her mind was very hurt, especially after seeing the green-eyed man destroy Rainbow Head's defensive props with his bare hands, and tear off Rainbow Head's arms with his bare hands. The Rainbow Head fell to the ground and passed out, not sure if he would wake up. This barbaric and cruel method really frightened her, and she wanted to disappear on the spot. She didn't really want to fight in the first place. But now that something like this happened, it really suited her needs. As soon as the fat white woman finished speaking, the 4 judges who were tied up by Ning Pinger finally untied themselves and rushed here. Hearing the words of the fat white woman, the 4 people originally wanted to refute. But Jiao Xiaolin glanced at the 4 people and said, If you insist on taking action, we can't help you. But the situation is not clear yet. You guys need to figure it out. It would be wiser to decide whether to continue or not. After saying that, Jiao Xiaolin smiled. Even if you attack now and win with more, you can succeed. But as long as our companions can come back, your final fate will definitely be very miserable. And you will never leave here alive. The deterrent effect of this last sentence is still very good. Although the 4 judges did not see the scene, they still saw the hole in the sky and heard the sounds in the hole. They can guess 9 out of 10 of what happened here, although it is unclear where the 3 rebels were taken. According to what the majestic voice expressed, they should be back. Since they are asked to wait, they should be waiting for a final result. No matter what the outcome is, a temporary truce now would be better for both sides. He doesn't take action at all times and is not in a hurry. Chapter 1400 The so-called Servant of God Space 1. There is no irreconcilable conflict between the judges and the rebels. and there is no deep hatred. Naturally, they will not insist on killing each other. So a temporary peaceful coexistence was reached between them. At the same time, Xiaoxi and the others appeared in the God-servant space. They actually didn't know how they got here. They just felt that they passed through the hole for a while. And when they came out again, they were already in the sky of God-servant space. But this happened to be consistent with Xiaoxi's previous guess. The reason why Xiaoxin can directly create such a wasteland escape game and control it in real time is because the location of this game is very close to God-servant space. This is the second time for Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing to enter the God-servant space. And the first time for Su Yun. It looks no different from the last time I came here. It still looks like spring all year round, with birds singing and flowers fragrant. Yi Kongqing subconsciously guarded everywhere, just in case the little god suddenly appeared. Su Yun looked around, her eyes full of curiosity. Sister Xia, where are we? God's servant space. Xiaoxi watched her body slowly fall to the ground and replied to Su Yun. After meeting the conditions, you can enter here to participate in a knockout round. If you pass the knockout round, you can become an observer. Well, it turns out that this is the place where players' identities can be changed. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh. She had never experienced a single-player game and didn't know much about the observer. What Xiaoxi was telling her now was a completely untouched area for her, and she found it very novel. After the novelty wore off, she felt a little confused. But why did we appear here after we came out of that cave? The wasteland escape world should be right next to God's servant space, Xiaoxi explained, and then added, but I'm also curious as to why the owner of that voice asked us to come here. I think this should be the reason why you called me here. The majestic voice suddenly sounded. So I took it upon myself to bring you here directly. Do you know what happened to us? Xiaoxi looked up at the sky and asked curiously, who are you? Although it was summoned by the brick ball. In the final analysis, none of them knew what the brick ball would summon. No one even knows that after the building blocks are put together into a complete sphere, it does not generate any huge energy or special abilities, but summons one. People, perhaps. It doesn't have to be a human being. Right? I didn't know what happened to you before. But after you called me, I came over to take a look and I knew. The voice replied. We will talk about other things later. Let's solve the most important thing at the moment first. The voice fell silent. Before Xiaoxi could ask, a man wearing a crow-green gown with long sleeves and a cross collar descended from the sky. The other party was not wearing a veil, but his face was unclear. It was as if his retinas were covered by a layer of gauze, blocking his clear vision. No matter how hard he blinked, he could not distinguish the other party's appearance. The only thing that could see clearly were those eyes. The slightly drooped eyelashes covered half of the eyes, and in those eyes, there was no sadness, no joy, no desire, only indifference. Chapter 14:01 The so-called servant of God Space 2. Those eyes don't seem to have the slightest emotion due to anything in this world. When they look at each other, they are as calm as an ancient well. Xiaoxi glanced at the other person's flat chest and asked, are you the owner of that voice just now? It looked like he was probably a man. At least the physical characteristics displayed by the other party tend to be male. Well, a familiar and somewhat coercive voice came from the man's mouth. Follow me. As he spoke, he walked in one direction. He didn't mean to introduce himself, or even explain what he was going to do here. He moved forward steadily and quickly, as if he was going somewhere with great purpose. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing looked at each other and followed the man together without saying anything. Su Yun trotted behind Xiaoxi. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. When the ancient Greek sculptors saw the man coming all the way, they lowered their heads respectfully, as if they were welcoming the real owner of the God-servant space. Soon, the group of them arrived outside the gate of the ancient Greek-style palace. The little god never appeared, and the palace door was closed. The man waved his sleeves casually. The palace door slowly opened, and he walked straight in. Xiaoxi and the other three followed closely. The man seemed to be very familiar with the structure of the palace. He walked directly to the stairs, then went directly to the 5th floor, entered the room where the little god lived, and opened the small door of the hidden monitoring room. Xiaoxin sat in front of the surveillance light screen, facing the door. When the small door opened, he stared at the people outside the door without blinking. Give you a chance to tell me your last words. The man put his hands behind his back, as if he was not worried that the little god would fight back or take the opportunity to escape. Xiaoxinza didn't have any plans to escape. He leaned on the back of the chair, his whole body in a relaxed state. Ha, he sneered. Who will I give my last words to? Although he said this, he obviously had a very strong desire to talk. So he spoke again immediately. His eyes slowly turned to Xiaoxi's face. I didn't expect that I would be deceived by you. Then he looked at Suyun again. People like you who are favored by fate should find ways to eliminate them from the beginning. Suyun shrank her neck and hid behind Xiaoxi with some fear. Xiaoxi saw that the man had no intention of taking action immediately. This should be her only chance to figure everything out. In addition, the little god is quite eager to talk now. So why not take the opportunity to ask? But if you ask directly, given Xiaoshan's character, I'm afraid you will lose the idea of confiding. So you have to be a little roundabout. After thinking about this clearly, Xiaoxi said to the little god, We are all trying to protect ourselves. Otherwise we would have been killed by you. Ha, the little god sneered again. What if you people die? You violated your responsibilities and dared to say such things. The man suddenly interrupted Xiaoshan's words. His tone was not angry. His voice was calm. But the pressure was not reduced. Now what you have done because... Is this what you should do as a servant of God? The little god's face changed slightly, and his expression instantly became ferocious and twisted. I don't like the title God's Servant. Chapter 1402 The so-called God Servant Space 3. The moment Xiaoshan's words came out, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing exchanged a look. Xiaoxi had made similar speculations at the beginning, and she always thought the name of the little god was very strange. Sure enough, the little god is not really a little god, but a servant of God. Although it is not yet certain who the man in the crow-green long-sleeved gown is, it is at least certain that he is the superior of the little god. If men are gods, then it makes perfect sense that minor gods are God's servants. The title, God's servant, is also more logical than little god. Apparently the little god didn't like the title, God's servant, but he didn't dare to call himself God. So he called himself little god. And this so-called servant of God's space should actually belong to the servant of God alone. Whether you like it or not, this is your true identity. The man stated the facts calmly. The little god suddenly stood up from his chair, as if he had been ignited by explosives. He glared at the man, without any fear or fear. What's my true identity? If it weren't for you, how could I have done so many things? The man was still calm. I gave you a choice at the beginning. No one forced you. The other servants of God did a good job. You are the only one who is restless. That is your problem. Xiaoxi's eyes widened slightly. Other servants of God? Although it is said that a god is more than one servant, it makes sense when you think about it. But when you think about how one servant of God caused such trouble, what would the world look like if a few more servants of God made trouble? According to the man, the other servants of the gods were keeping to themselves. But this little god was the only one who made such a fuss. So what are the original duties of the servants of the gods? And why did no other servants of God show up when this little god caused such trouble? He neither stopped the little god's actions nor informed the man. If she and Suyun hadn't put together the building blocks, I'm afraid this man would never know what happened here. But before that the man added that he already knew what happened to them just by looking at them. Even if you are a god, you have to count on your fingers. It's a bit unbelievable to be able to see clearly what a person has been through at a glance. Xiaoxi felt that after listening to a few conversations between Xiaoshan and the man, she had more questions in her heart. The little god didn't notice the change in Xiaoxi's demeanor. He continued to vent his emotions. Yes, it was indeed my choice at the time. But you didn't tell me at all how boring my life here is. So, you made this place a mess because you found it boring. The man looked at the little god calmly. And, until now, you don't think it's your fault? The little god was startled for a moment, and finally showed a slightly fearful expression. Before the little god could say anything, the man suddenly raised his right hand. Then, you don't have to give your last words. The man's right index finger pointed at the little god, and a white beam of light suddenly penetrated the little god's body. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoshan showed a painful expression. The next second, his body turned into powder. Finally, the small pile of powder disappeared. The little god completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Suyun couldn't help but gasp. She didn't sympathize with the little god. She just felt that the man was too powerful. If he became an enemy, 1,000 observers combined would not be his opponent. Chapter 1403 Responsibilities of God's Servant 1. Not only Suyun had such thoughts. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing also had a strong sense of crisis. The relationship between this man and them as enemies and friends is still uncertain. Although he has solved the little god now, in a sense, he has indeed helped them solve a big trouble. But it does not mean that they are friends. Faced with such a huge power gap, it is easy to be asked to do something but not have enough confidence to refuse. This kind of knowledge made them wary. Although the man's back was turned to Xiaoxi and the others, he seemed to be able to sense the worries and doubts of the Xiaozais and the others. He slowly turned around and spoke proactively. Don't worry. I can't interfere with the normal operation of the world. You are all part of the normal world, so I can't force you to do anything, let alone harm you. As he said that, he nodded slightly. Formal introduction. I am Tian Dao. Xiaoxi. Dot. Yi Kongqing. Dot. Su Yun. Dot. This development was completely beyond their expectations. By the way, heaven can still have human form. Strictly speaking, I am a human form transformed from a small ray of the Tao of heaven. As if he knew what the three people across from him were thinking, the man explained. The Tao of heaven itself has no physical form, but it can be transformed into one if necessary. Form. Just like this time. I felt your call, so I separated a small ray and came over to check the situation. What a small wisp means. Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask, are you just a small part of the way of heaven? But if this can help you understand better, you can also say so. The man shook his large crow's sleeves and pointed to the sofa outside. I know you have a lot of doubts in your hearts. And I still have if you have some time. You can sit down and chat for a while. Su Yun and Yi Kongqing both looked at Xiaoxi subconsciously. Xiaoxi thought for a moment, then walked to the sofa and sat down. Su Yun and Yi Kongqing didn't say anything and also sat down. The man sat alone on a single sofa, facing Xiaoxi and the others. Without waiting for questions, he took the initiative and said, you should all know that you are living in 3,000 small worlds. In fact, outside of 3,000 small worlds, there are 3,000 big worlds. The big world and the small world are equivalent to the relationship between the subject and the shadow. One subject can produce countless shadows. In every big world, there are some key figures who can influence the fate of the entire world. When these figures make an important decision, the fate of the world will have a clear bias. At this time, a small world with parallel development will be generated. The choices in the small world will be opposite to those in the big world, and the destiny will follow another trajectory. Every important decision made by every key person will lead to a small world with the opposite trajectory. This means that a big world has countless corresponding small worlds. I am the Tao of Heaven, in charge of the rules of the world's operation. All 3,000 worlds are within my coverage. But the small world is a shadow-like existence. And at key nodes, it follows a completely opposite trajectory from the big world. As a result, most of them have some loopholes in their own operation. So they are not completely controlled by the way of heaven. Chapter 1404 Responsibilities of God's Servant 2. Tian Dao thought for a while, and then explained, using a description that you humans can understand. It is probably the difference between the real world and the virtual world. I can enter and exit all the big worlds at will, but not the small world. In the big world, I am everywhere. But in the small world, I must have a process of entering. Just like humans can walk in the real world at will, but cannot enter the virtual world at will. Even in the human world where technology has reached a certain level of development, if you want to enter the virtual world, you need certain conditions before you can enter. I can't come in and out at will, which means I can't know the situation of each small world in time. But I can't ignore these small worlds. So I select 1 or 2 souls who died in vain in each big world and let them become servants of God. Protect this small world. Each servant of God is only responsible for the 3,000 small worlds generated by the big world in which he is located, as long as these small worlds operate normally, even if they naturally develop to the end of the world. It is a rule and does not need to be dealt with. But if there are accidental travelers, people who wantonly disrupt the world's destiny, the two worlds merge and influence each other, etc., and these situations lead to the world's accelerated demise, then intervention is needed. The duty of the servant of God is to intervene when the path of destruction caused by these unnatural circumstances occurs and restore the trajectory of the world to normal. If the intervention of the servant of God fails, call me to deal with it. In order to prevent the servant of God's ability from having too great an impact on the world and the possibility that the servant of God may cause the destruction of the world, the servant of God cannot leave the servant of God's space to monitor the small world. We rely on those monitors, and to interfere with the operation of the small world, we need to rely on the systems in each world. As long as the servant of God does not leave the servant of God's space, some small requirements can be met. For example, what style should the
servant of God's space be designed in? And what living creatures do you want in the space?
I never force others to become servants of God. Only when they choose to be willing will they be given the status of servants of God. And this God-servant space was completely built according to the God-servant's ideas, including the sculptures that can accompany chats, the pleasant climate environment, and the gorgeous palace. They were all his own choices. But after doing his job for a period of time, he began to feel bored and wanted to have fun. And his mentality gradually changed. He thinks that he is a person from the big world. To him, these small worlds are no different from virtual games. Even if all these small worlds are destroyed, it will only be a crash of the game.
Xiaoxi knew without asking that if Tiandao could tell the little god situation, he must have grasped it the moment he saw the little god. Tiandao's tone has always been calm, without any ups and downs.
He knows that he cannot directly affect the small world, so he uses the control system to cause chaos in the world order. The system has autonomous consciousness and has some choice rights under certain conditions, but it cannot violate the orders of the servant of God. The servant of God has no ability to kill, nor can he directly kill people through the system. So he chooses to create survival games and watch human beings fight each other through various games to have fun.
Chapter 1405 Responsibilities of God's Servant 3.
Most small worlds already have some loopholes. Making some small impacts based on these loopholes is enough to expand these loopholes. When the loopholes are large enough, the world loses balance and begins to collapse, and a survival game can be born.
Having said this, Tiandao's eyes swept over Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing calmly.
Just as you guessed at the time, the single-player game mission you performed was the process of expanding that loophole. The ability of the servant of God itself is not powerful enough to directly create survival games. Therefore, these so-called survival games are the product of the collapse of the world. The servant of God only makes these survival games more standardized through the control of the system and spectacular.
Xiaoxi couldn't help but nodded. She always felt that those survival games should not be created by the little god himself. Most survival games have life and are not completely dead ends. If it were a survival game created by a little god, it would wish that most of the players would die in the game. Just like Wasteland Escape, there would be no balance in the game rules. But thinking about it, I really can't help but feel a little angry. Although when she saw various toys in this room, she felt that Xiaoxin was very good at finding fun for himself to pass the time. But she did not expect that the imbalance of the world and the survival game were all things he created to pass the time for fun. So he not only uses surveillance to monitor players, but also uses surveillance to choose his favorite games to watch players fight against each other. Depend on. He should be watching a variety show. Xiaoxi suddenly felt that the death of the little god was too easy for him. How could the direct death of the god be reduced to ashes to offset the severity of the things he had done?
About those building blocks and fragments.
Tiandao sat upright and took the initiative to bring up another mystery.
The world itself also has a certain ability to repair itself. Building blocks and fragments are a way for the world to attempt to repair itself. There are a huge number of survival games in every world, and each survival game has a building block automatically generated. As long as someone can successfully piece it together, they can call me. In addition, players who meet the conditions will receive special abilities, which is another way for the world to repair itself. All the aspects that you feel are in conflict with the destructive intentions of the servants of God are the world's efforts in the process of self-repair. The world's self-repair is very slow. Just like a seriously ill human being who relies solely on himself to recover without medical treatment will be very slow. At this time, if there is damage from external forces, it will be even more difficult to repair. The servant of God also knows this.
So after discovering the existence of special items, he appointed some players to be his pawns to destroy these special items. But these things are generated independently by the world, and will be regenerated if destroyed. Special items that are artificially destroyed only take about 3 days to be regenerated in the game. 3 days are a short period of time, which forces the servant of God to create more chess pieces to destroy those special items and minimize the chances of ordinary players getting them. Not long after, the servant of God discovered that special items would completely lose their effect after being used by players. Moreover, it would take about a month for special items to dissipate in this way to generate new ones.
Chapter 1406 Ending 1.
After that, the servant of God took the initiative to spread the news that special items can save lives at critical moments, so that ordinary players will have the awareness to compete for special items. This not only increases the spectability of players fighting each other, but also increases the probability that special items will be used before they are collected, reducing the risk of collecting special items. As for some other details, They are similar to your original guesses.
Tian Dao looked at Xia Shi with a faint look.
I should have answered all your questions. Is there anything else you want to ask? I have a question.
Xia Shi asked bluntly.
Why are you telling us these things?
Although they have great doubts about these things, it feels good to have their doubts clarified. But for Tian Dao, it is not necessary to talk about it. Even if Tian Dao doesn't say anything, it won't affect him from getting rid of the little god. It's impossible for them to do anything that affects Tian Dao because their doubts can't be answered. But Tian Dao explained everything in detail, and he took the initiative to tell them without asking. It always feels like it has a purpose.
Of course. This is to give you the right to know and the right to choose.
Tian Dao said calmly without any human emotions in his calm tone.
You know very well now that the 3,000 small worlds you are in are actually decomposed from one big world. And I am mainly in charge of the operating rules of the big world. Every time the small world must separate a small ray of inner to deal with the situation inside. These 3,000 small worlds have been ruined by the servants of God. Restoring them is a long-term process. I can't stay here forever. So I need new servants of God to protect them.
Hearing this, Suyun finally couldn't help but speak.
You don't want us to be servants of God. Do you? I refuse.
Almost at the same time, Yi Kongqi expressed his stance. To put it bluntly, a servant of God is a servant, and he has no interest in being the servant of others. Moreover, he does not have such a noble spirit and a great love for saving the world.
Generally speaking, there are only 1 or 2 divine servants in a divine servant space.
Tian Dao's eyes slowly passed across Yi Kongqing's face, and then fell on Suyun.
If you are willing, I won't force you. But before I find a suitable servant of God, I still need your help to repair the world. There are so many players who have experienced the survival game. It shouldn't be difficult to find a suitable candidate.
Right? Xia Shi asked her own question.
There are not many people with suitable character. Not to mention those with suitable character may not agree.
Tian Dao replied.
The character of the previous servant of God was acceptable at first. So I chose him to become the servant of God. As a result, I saw it too. Even though it was just an occasional mistake. I wanted to choose more carefully this time.
Then what do you want us to do? Xia Shi thought for a moment and then asked.
In other words, what can we do without becoming servants of God?
She doesn't want to become a servant of God. But if she just helps the world return to normal without changing her identity, she can accept it.
You have seen that exhibition hall-like room. And you should know that the things in it are from 3,000 small worlds.
Tian Dao's eyes turned to Xia Shi and Yi Kongqing.
You need to return those things to 3,000 small worlds. Of course, this will not restore the world immediately. But returning the property to its original owner will help repair the balance of the world.
Chapter 1407 Ending 2. Although Xia Shi felt that a destroyed world could not be restored by the return of a necklace alone. But since Tian Dao said so, it is probably a situation similar to the butterfly effect. She didn't ask any more questions, just nodded to show that she was listening.
In addition, I will give you the ability to close the survival game. As long as you enter the survival game and pass the level, you can close the game.
Tian Dao added.
Of course, you can rest assured that even if your game fails it will not die, but will be forced to pop up. So you can try to clear the same game multiple times.
Having said this, Tian Dao lowered his eyes and glanced at his fingers. At that moment, a faint black light seemed to flash past his fingertips. His expression was calm, and he did not have any emotional fluctuations due to this change. He continued,
when all the survival games in a world disappear, the world's operation will return to balance, and the rest needs to be slowly repaired by the world itself. If you agree, I will give you permission to temporarily live in the God servant space. During this period, you can control the monitoring room and all systems. With the help of the system, you can ensure that the game can be forced to eject after failure. With these systems in place, can't we just end those survival games?
Suyun was puzzled.
Every survival game is managed by a system. Can't we just let the system shut down the survival game directly?
Tian Dao explained.
I have said before that survival games are the product of the collapse of the world. The existence of the system only makes them more standardized and more spectacular. So the system itself does not have the ability to turn on or off survival games. Only people who have been given the ability by me can close the survival game. Of course, the premise is that the game must be cleared. If I'm not wrong, 3,000 small worlds is actually just a description. And there are not really only 3,000 small worlds.
Xia Shi boldly looked directly at Tian Dao and raised her own question.
With just the 3 of us, It will take a lot of time to return all the items in the exhibition hall to the world where they belong. Not to mention that there are many survival games in a world. Even if you play each game once, it will take a long time.
If you can clear the level, you may not be able to close all the games in 3 to 5 years. Right. This efficiency is too slow. During this period, more players will definitely die in the survival game. This is probably not the result you want to see. Yes. So you can also select people you trust through the system. Become players bound by the system. And work together with you to clear different survival games. After clearing the game, the system will be used as a medium to determine your abilities. If you transfer it, you can still close the survival game. This does sound pretty good.
Su-Yun looked at Xia Shi with a bright light in his eyes.
If there are enough players bound to it, all survival games may be closed within a year.
She felt a little excited at the thought of her hometown returning to normal. Although her parents are no longer here, there may be a chance for others to reunite with their parents and brothers.
It's difficult to find so many players to bind.
Xia Shi patted Su-Yun's head and analyzed rationally.
There are not many trustworthy people. Not to mention the purpose of binding them is to clear the game. So then players must be selected with sufficient strength. And their IQ and strength must be at least equal, which not every player has.
Chapter 1408 Ending 3.
Ah, that's true.
Su-Yun couldn't help but sigh. But the light in her eyes still did not disappear.
But even if the number of players found is not large, the whole world cannot be restored to normal within a year. But 2 or 3 years should be enough. It seems that you are willing to do this agency work?
Tiandao's tone was still calm. Even when asking, there was no hint of expectation. He has always been so indifferent. As if he does not possess the emotional fluctuations of human beings.
If you are just an agent, it is indeed possible.
When Xia Shi said this, she glanced at Yi Kongqing. Seeing that Yi Kongqing nodded slightly without showing any dissatisfaction, she continued.
However, it is impossible to let if others work for us for free. We must be given benefits.
She looked at Tiandao again and said seriously.
No matter how good the relationship is, you should give due rewards to others for their efforts. What's more, with the ties of interests, others will work more diligently. So, what benefits are we going to give to the players who will be bound by our system? What you said makes sense. So after they are bound, the points they get for clearing the game will be doubled. How about it?
Tiandao looked at Xia Shi, as if he was really asking Xia Shi for her opinion.
It sounds okay.
Xia Shi expressed her opinion openly and honestly.
Then I am more concerned about it. Can all the players' points be converted into money? Of course.
Tiandao answered in the affirmative very readily.
When all the survival games in a world disappear, all the points of the players still in that world will be converted into coins of that world. The supplies also belong to them.
Then he said to Xia Shi,
if the 3 of you are not willing to become servants of God, then as a reward for hard work, you can choose to enter a certain world after the mission is completed. And your points will be converted into it becomes the currency of that world. And the materials belong to you. This range of choices includes small worlds that have not been destroyed and are developing normally.
Tiandao added another sentence.
As long as it is within the scope of the 3,000 small worlds you are in, you can choose whatever you want. Well,
Xia Shi's eyes couldn't help but light up.
This actually makes me a little excited.
Compared with waiting for the world to slowly recover in a destroyed world. Of course, life will be more comfortable in a small intact world. In addition, she has so many points. Living in a perfect little world will only be more nourishing. As for the relationship between the small world and the big world, she understood in her heart. But she didn't want to care about it or think about it deeply. There are many issues that she doesn't need to consider. So don't add to the worries.
However, I think the players we selected to bind the system should also have such a choice.
Xia Shi put forward a condition.
Their efforts will not be less than ours.
Tiandao pondered for a few seconds and nodded slightly.
Okay.
After speaking, he stood up.
If you have no other opinions, I will give you the ability.
Xia Shi looked at Yi Kongqing and then at Su-Yun. The 3 of them confirmed each other's thoughts. And then nodded together. Chapter 1409 Ending 4. 3 green rays of light flashed on Tiandao's fingers. And instantly disappeared into the bodies of Xia Shi and the others. Soon, the 3 people felt that they were full of strange power. Even before they were released, they could already feel that they had the ability to deal with the current problem. It is a consciousness that radiates from the bottom of the heart. Tiandao retracted his hand, and his crow-green sleeves covered his fingers.
You should also have seen a black light flicker on my fingers just now. That is a sign that there is an obvious problem in one of the big worlds. And I have to deal with it. The matters over there will be left to you here.
After saying that, Tiandao was ready to leave.
Wait!
Xiaoshi hurriedly said.
There are many sculptures on the first floor of God's servant space. They are all human beings sculpted by little gods. If possible, I hope you can restore them. Come over.
Tiandao's footsteps paused, and he looked at Xiaoshi.
It's possible. But I have to remind you that they did not lose consciousness when they were sculpted. And they will never fall asleep. They just lost all 5 senses, which is equivalent to a people are locked in complete darkness with no sound, no objects, no boundaries, and no ability to move. In such an environment, as long as it lasts more than 2 days, humans will almost go crazy. Some sculpted players have spent at least 2 years. Now that they are released, it will be difficult for them to have the thinking ability of ordinary people. It may even lead to the emergence of antisocial personality due to stress reactions.
At this point, Tiandao asked Xiaoshi,
even if this is the case, are you going to let them out?
When Suyin on the side heard this, her eyes showed sympathy. This is much worse than going to jail. I can't even imagine how I could endure such a life. It would really be worse than death. Yi Kongqing also showed a rare hint of intolerance. Xiaoshi's mouth opened slightly. Her eyes were a little shocked, and she felt even more disgusted with the little god. Although she thought it was perverted that the little god turned humans into sculptures at the time, she didn't expect that the actual situation was so perverted. Xiaoshi thought for a while and asked,
can you erase their memories after they were sculpted?
People must be released, but just letting them go and leaving them alone will definitely not work. The best choice is to let them lose this painful memory, so as to prevent these people from going to extremes and avoid all kinds of subsequent troubles. At least it was the best option she could think of.
Actually, you are very suitable to be a servant of God. You have a kind heart. You are not the kind of heartless and ruthless person, but you are not overly sympathetic, and you can think rationally and look at problems rationally.
Tiandao suddenly said this.
No matter how much you praise me, I will never agree to be a servant of the gods.
Xiaoshi refused unceremoniously.
Is it because the sweet life with her boyfriend is not good? Or is it because the food from all over the world is not delicious? Or because of all kinds of travel are the attractions not easy to visit? Or are the amusement parks not fun? Why should I stay in the servant of God space?
In response to Xiaoshi's rejection, Tiandao still looked calm. He said,
those people themselves did nothing wrong. Being sculpted by a servant of God is illegal. I have the right to intervene. So erasing the memory is feasible.
As he spoke, he waved his wide sleeves, and a pink halo spread, instantly covering the entire palace. Chapter 14:10 Ending 5.
They will be sent back to their original world,
Tiandao said to Xiaoshi.
You should also know that these people are not suitable to be bound to the system.
Xiaoshi nodded to express her understanding. Those people do not have their memories erased, are prone to stress reactions, and are not suitable to be targeted by the system. And if the memory is erased, it will be difficult to explain the situation here. Moreover, she is not familiar with them, so she is not suitable for binding. The best destination for them is to return to their original place.
I've done everything I should do, and it's up to you to do what's next.
After Tiandao finished speaking, he turned into a shadow and disappeared into the sky. It wasn't until Tiandao left that Suyun's whole body relaxed. She leaned on the backrest of the sofa with an incredible dreamy expression on her face.
I didn't expect that special items could work like this. They could attract someone who could solve all problems at once. Well, the way of heaven.
She looked at Xiaoshi and asked,
Sister Xia, shall we start a new mission now? Let's deal with the players in the Wasteland Escape game first.
Xiaoshi suggested.
That game was created by a little god. Now that we have abilities similar to those of a little god, we should be able to use them in the game. Players pulled from that game. Yeah, I agree.
Suyun immediately responded positively. Brother Zhanyu is still in the game. She has to bring him out. Yi Kongqing did not object and acquiesced to Xiaoshi's decision. The three of them tried hard several times and finally mastered the trick. They opened a hole from one side of the God Servant space and pulled all the players who were still alive in Wasteland Escape into the God Servant space. Except for Ning Pinger, Zhanyu and the autistic man. Everyone else is an observer. When they return to the Servant of God space again, everyone's expressions are a little exciting. Especially when they knew that the little god was dead and that Xiaoshi, Yi Kongqing and Suyun had temporarily taken the place of the little god. The expressions of the judges changed from shock to fear to happiness.
Xiaoxi left behind Zhou Xiaolin, Ning Pinger, Zhan Yu, Jun Nanju, and the autistic man. The others were all sent back to their original worlds by the system. The systems no longer control players' entry into survival games, and players will no longer enter black and white rooms. Nor will they enter one survival game after another without stopping, according to the different characteristics of each world. Some will be pulled into the game when entering the coverage of the survival game. Some will be triggered by certain behaviors and enter the game. And some will be affected by time and frequency to control when players enter game. In a survival game without system control, the difficulty will be lower, and there will be less perfect rule restrictions, which means there are more loopholes that can be exploited, and the player's chance of survival is higher. After sending away the unknown players, Xiaoxi and Suyun told the few people who remained that they needed to bind to the system, close the game after clearing the game, and the rewards after completing the tasks. In order to take care of the autistic man's receptive ability, Xiaoxi spoke as slowly and detailedly as possible. Suyun even took out the medical kit to bandage the autistic man's wounds to show comfort. After listening to the entire content, everyone present expressed their willingness to accept the binding. Even Ning Pinger, who was not strong enough, and the autistic man, with communication difficulties, raised their hands to express their willingness. It would be a pity to give up such good benefits. Moreover, after having a bound identity, if the game fails, you will only be ejected from the game, and will not die. This benefit alone is attractive enough. Thus, the initial team was formed. You can choose to act alone, or form a team to enter the same game. If you meet a player suitable for binding somewhere, pass the news to any one of Xiaoxi, Yi Kongqing and Suyun through the system, and then let them negotiate with the other party, in order to return the world to normal, and to allow themselves to live a normal life as soon as possible. Everyone is actively completing the task of clearing the game. The road ahead is still long and there will inevitably be ups and downs to face, but it is already full of hope.